Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are gathered here today to play some Cosmonarchy. At the highest level of Cosmonarchy competition, which I know you guys might have thought was Hit 'em Up versus Neblime. But we got some more contenders. We got some more top names that we will see duke it out today. We're going to Group B for the start of the stream, and then in 3 hours, we'll also see Group C take flight. I'm looking forward to it. Shopkeeper Dog, a Terran player who has been in the upper echelons of Cosmonarchy gameplay for quite a while now, is going to be practicing his Terran versus Zerg, plying his trade against Art of Turtle, a Brood War stalwart from the foreign Brood War community who has been playing Cosmonarchy for some time now. And Krankendau, one of our most active players who's oscillated between the most active, sort of brainiac Zerg, constantly stretching the meta, you know, the inventor of the Larvosk first. Many other things are owed to him as well. He will not be playing in the opening match, however. It is Art of Turtle versus Shopkeeper Dog for our starter. We will be beginning on Apollo, so we are going to get right into that shortly. And it does look like we have a little bit of an interview option here with Art of Turtle himself, so let's take a look. I'll just wait for him to undeafen. There he is. Welcome, Art of Turtle. How are you feeling today before your games?
Shopkeeper Dogs.
Okay, so let's see here. We've got I just had some stream trouble, so I just got you back on. You said that you got your coffee in. You're expecting something strong out of the gates from Shopkeeper Dog. You got your warm up in as well, and you're feeling confident, even though you're expecting something aggressive out of it. Is it fair to say, based on your answer?
Oh yeah, Shopkeeper Dog is going to get in my face every opportunity possible, and I think that's just because of the way the matchup has been set up. It's early game Terran is great at pressuring and trying to prevent Zerg from getting the ball rolling, and that's going to be my whole goal today. Get into that tier 2. Maybe look to see if we can get some tier 3 play out, if we can keep the punches rolling as we expand outward, but it's all going to be on Shopkeeper Dog to keep me in my place.
Right, manage the growth. I see. Okay, and when you say you got your warm-up in, any particular names that you were fighting against to start things off, to get things going?
Oh yeah, man, the AI. It's good to practice your opening, your ideas, get all of your jitters out early.
Right, yeah, especially if you're going for a particular build order. I noticed a lot of Zerg players these days are really trying to hammer home the they're really trying to hammer home the exact timing on their Larvosk openers, and it's really interesting to me how Hit 'em Up does it differently than a lot of other people, and even within the sort of conglomerate of mainstay Zergs, because obviously Hit 'em Up's more of a random player, plays everything. It's the main Zergs also do it a little bit differently. Some of them send their first 2 workers to gas. Some of them will mine gas after some minerals first or whatever. So I think some of them even harvest from the ridge as well at the start with like 3 workers. So that's kind of wild. Either way, though, it sounds like you're prepared to do your duty as a Zerg player and expand across the whole map and see what you can take. Do you have? Did you end up watching too many of the matches from yesterday?
I did. I had a chance to watch in Neuchern.
Okay, yeah.
All of his matches, as well as watch the Hit 'em Up versus the Blind series. Even Top Ramen. Top Ramen looked like he didn't feel as on as he usually would, but I think that's just, again, that nerve feeling for it, and how amazingly aggressive that Hit 'em Up was with the double stockade, proxy stockade, which to anybody that'll shake you up, and that'll put you in second thought of your own opening and how secure you can get in it.
Right. I also didn't get a chance to ask Robin if he had heard that hit him up's only fear when it came to ramen was like TVT. At least that's what he said in the interview, right? So kind of interesting to know, like, oh, he got TVT, so he's gonna do some kind of cheesy thing. Like maybe he could have scouted it out for it, but just narrowly missed it. Unfortunate there. I was mostly asking because I saw some interesting Zerg strategies. I've seen some of these undercard players constantly try to put, a Circuith up, even though the brood spawn, you can get them directly from your larva now, right? So it's kind of interesting that I'm seeing people still try interesting strategies. I feel like there's probably some like mineral formations that you can sit behind with your first Kagrin if you wanted to do that in ZVZ. And hey, ZVZ will be played today between you and Krankendau. So have you been giving it too much consideration as far as how to play aggressively in that matchup?
Oh yeah, man. I've been trying to mess with my own versions of Larvos, double Larvosk, maybe pull first, something even six pull is on the table, and you have to really consider that it's a possibility you'll get smacked out that way too. Guerrilla cores, they're great at providing DPS, but they are not great at chasing down army. And so, if anything, guerrilla cores are there just to buy time. They're not a mainstay. You're gonna have to get some type of tech node directly after your first or second Larvos. Second Larvos is just extremely greedy. So with that in mind, you have to make your choice based upon how aggressive you feel your opponent's going to be.
And Crankendow can be aggressive, so it's very interesting. This is kind of the group of people who do a lot of stuff in the early game. Shopkeeper Dog, I feel like, will either go super aggro early, especially given the matchup, as you mentioned, or he'll find some way to be as maximally greedy as possible, where he's like, I have one production structure, but 3 ministries. Like, okay, buddy, see if you can hold the attack that's coming. But still, interesting setup, and definitely looking forward to seeing what the matchup ends up looking like. Of course, also always a fan of Z Mirror. We got to see a little bit of it in the undercard yesterday between Neutron and Dinoman. So this will be a higher level one that I'm also looking forward to see, because I still remember some of your ZVZs against the Night Fox. I remember the one on Muspelheim, the Ash World map, where you had the constant back and forth with that island base with your Nathracores, and obviously that was back in the older meta when Nathracores were a little bit stronger, but still something that could come up. And of course, I've also seen plenty of action with, I remember the one game on, it's not Sideshow, but I'm blanking on the name, Spinal Tap. You were on Spinal Tap and you got him with the pool, the instant pool, and the proxy circuits, right? So like you hit him with everything just to get out of battlements. So pretty good stuff there. You've had your moments in this matchup.
Oh, and I've definitely had those moments, but I'm looking to expand out further. I'm looking not to just be one of these one-trick types of guys. Sure, yeah. I want you to keep in mind I can do it at any time.
Yep.
I'll pull the trigger and be in your face.
Yeah.
And that just makes it that little threatening portion of it. And I think one of the players that has done that the best so far is Nablime. Nablime, he is a guy that will turn on a dime, but know how to better defend with his units. And I may get frustrated over it, but I really do admire the thought process and the style that he has to it. And so I'll be trying my best to kind of emulate more of that thought process as this game continues to develop.
Yeah, very cool, very cool. And it does have to be said that Nablime is one of the best players at just being active, at constantly, just cycling through different styles that seem to work. He's always at the cutting edge of the meta, even if it's not him developing the meta per se. It's just him, as he said in his interview yesterday, taking pieces that he finds out from other players. Like somebody will say, hey, so-and-so is doing this, or he'll witness somebody doing it directly, and he'll be like, all right, well, I'll try that myself, and see how it goes. So, yeah, definitely one of those things that stylistically he's going to be a strong player for. I mean, he quit StarCraft 1 just to play this, so it's good. It's kind of good that he's a strong player. Because otherwise, you'd be like, wait, you're not playing anything anymore, no? Just Cosmonarchy? And he'd be like, yeah, and I'm bronze level. So good to see that he's finding success, because obviously he's had a storied career there in StarCraft 1.
He absolutely adores this game, and he absolutely adores what you've been doing here, and I can't blame him. This is definitely right up his alley. This is everything that he'd hoped for in an RTS in terms of how broad the strategy can be. And I'm telling you, it's not fully fleshed out yet. So anybody that's looking to continue to talk about the balance of it, just like in Brood War, whether it's the maps that help to balance it out or it's the strategy.
Hmm.
We're not quite at that complete, hey, this needs to absolutely be done yet, even though we all complain that way.
Yes. And it's been an interesting journey for myself as well, because in the past I was more like, people complain about stuff, it must be changed. But now I've slowly grown a more steeled hide, and now I'm like, yeah, okay, well, let's see. Maybe if you lose the 100th game to the strategy, I might think about changing it. Because you never know what strategies are going to be developed in response to it, even if it seems unrelentingly impossible. And now I'm more so designing around, well, is this fun and interactive? I care a lot more about that than if it's quote-unquote balanced. Because the balance does come down to maps a lot of the time, and it comes down to what strategies are perceived by players to be strong. For the longest time, for years now, we were doing hatch first on the ramp for Zerg, and nobody thought about the Larvosk because it costs Vespene. Well, it turns out you make Vespene at the same rate as minerals early game, so you could do that, And it took somebody to reinvent that or think from first principles about that to come up with that and then share it. And that was Crankendow. So, good stuff there from him, and he's definitely had his day as well. So anyway, I'm just really excited about this group. I'm definitely excited about the long-term trajectory, where we're going. I guess people keep telling me that they really like having these tournaments. I'm gonna have to find some way to put them on more often, even if it's just for a weekend, because it's good fun. So there you have it.
Yeah. I appreciate that you continue to keep up and competitive, and just as well, any new players that come into here, as I've preached before, getting in team games versus the AI, the whole 2v2 system has barely been touched and explored. The idea that you can mine from your opponent's your ally's base and also return minerals to his base, like that. These are all new concepts that haven't really been explored in the RTS genre to a competitive degree, and I really hope that somebody bigger continues to pick up on that, and we kind of flesh out more of the meta so that people can feel like they know what they're doing when they're watching.
Yep, looking forward to that as well. And I'll be doing my best to explain it along the way. I'm sure I'll see a lot of familiar strategies. AOT, thank you so much for your interview. Do you have any closing thoughts before you get to it and take on Shopkeeper Dog?
Nothing too specific. Hey, we're gonna show some great matches today. Gonna get in each other's faces, and I hope that anybody watching continues to criticize our play so we can go watch the VOD later on.
There it is.
To see what the thoughts are.
All right. Well, we shall see what happens there. GLHF, my friend, and thanks again for playing. We'll see you soon.
Hey.
With that said, AOT descends from the casting booth to take on Shopkeeper Dog. I don't know who to actually sort as favorite for this group. I feel like Dog's the one who grinds the most, he plays the most, but he's also a little bit fatalistic about his matchup. He talks about how Terran has limited choices, and yeah, AOT also was just sort of giving a little bit of voice to that. But it's definitely one of those things where you're like, hey, what's going on here? What's happening? Why are you okay, Dog? Do you have strategies, Dog? Do you feel happy, Dog? And so we are getting into Apollo for our starter. We'll answer some of these questions very soon, as Shopkeeper Dog says when ready. We've got Shopkeeper Dog in the top left as our Mint Terran. It is indeed our Mint Terran. And in the top, or bottom right rather, we have the Japanese Violet Zerg AOT Art of Turtle. Oh, he's having a struggle. He's hitting all the buttons, going for that fast Vespene gas. Well, it's he was just talking about nerves. He's just talking about rust. Maybe he was too philosophical about things, and I pranked him a little bit by going straight from philosophy into game. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what he says. But either way, it shouldn't matter too much. It's just a matter of really the effect it has on your brain is more pronounced than the effect it has on your build. I find a lot of the times, you can basically be not mining for like 2 seconds at the beginning of the game, and it's not unwinnable from that position necessarily in an even skilled position. You just have to figure it out, right? You just have to force some errors on your opponent's side. So, it's really just about pretending that it never happened. Of course, this tournament broadcast is going to be a little bit more, laid back in terms of the cast, at least at the very beginning here, because we've got a live chat. Sometimes I interact with them. I saw we had Nexus, P-Sense, Hamster, and Biddy B in the chat. Welcome, homies. Nexus and BDB bankrolling some of the prize pool for this tournament. I think it's safe to say that people really do enjoy the tournaments. The problem is that I never really know if we're going to be able to convert more people by playing tournaments and such. But we had some pretty nice viewership in the last one. I think we had like something like 30 to 40 concurrent viewers at one point. So, and that was just on YouTube. I didn't really see Twitch. I think Twitch only peaked at like 7 because people on Twitch, they like regular Starcraft, not Cosmonarchy. But you can change that. You can watch on Twitch if you want. You can tell your friends on Twitch. YouTube's player is probably just better, though, no? I don't know. You guys can tell me what you think. So we have the Larvosk into pool. The first Fulcrum is complete with the Vulture already out. The second is not too long for this world. So here's the thing. AOT does end up scouting. His Droleth probably won't be able to survive the trip back home. AOT could have maybe tried to prep for that by going for Rillarokors, but instead he's going to go for 4 pairs of Quas. And the Vulture's already going to be getting a little bit dancy here. And actually, that Droleth will end up surviving. Oh, I love that AOT immediately picks up his workers and starts to move them over. You can see he was trying to do the burrow micro there to force the Vulture into a more compromising position as the Quas are now going to surround. You can see him spreading out preemptively, trying to catch all of those mines. Artfully done by Art of Turtle. Only losing 1 worker. Now, he does lose a lot of mining time because 3 of his workers are burrowed. Thankfully, he finds 2 of them. We'll see if he finds the other. Multiple Cyclops being made now as the pool opener is scouted. The second Vulture didn't follow the first, instead just laying a small little line of mines. And we still have this Droleth burrowed. Unfortunate for AOT. For as long as this Droleth remains burrowed, it's like Shopkeeper Dog got 2 worker kills when he only got 1. Cyclops saunter away. Wow, okay, so Shopkeeper Dog is true to AOT's prediction, playing very aggressively by going for the multiple Cyclops push. And specifically the fact that he's got 3 Fulcrums producing non-stop. Looks like he was narrowly out of Vespine for the 3rd Cyclops there. Probably just needs 1 guy on Ridge, but looks like he wants to wait for that anyway, so he queues up a Vulture instead. And he will be expanding on location, which is exactly what you would expect, given that you have a bunch of access to the to the map control, right? So the Ovaleth does push the Cyclops back. You got to stay clear of where the Cyclops attacks because it does deal friendly splash. Interesting dynamic for the Terran army to deal with. And indeed, the Ministry will be placed. I know it looks like it's off-center, but I promise you, that's just BDB tile. So this Ovaleth is now moving around, and it was not immediately confirmed to Dog whether or not that was a drop. So he's actually kept his army at home. His Cyclops will finish off the rally here. They've softened up the Ovaleth enough that I think a couple of Cyclops will be able to heckle it and harass it, but you can see here the Ovaleth does not end up scouting that army because it retreats back to the natural. So I think we might have actually gotten to the greed portion of the game for Dog because his first aggression point didn't end up in a win. Not that he was necessarily expecting it to. And he's not moving across the whole map the whole way through. So he's just going to go ahead and build a ministry here. Now, will AOT expect that this ministry is actually the natural? Because if he does that, then that's one thing. But it's a very fast 3rd base. The Cyclops were already here to try to hold the fort. And does look like the okay, yeah, actually, this is going to be a little bit of a problem here for Shopkeeper Dog. It looks like maybe he didn't cycle through his other military units in time. And so now he needs to actually get his workers onto this action. The Cyclops are going to deal some splash damage to his own Masons, but it doesn't look like they will fall. So 2 workers go down. And now, at the same time, AOT looks to escape. Well, the Cyclops sort of line on here is a lot deadlier, though. Can't just jump directly onto them. By the way, that worker's still not unburrowed. Ski back to scab complete for Art of Turtle. The star pad will resume, and the ministry for the 3rd base is completed. It will go ahead and lift over to the 3rd base. AOT only now going to be able to take a natural. That's sort of a price you pay for going for the, trying to drop instead of break the line and do all this other stuff. Now the Qua's kind of separating out. They're going to dive forward. I like the line that AOT just made there. It definitely overwhelms the Cyclops. You can't really be able to do too much. You're not really going to be able to do too much there. This one Cyclops will end up doing some good damage to the Quas on the back end, but shouldn't be too significant at the end of the day. And we do have the Vordath Pond coming up after the fact. There you go. Finally apprehended. Now across the bridge, the Hydras are endangered. You don't want to be throwing those units away if you can help it. Third base not yet mining, but it is on location. The Sieve being added at the natural, but not at the main. And the Star Pad completes to get some Ant-Seals out. It's pure Cyclops on the army. This is something that AOT can try to deal with, but this amount of Cyclops is also quite deadly. And when you have frontline units, they die, and then your backline actually charges forward. Doesn't look like Shopkeeper Dog has what he needs to respond to this big threat from AOT. I wonder if this isn't just going to be the end of the match. He's going to pull the Masons. Remember, he's got such a massive economic advantage. He can afford to do this, but doesn't want to. It hurts his soul. Okay, the Cyclops have come out of the Fulcrums, and now he's able to push his opponent back. But, this is sort of what I talk about when I talk about Shopkeeper Dog being a bit greedy. If your opponent doesn't try to move across the map and punish you for taking a third base so fast, then maybe you're fine. Maybe it's okay. But if they do, you are in such deep problems. You're going to need to lift this ministry almost immediately. I can't imagine him actually defending this. He's using his Cyclops. He's going to see if he can clear the Zeths. But remember the units on the other side of the bridge, if they're even necessary, to go for the surround. A Hydra ends up dying. Another one will pop. Good target selection from Dog as he falls back to his natural. He's kind of baited AOT across the bridge, but the bulk of his forces are still over here, and those are Hydra backed. That is so much deadlier than just Cyclops. And Shopkeeper Dog has not been developing his army. His military is the same tech as before. We've got Bactylisks showing up as artillery. The Masons are going to need to be pulled for it. AOT has more units across the bridge. He's not actually using them. Those Masons need to get on top of the Bactylisks to actually surround them. And it looks like Shopkeeper Dog will be able to push this force back. That Ovaleth will even go down. Okay. Well, at the same time, a single Hydralisk heckling the third base. There's more Zerg where that came from. Shopkeeper Dog going pure Cyclops. Endangers his own army. Not a single extra Ant-Seal made. Nothing else out of the Star Pad. No add-ons. No additional Fulcrums. This is looking very deadly, but will AOT know that? Will AOT pull the trigger? His third base coming online. He's only now saturating his natural. And the Zork's Shroud. Tech du jour. This feels like a lift. I don't think he can actually pull this off, but he's going to dive onto the Bactylisks anyway. Dive forward. His Ant-Seal tanking so much of the damage. He is narrowly going to clear out the Bactylisks, but he's going to lose all of his Cyclops for it. Still, this is still a win for him. He's got more of them off the rally. Looking better. No, he's actually going to concede. He had no idea. That was the last of Art of Turtles combat units. Were right there, right then. And Shopkeeper Dog concedes what feels like a bit too early. Well. Okay. So, that means that we have a very early start to the group with Art of Turtle going up in an early win. Krankendau will pick the next map and will be going to none other then he'll be duking it out versus AOT. Very cool. Just need to find my way back to the proper thread. Let's see. Okay. Crankendow faces Art of Turtle. Pick a map. Oh, he picks Serenity before I can even finish typing. He's so fast. There we go. Yeah, it feels bad for Dog because it really does seem like if he just weathered the storm for that one attack, he was in a good spot. But Art of Turtle psyched them out. They would have been both on 3 bases with AOT still having less workers than his opponent. Just imagine. Just imagine. Hello, Mutas Dozen, Vitus, and Devin. Welcome. AOT says he is ready. Crankendow getting himself psyched up and prepared. Take on his turtley nemesis. It's Zerg time. Zerg Mirror coming up, and ladies and gentlemen, if you've never seen Zerg Mirror in Cosmonarchy, I guarantee you will be entertained by this match. We are going into it on Serenity, a map by BiddyB. Art of Turtle in the top right is our Japanese Violet Zerg. And in the bottom left, we've got Krankendau. And I'm going to guess it is... Oh, this could be Dark Sapphire, couldn't it? Dark Sapphire Zerg? Hell yeah, Rainaril represent. Rainaril's actually playing right now. We're having consecutive games or concurrent games. Rainaril, Blade Hollow, and this is Jimmy are gaming. And Art of Turtle is gaming too. He's putting down his 6 pool. Or I guess it was a 7 pool, wasn't it? He actually made 1 worker. Okay. All right. So here's the math. 7 pool. It loses to 9 pool. 9 pool is very good because you get your pool down later, and then you also put your Kagrant down, and you hold it instead of turning it into a Larvosk, because if you see the Zeths coming across, you go after the Circuit, right? And actually, that's exactly what we see happening. Krankendau, wow, edging on the side, hedging his bets. Okay, he's on the side of caution. He's on the side of caution, erring on the side. Okay, well, Hamster must have prepared him for this or something, because, okay, he's going to go Larvosk straight up, though. So this is a little bit different. He's not holding the pool, or he's not holding the Kagrant. It is going to be a couple of Zeths out here, as AOT is going to be looking to develop past this. This is clearly not an all-in position, as he's making his own Larvosk. The Zeths will leave the building. A pack of hungry dogs moving across in search of blood. 2 Quas, 1 Zeth. Those are the pairs that Krankendau has elected. He usually likes his pair of Zeths to go for certain angles. So he's going to have to defend from the Zeths a little bit. They're going to go after the Larvosk if he's not careful. Oh, boy. I think AOT should have just finished the job onto that Larvosk, but it looks like Krankendau will defend it now. Another pair of Zeths does join up. Is he going to turn this into a Circuit? Or is this going to be another Larvosk? This will tell us a lot about Krankendau's mental... Yes, okay. He knows. He knows you can't defend... you can't defeat me from this position. Not even able to nab a worker on that run by. Burrows them so that they get a little bit faster HP. There we go, going after a worker. Now we're at even workers, and AOT about to take the lead very narrowly. So basically, the early pool, it forces a more defensive posture of the static defense, if there is going to be static defense. Krankendau held on very nicely, did not lose too much, didn't lose a Larvosk, only lost 1 worker. So his defense wasn't perfect, but it was pretty good. Perfect would have been losing nothing, right? But still, very, very solid. And the reason I say that is because, obviously, AOT has the production advantage right now coming with the 3rd Larvosk. But the tech advantage is going to go to Krankendau shortly with his Orcus Shred coming up. It's going to unlock some more units for him. The Zeths dive in more, but the Quas are definitely going to clean them out. The Zeths are looking for information mostly at this point. Like, he knows that his opponent didn't, that he didn't start building any static defense. He knows that his opponent isn't moving out to attack because these Zeths are still here, obviously. But he wants to know how many workers, how many Quas, what's the count of the, Larvosks. Did he add another one? Do I have any advantage? AOT thinking about that. The Burrow will continue to regenerate. We'll see if any of those Quas get after it. What Krankendau wants to know is, what's the status on your expansion? He's got a lot of minerals in the bank. I guess he must be saving for a very particular set of units. It's going to be 2 Lechizalisks and then 2 Zoryus. Okay, so yeah, I was going to say a 3rd one could be afforded here. So he's cut all workers for now. We'll see if he adds them back in. Actually going in for Zeths instead, just trying to spend down his larva. The Quas is revealed. So Krankendau's setting up for a pretty deadly push here. Good burrowing on the Zeths. This one will obviously see any Kagra spread, the creep equivalent, and then the other one is seeing for move-outs. And we actually have 5 pairs of Quas immediately queued up. AOT going straight for the ski back. Hydrus then finishes and just immediately gets sent back to the morphing chamber. Now, does Krankendau want to use his Lake defensively or offensively? It seems clear that he's going for the offense. And look at this. The Lake is scouted. Not going to get any damage with this Droleth, but I guess it'll disrupt mining ever so slightly. Go straight back to it. Oh, so close to killing that Drolla. That would have been egg on face. Crow on plate. A Gorgor being added is a great move. Krankendau now just trying to set up for that egress using his Lakes. Second one burrows. This is potentially quite deadly. The Zoryus ensnaring everything. Taking so long to kill, but the Hydras are out. The Hydras are out, and they deal much better versus armored targets. But now we've got 3 Lakes. They just need to get there in the burrow. The Zoryus are being torn asunder. 4 more Hydras in production. This is a deadly push from Crankendow. Is it going to be enough? No detection on the way for AOT. He's going to need to deal with those Lakes somehow. And I don't think it's going to be by standing on top of them with Hydras. So he's going to lose his production. This is a big blow to AOT. Comes around the extremities, just kills whatever units he can. Still no Ovaleth in production. AOT's known for the Ovaleth. He's known for building that. And this is the time he doesn't. Tries to reveal the Lakes, but his army gets absolutely shish kebabbed. Krankendau gets on the board. All right. So now, obviously, what we need is Shopkeeper Dog beats Krankendau, and then we go again, the same loop, and then we play FFA. That's what has to happen here. It'll be Dyadic Shore, another Biddy Bee map. Selected by Mr. Shopkeeper Dog. We love to see Krankendau on the board. Hurts to see AOT take a fall. But I will say, if he had been able to hold that push, it would have been an even more interesting situation because, like, neither player would have had an economic advantage, and one player would have had one kind of tech while the other player had another kind of tech. And, you know, who wins? It's down to positioning and stuff. But no Ovaleth. That was the critical thing. Obviously, he was just trying to make as many Hydras as possible. If his circuits were slightly earlier as well, would have been able to do some more damage, hold on for a bit longer, but they get interrupted. And then when they're on top of the production, it's basically over. You got to win the army fight decisively and then push across to do damage after that. Otherwise, you're going to be very behind. So the further up the ramp Krankendau went, the harder it was for AOT to come back. Just waiting on Krankendau to join the lobby. I assume he's gone for a water break or something. He's celebrating his victory. There we go. Man is in. Now, I don't know what to make of this matchup because both of our players can be pretty aggressive here. Obviously, we saw Shopkeeper Dog with his vultures early, but we haven't seen him go straight for the proxy. You know, the group is called Proxy Town, after all. I appreciate the lore dumps in the chat. Yeah, talking about Withered Organ Krankendau defeating Genesis Organ Art of Turtle and consuming his flesh, becoming revitalized. I think they're pretty close in age, actually. I'd have to go look it up. All right. Shopkeeper Dog says, when ready, yet again. We love to see that. Let's take a look. We've got Shopkeeper Dog in the bottom left as our yellow Terran. And Krankendau in the top left as our maroon Zerg. Not blood. Blade Hollow has taught me the difference between blood and maroon. Blade Hollow also playing. Fighting for his tournament life. He's up against This Is Jimmy and Rainaril. And I believe Rainaril currently leads 2-0 in that group. So it's a Rainaril Jimmy rematch. And Shopkeeper Dog's up to no good dirty tricks. Sending his Masons out. What's he going to do with those? No harvest on the Vespine. You know what that means. Shopkeeper Dog is going to go the Shambler route. Double stockade. Right out here in the open, too. Oh, yeah, I'm just walling, bro. I promise. And they're rallied directly to the main base. Well, We know what Shopkeeper Dog's up to, and Crankendow. He goes Pool, he goes Kagrant. He's going to be playing it pretty normal. Pool early is a bit safer, so maybe he can mount some kind of defense. But the stockades are almost complete, so I think the first Mavericks will arrive, assuming it is Mavericks. I'm pretty sure they will arrive very, very fast, actually. Definitely don't count this as a proxy, but the forward placement of the stockades skips a good amount of time on the ground travel. Yeah, when I build an anchor in my opponent's base, I'm defending them, clearly. So it is going to be Hurricanes, which slows it down a little bit. They move faster, but they don't have stim, and they train longer. They take a little bit longer to train the Mavericks. We'll see what the follow-up is for Dog. It looks like he's a little bit low on minerals now, but no, he gets enough to queue something else up. What's he want? What's he thinking? Is that it? No, he was waiting for a little bit more money so he could make 2 more. Okay. All right. Well, 2 pairs of quads are being made. Looks like, so far, we haven't seen Krankendau go for really anything as far as those Rilla Rocors are concerned. So he's going to heckle over here. His Mason's over here just to see what's happening. But he looks away as the quads hatch, so won't have access to that Mason. Now he's thinking about maybe falling back a little bit. Just in a slightly more defensive position, right? Like, Krankendow's going to be like, hey, wait a second, what are you doing here? The one Zeth escaping. Scouting plenty of Hurricanes, by the way. These Mavericks are on attack move, so they will deal with that Zethrakor. Immediately, 2 more static defense structures start to come down. That's going to be 2 circuits. So I think Shopkeeper Dog should be feeling pretty good about this position, because he has forced out a response. Krankendau might even... Oh, he's putting down a 3rd one. Yeah, like that's... You got to respect this, but maybe respect it with units more that can move across the map. He actually cancels that when he knows... Krankendau knows what's going on. Good shuffle on the Mason there, getting up just in time to get out. You can dodge the Circuit, but it's a lot harder now. I did increase the animation speed of the Circuit attack so that dodges happened a little bit less frequently. So whether it's by chance or by intention, Shopkeeper Dog has struck out there. It's still definitely containing him, the Mason even here for body block. Forcing Shopkeeper Dog to probably consider a Vornath Pond in order to break out of here. And Dog, in the meanwhile, hasn't harvested a lick of gas. He can go for a Ministry. No, instead he's going to go up the ramp, I think. Trying to get it up there. It's a little bit harder than he would like to make it up. He ends up dropping 2 Hurricanes, 2 Mavericks, and all he does is kill 2 Quas. Not ideal. So that's going to be a cancellation as the Ministry comes up. Job's done on the fact of he's got his opponent cowed a little bit. And, you know, Crank hasn't actually scouted out to see whether or not there's still a forward guard over here. He's just kind of assuming there is. So when he does walk out there and sees no units, he's going to be like, huh? What's going on? Sieve on the way, harvesting Vespine again. The stockades lift. They'll be returning back home, I suppose, to find a better spot to be placed. And the biomass will be hanging out over here. Technically, this is another pathway, but unlikely to be used. The Qua's splitting. Zorka's Shroud on the way. So this is kind of an important match for the meta of the group, because bio openers can be very deadly, especially if they're, you know, non-stop, incessant, unending, unceasing. The reason why I bring that up is because obviously the Shambler has been doing plenty of that. And at the same time, I don't know how practiced Krankendau is on that, because I feel like overall the style that you would want to play into this is going to be very different. So the fact that Shopkeeper Dog is playing a sort of version of it, it's a much more, you know, more laid back, like withdrawn version. It's not as balls to the wall. He's already getting a Savant, adding another Covenant. He's clearly got a transition in mind. It will be scouted by Crankendow. So you see the army get pulled back here because he's not sure that there's a drop in here or not. Starpad gets added. The Avaleth will probably see that. Maybe not, actually. Ahmed trying to jump onto it. Not quite a mechanic we've added. Maybe later. All right, so with the Savants out, right? Like, this guy is a pretty legit option. Oh, no. Oh, no. Krankendau just gave the game away in a big way. He's got Lakers out, and one of them just wanders up and gets immediately killed. Loses the Lakers, and reveals that ant seals are going to be a priority. So Shopkeeper Dog's star pad finishes up. He's adding more Covenants, by the way. He wants to have maximal production here. The Savaleth scouting out the third base. Krankendau only now taking his natural. He's definitely behind economically, but he can fight back from that position. Worker count isn't too far away. Just needs to actually finish that base and saturate it, so he's harvesting from it. Already have a sieve over here. And a third ministry on the way, as per usual for Dog. You know, this is actually a very late third ministry for Dog, if I'm honest. What is it? Quad Larvosk. So the 2 hatch for Larvosk means he's making 6 larvae every 14 seconds. So every 14 seconds he can start a unit. He can start 6 units, specifically. Definitely getting up there. Somebody was asking about the Zorius in chat. It's a frontline, you know, it soaks up a lot of damage, right? Has a lot of armor, has a lot of health. Doesn't deal great damage itself, but when it attacks something, it marks them as a swarming omen. See you later, Avaleth. And the swarming omen just means that movements towards it are accelerated. So basically, if I attack, you know, one of Shopkeeper Dog's units with that Zorius, the rest of my army will move faster if they're moving towards the unit. And on top of that, if they take damage, they spawn a little Broodling equivalent, the Rillarokor, which itself has, like, ensnare when it dies. So there's a lot of utility wrapped up into that guy. Very powerful force. You don't mind if it dies. You don't mind if it takes damage. And if it doesn't, it's going to speed everything up. But it's not a source of damage unto itself. Shopkeeper Dog has set up a very nice line here. He's got some Eidolons to help range down the Lakers. And it looks like he's got the composition necessary to boss Crankendow around a little bit. Our Zerg player trying to go for some kind of surround, but not really afforded any, right? His Qua's still on patrol. Gets attacked by an Eidolon, so not quite going to be able to do much there. The Avaleth is here for that detection. The Zazeth in the group. There you go. You got him. I was like, what's happening with the decloaking? So Krankendow's out on the map now, and this might be a little bit of a bait for him. He's going for a Hydrath then in the background. He is going to try to go for it. The speed boost from the Zorius helping those Lakers get in a position. Great spine volley. He's going again. Krankendau will not be stopped. But it looks like this attack should be held. It's just, it was very expensive for the Terran player. Hurakan on the front line. Yeah, okay, that forces the Lakers to unburrow. That was a massacre for both sides, and Krankendau does seem like he's remaxing a little bit sooner. Setting up that third base for both players, but it's mining for Shopkeeper Dog. The economy definitely favoring our Terran right now. Back behind this, 5 more Lakizolisks are on the way, and he's already got 10 of them. Shopkeeper Dog might need to run for the hills. Thankfully, doesn't end up losing too much just yet. But now the Zorius are on top, and they speed everything up. Oh, unfortunately, he decollides a little bit on that unburrow. Needs to fall back. Needs to focus down those Lakers when he can, and otherwise just get the hell out of Dodge. He's slowly whittling down the front line, and the Hurakans giving their lives for the cause. Where's the spine volley? Okay, wasn't quite focused there from Crank, but this one looks like it'll be humongous. Shopkeeper Dog might be about out of his way. Yeah, I don't know. How can he push back from this? Still, there's only, what, 6 Lakers left? That is doable. Without any front line, that is definitely doable. Needs to fall back. He sets them up into their power siphon mode. You don't want to fight into that. Not that he really had that many units to fight into anyway. Setting up the third base behind all of this. How's Shopkeeper Dog's macro? He's only now sending up his saturation level at the third. Slamming out Hurakan Eidolon. No tech yet for Crankendow, or rather for Shopkeeper Dog. And, you know, speaking of tech for Crankendow, does he want to pivot away from the Lakers? He's got 8 of them. I don't know if that's quite enough. And he's only making Zorius right now out of the rotation. Okay, 3 more Lakers also popping up. So he's up to 11. I think once you're above 10 Lakes, you know, offensively, that gets to a point where it's really scary, right? So some of those Lakes are getting burrowed at the third base, just as safeguards. Does Shopkeeper Dog entertain the idea of a drop? Does he entertain the idea of taking just another base and trying to hold and get to tier 2? Because with this style, you're spending so much Vespine, no sieve on the third. Adding just another stockade to make more Hurricanes. Just spending down his minerals any way he can. And maybe thinking about a fourth base, but right now, it's going to take a little bit longer. Oh, Crankendow might be caught in the attack. Hurricanes kind of forming a saber to slice up into the Zerg army here. Not necessarily what he wants to do. He needs to actually set up very deliberately. The Huracan stack slowing down his Eidolons right now. They are not going to be able to jump forward. Still, not very many Lakers got pulled down here with this army. It looks like a lot more of them were burrowed back up there. I think there's a burrowed Zoryu somewhere, yes. So that'll obviously get killed. All right, the Eidolon stack getting a very, very deadly level. Pretty soon it'll be able to just one-shot, you know, individual Zoryus if he wants to, but does he want to spend the APM to do that? I'm not so sure. Gorgacores have been added. This is going to be very deadly. He needs to be able to deploy his Savants or something. He doesn't have hardly anything that he can use to deal with that. As soon as he sees that, he needs to start hightailing, get out of there, split up some of those Hurricans, go for the desperation move, but this looks like it'll be the clothesline. The volleys. He's going to get multiple volleys from his Lakers. From one standing position, the Gorgacores are brought down. Shopkeeper Dog needs to fall back, needs to find better situations to fight from, but I don't think he's got any. More Hurricans are on the way. Another volley just about to finish. But look at the spines. Look at the Hydras mixed in to hunt down the rest of the chaff. 3 base versus 3 base, but Shopkeeper Dog did not develop his tech into anything else. Got a lot of money in the bank. Krankendau same way, but GG is called nonetheless. And that will be a tough spot for Shopkeeper Dog to go to. Down 0-2. Krankendau currently dauntless in the group. AOT will try to change that. Well, you know what that means. We have AOT picking the next map, going up against Krankendau. We get another Z mirror under our belts. And it looks like AOT needs a moment to join the lobby, but it will be Paradise. So we are all set up on that. What's up? Oh, boys, we got Hapsea in the chat. Obviously, Shambler came in earlier. Welcome, Shambler. I saw Knight of the Realm a few times. Welcome, homie. We got Toyota and Neutron in there. Of course, we got Shopkeeper Dog himself. You know, Dog, that was a close match. There was definitely... It probably didn't feel close from your perspective, but... Your first match on Apollo, also, like... Unfortunate. I don't know if you went back and watched it or anything, but he had nothing but those Hydras that you GG'd to. There was like 4 Hydras left or whatever. He didn't have anything coming behind that, and you had more workers by a considerable margin. So that one was that was unfortunate. But that last one on Dyadic Shore, could have happened. Could have happened. Krankendau seems to be master of the strategies for now. When the Zorkis comes out, I don't know how you can fight that with Bio. I think you lose too much to the Zoryus stuff. AOT's in the middle of doing some Brood War stuff. He's organizing some kind of team or whatever. And he's like, man, I was hoping that last match would take longer. Yeah, Krankendau shouldn't have gone Zorkas, clearly. But Krankendau loves his Zorkas. He very rarely goes back to. So, kind of an interesting dynamic. He loves Zorius Lakers. He's a very, very big fan of that. We need to get Hapsea into one of these single-day tourneys. TBH. I know this is day 2, but, you know, each player pretty much only plays one day. Unless they want to play both days, and there's availability. In fact, I would not have been able to put Jakulenski anywhere if I didn't double up Blade and Jimmy, so kind of funny. Hopefully they're all having fun. Actually, let's check in. Perhaps expectantly, Jimmy is having a tough time. While we're waiting for the homies, I can kind of go over some of the other stuff that's happened. So, check in with some of the groups that I don't think we actually looked at. So let me bring those up here for you guys. So yesterday we had the undercard for Group B taken shape, and I don't actually have the exact scores. I think it is. I think these are the scores. I'll show them in a moment here. So this was the final deck for Group B undercard that concluded yesterday. Smarty Cakes claims revenge. Cannoli actually dropped him in the opening and then beat Grass Eater, and then Smarty came back and played several matches after that. Actually, I guess technically Grass might have been 0-4 and not 0-3 for that math to work out. But either way, Grass unfortunately not able to go winless, or not able to get a win. That being said, the tenor of the games, the flavor of the games, apparently is very exciting. So that will be interesting to take a look at later on. All right, we are ready to get started, so let us do that. Going to Paradise for Game 4 of our matchup here. It's going to be Art of Turtle in the top right as our Japanese Violet Zerg. And in the bottom right, we have Krankendau, the Dark Sapphire Zerg. Just going to go ahead and not hit the right key there. There you go. I think it was Tudor yesterday on yesterday's stream asking me how I do that so fast. It's F10, O, N, and then you pick L, H, or E. I always do H. Sometimes you have to do E. And then you just hit enter. I didn't mean to actually do enter there because then it would have sent the message again. My bad. Yeah, Protoss is underpowered in this project. We have to buff them. So, looks like the same build as before for our Crank. However, Art of Turtle is instead going straight to Larvosk. So he's actually going to do a little bit more of a greedy / economic build. Interesting stuff. Because it's not immediately what you would think, right? It's like, okay, Crank is going to be the more aggressive guy because he's getting his pool early. But, I don't know. Kind of interesting. What is AOT's response going to be exactly? Thank you, Nexus. Appreciate it. Second Larvosk. Okay, so it's definitely on the greedier side. I wasn't sure if it was just going to be a straight Larvosk all the way into pool after, or what was going to happen there. So, the way that I'm seeing this is Art of Turtle is basically doing the build that Hit 'em Up tried to do, where he puts the Kagra, the creep, towards the ramp, and then puts a static defense structure down. It's a funny idea. On a 4-spot map, it's much more likely to go by undetected. And you can see that here with Crankendow choosing not to scout with a worker, instead scouting with, because his earlier pool timing, scouting with his units. This is actually going to work out pretty nicely. You just can't dodge the shots from the Circuit, so that's a wrap for that. But he gets everything he needs to know. He sees, he sees Circuit double Larvosk. You know something tricksy is going to happen. We see 4 pairs of brood spawn being made. I don't know. I mean, this almost feels like a bit of a waste of larva, but he'll get it back eventually. Ah, the Droleth has been found. Frank gonna be microing his little heart out, and then the Quads will take over on the lazy A move. Zorka's Shroud, scouting info denied to Art of Turtle. Holy shit, I'm just hearing that Hepsea played last night. The hell? Epic? I didn't know Hepsea played RTS. Hey, got him! Got him! Got him. Alright, the Zorka Shroud is coming with an Opala. I do think that at this point, Krankendau is just going to continuously send the Scout Ovaleth. If people are tracking that, they will be able to be somewhat, like, lackadaisical about a response. They aren't going to need to kill the Ovaleth or, like, panic about it and pull their army because they'll know it's not a drop. But I'm not sure. Like, maybe you just do that over and over again, and then one time it does actually have something in it. So, 2 Lakas, 1 Zori's. Okay, we're starting to climb up in the scale there. These Izira cores, it's so funny. Neutron does this too. Art of Turtle taking a page out of Neutron's book, moving out with 5 Izira cores of all things. Honestly, if the Lakas weren't here, this would be pretty scary. It's still kind of scary. Yeah, just get right on top of them and soften them up a little bit. These bad boys are tough. These are tough puppies. Good luck, my friend. Gonna deal with all those. This is a very different style than what AOT showed in the first game between him and Crank on Serenity. That is definitely strange. By the way, still the Biddy Bee Invitational continues. All 4 maps played so far, Biddy Bee maps. Scouting the Zorka's follow-up. Neither player going for an expand. Crankendow gonna be changing my mind about that shortly. There you go. I think he even canceled something so he could afford it faster. Of course, he has this Burrowed Zeth here confirming no hatch. Gestating. It feels like, to me, we are going to be seeing some very, very interesting fights in this match. Because right now, our players are just chilling on the macro, getting their tech developed. And AOT going to go ahead and take his expand now. I don't think that's going to reveal the Zeth, by the way. So, yeah, not quite. The Ovaleth is going to get heckled. The Hydras could just pounce on this. It doesn't look like AOT's realized. And Crank hasn't either. He's busy back at home making sure his workers are set. He's sending them up over there to harvest a little bit better. And now... trying to thread the needle. That Ovaleth is dead. Hey, it's hiding behind the minerals. You can harvest it. Oh, no. It's still alive. Yeah, I don't think he noticed. He was too busy. Izira core dropping. There's still a bunch of Quas over here for defense. By the way, those 2 getting brought along for a ride. 1 dead worker, 2 dead workers. Not sure if there's any more. Oh, yeah. 3 and 4. No Izira core casualties just yet, but the Lakers will try to change that. Oh, they're going straight for the natural mineral line. That's surprising. I don't think they're going to get any more kills. Wow, they actually do. Good work from AOT. Certainly denying mining time, gets a good full scout on, sees the state of the game, knows that he's marginally behind economically, you know, as far as the tempo goes, but he's actually got 10 workers to the better, 11 workers on the better. We'll see if he can immediately translate that. He is going to go ahead and cap his ridge. Finally, that Zethracore will be cleaned up just by virtue of somebody pathing around it. Krankendau got the information he needed from it. Looks like we're going to go for a ski back here for Art of Turtle, and Krankendau already has his Hydrith Den up as well. So, with the Kha'Zixrith up as well, I think this kind of points towards AOT trying to go to tier 2 on 2 bases. He has a ridiculous amount of minerals, though. Like, at this point, you might want to start grabbing some more Izira cores, some Zoryusthaleths. Krankendau experiencing Lard as he attempts to decollide his army. He still has, like, random Rillaro cores and stuff. I think that was from the Zoryus, if I'm not mistaken. So he's setting up his anti-drop defense in the natural. No player going for a third yet. Both players actually kind of watching for it. I love this Quaz just casually like, hey, what's up, guys? I'm just gonna keep watch. This Izira core guarding for the obvious third. Are the Ovoleths chasing each other? They are! There's something really funny to me about that. Oh no, he blocked his own ramp. Man's hitting the Brood War. I really liked the Ovoleth chasing the other Ovoleth. That was really good. Another one that dies behind the minerals. Just adding resources. Well, the Izira core will get cleared at the third base. Might signal to Art of Turtle what his opponent wants to do. You know, Art of Turtle's gone to a ridiculous amount of workers, but man's fully saturated. He's actually taking a very aggressive posture, but his Bactylisks are towards the front line. I don't know that that's exactly what you want here. Exploratory Hydralisk. I guess that is the cheapest unit that he's got in this army, as far as scouting goes. When you fall back and you see the Kha'Zixrith, though, I think at that point it's going to be really debatable whether or not you're going to be able to break this. And I think the Burrowed Lake is as well. This one's actually slightly out of range, but this one is going to do multiple volleys, right? So that's going to be super dangerous. Gorgocore is getting a bit softened up there. Bactylisks chucking acid at them. Oh, Gorgocores for both sides. Looks like they're both thinking the same thing. We need that spread damage. Plus the Ovoleths for each one, just in case of the Lake is. All right, it's starting to explode here. Krankendau going to get a nice burrow off with his Lake is in the middle of the map. The Bactylisks are getting munched on by the Gorgs. We need to see a little bit of micro. The Izira cores are not in a good position. Those Bactylisks need to fall back. Gorgocores for AOT have exploded. Looks like the Gorgocore count is starting to drop, but it's not before Art of Turtle's Bactylisk count is plummeting. And he still hasn't cleared all the Izira cores. The Ovoleth ensnared. Not much that he can do to defend versus that. That was a tough fight. But back at home, he still has the Kha'Zixrith. It's not all over yet, and Krankendau has not expanded behind this. He has the map control, but does he dare push into that dedicated grounds on the defense? The one Gorg heckling his Ovoleth. AOT back against the wall here. The Kha'Zixrith also acts as detection, but it will be volleyed down without really that much fanfare here. It does end up getting bursted. The Gorgocores are still reigning supreme over this ground army. So tanky. Not enough Hydras to break them. More of them coming out of the hatch as we speak. Is it going to be enough? The Zoryus get on top of the Lakers just to see if they can slow him down a little bit. No, not that many workers have died right now. Krankendau very much still behind economically. He has a third base coming. Gorgahors have arrived. No detection left. What happened to his Ovaleth? Looks like it might not matter. Hydra Remax on the way. This is how you fight the Gorgahor. And then it's just a Hydra fight where I think Krankendau is decidedly advantaged. He's going to come at him. Good focus fire onto that Gorg, but still, it spreads a lot of damage. Those Ovaleths taking up so much damage. That Iziricor needs to get on. Needs to defend. AOT losing so many. There you go. He's found it. Krankendau now seizing control of the economics. It was a hard-fought battle to get control of it, but he's got so many Hydras. Is this how the fight ends? Is this the termination point? Mass Hydra. 3 Lake is on the way for AOT. Good call. Now it's starting to get back into the Gorgakors. Feels like at this point what you want as the Zerg that's defending is you want a couple of Spraiths over here or something just to heckle down the Gorgs. Lake is surely would be useful, but that Hydra count is absolutely undeniable. Krankendau looks poised to take 3rd win on the board in a row. He cannot be stopped. All right, we wait for Shopkeeper Dog's map pick. Near Impact versus Crankendow. That's Shopkeeper Dog's selection. I like that Tudor joined and Observer joined. I don't know who those people are. We're getting started for Game 5. Group B uppercard continues. Shopkeeper Dog in the top left as our Forest Green Terran. Krankendau in the bottom right as our Maroon Zerg. So Krankendau is the Titan, but Shopkeeper Dog can still try to challenge him here. It's very, very rare, but there can be cases where, you go up to 3 wins and you still don't get first place. Basically what would need to happen is Shopkeeper Dog would need to go on his own flawless streak. And what would happen is he'd beat Krankendau, he'd beat Art of Turtle, and then he'd beat Krankendau again, and then they'd have a tiebreaker because they'd both be at 3 wins, right? So, also what could happen is Shopkeeper Dog beats Krankendau, Art of Turtle beats Shopkeeper Dog, and then beats Krankendau, and then it would be Art of Turtle, Krankendau tiebreaker. So... just saying, that would be how it goes. Krankendau going for his pull into Larvosket again. That is his bread and butter. He has not strayed from that. Shopkeeper Dog going for a more tame Stockade than on Dyadic Shore. Very interesting stuff. I am looking forward to seeing how this matchup develops. Because right now it does feel like Zerg obviously has some advantages that are intrinsic to them. But compositionally speaking, while Bio gets you ahead early, it forces a certain response, and you need to have your own response to that response. Which doesn't necessarily mean abandoning all of Bio. Just might mean doing something a little bit different. So it's going to be the 1 Maverick Ministry here from Shopkeeper Dog, as he gets his Mason down to build the Ministry on location. You can sometimes, I feel like, it's risky to do this, right? But you can sometimes move that Maverick with your Mason to psych your opponent out and force them to play a little bit more on the defensive side. by, you know, trying to pressure a Larvosk or trying to kill a worker. Just do anything with your first, you know, Maverick there. You can stim it across the map, etc. And it doesn't slow your Ministry any. It just means that it's another APM thing to juggle. At this point, it looks like Krankendau will be scouting the lack of a move out and the fact that there is an early Ministry, and that will definitely change his style here. He's already added a third Kagrant. Doesn't have the gas to turn it into a Larvosk. This is probably meant to be a Circuit to help him hold the early aggression. But he's going to get deep enough to scout. This feels like an error from Dog to deny the scouting. Because right now, that Droleth has seen everything it needs to see. He can just sit on this Kagrant for a little bit and go straight into an expand himself later. So, you know, a valid choice. I haven't seen people do this yet because it's still a relatively new mechanic that buildings regress into Droleths. But I wouldn't even hate if he decided to... He's actually turning it into a static defense anyway. I wouldn't even hate if he decided to kill this to get his worker back and start mining again. Like, that is a valid way to do it as well. Dog mining from the less efficient patches. Hasn't he consulted Cannoli's system? Doesn't he know? Go for the closer one. It's going to be a fast switch into Covenants. It looks like Dog still believes in that strategy, but Krankendau already going for the Zorkas. It feels like when you're against a player who prefers the Zorkas in general, has that style down pat, you don't really want to be playing into his hand. Unless it's a limited scaling of the, you know, Eidolon, Savant kind of stuff. Then it can be something different. Or Savant out. Not really that many units out just yet for Krankendau, but he does change that with another round of Quas. Shopkeeper Dog's very fast expansion has earned him an worker advantage for now, although it is starting to close the gap. Krankendau expecting drop play from his opponent. Doesn't look like it's going to be that mediated Covenant queue that I thought it would be. He's going straight for the Starpad follow-up. He'll be adding a third Covenant at some point. Is what he can sustain off of 2 bases with the Sieves. Obviously still needs to cap his Ridge. He's pretty safe from anything that Krankendau can initially put up, but that expansion coming only now for Crank after his first round of Lake's Zoryus. Feels like a little bit of a slower response time there. Now, Dog can choose to respond to this by going for a faster third base, but I kind of feel like at this point, what you would prefer as the Terran is just a either tech or get a more of a military force. I don't think expanding helps you here as much, because by the time your expansion is up and running, you're going to be defending it. Sort of like the Apollo game. Or even on the Dyadic Shore game, he was trying to take army fights after, as he was also expanding. So, you know, that not necessarily that's like the worst decision ever. It's just, it doesn't give you that many military forces, right? Like, you then need to scale your production, and so that's its own thing. It takes a lot of resources to actually get an expansion up, and perhaps chief among them is time. All right, well, as of right now, with the 4th Covenant coming down and supplementary stockades to produce Harakans coming down, it looks like it will still be Harakan, Eidolon, Savant as the army for Shopkeeper Dog. I'm seeing a lot of map activity here from Krankendau. Nothing in that transport, but we'll still scout everything that Krankendau needs to see. And he's already won against this style before, so he shouldn't feel too unhappy about scouting that. Ridge cap on both in the main and the natural. Avaleth overwhelmed yet again. But it's done its job. Definitely could have fallen away, but that's okay. Remember, if Krankendau wins this, he is indisputably the first place in the group. And then it will be Shopkeeper Dog versus AOT. A best of 3 with AOT up 1-0 from their earlier encounter on Apollo. So that will be up following it. A 4th stockade added as well. So yeah, really going hard in the paint on the bio. We saw this on Dyadic Shore already. The move out is coming. Lakes are prepared. He's adding more where he can. It doesn't really feel like he's got so many of them. But keep in mind, there's only the one ant seal, right? Yeah, that's all he's made. He's made the one ant seal, all of his other gas going towards those Eidolons, and of course the Covenants to begin with. No, he's not. He's actually thinking about whether or not he should move. Okay. Kind of interesting. Of course, with all these patrolling quads, you are 100% going to see the move out come out. The Mason from the beginning of the game still standing vigil, sees the move out from Crank and falls back. Okay. Yeah, I think as Dog here, you're going to be trying to get a better positioning on your army. Like the one of the problems is that it blobs up with you without more express control. Third base now coming for both players, actually. The Ministry is here. I saw Shopkeeper Dog set up a camera hockey on the third base that has more minerals. Maybe he'll preemptively build some... Oh, he's actually making a 4th base. Okay, so third base is landing. He's got the workers to transfer over. Whether he does it or not is kind of another story. Hydra's Den on the way. Looks like Bactylisks will be a late flex for Shopkeeper Dog's opponent here. This is very scenic, very thematic, very organized. This one's not blinking, but besides that, it's great. I'm just not sure it's going to lead to a win, but I appreciate it. Let's see if Shopkeeper Dog can make something happen. He's got a nice little line here. He's allowed his army to stretch out naturally. And now he's going to go ahead and make the move. One Lakes gets taken care of early on. That's another one. They're diving in now. That's 12 Lakes, actually a little bit more. And of course, the Zorius. That's just going to allow him to keep shuffling forward. Oh, the spines are brutal. So much of the Terran army getting eviscerated here. I think it's going to be a total wipe. And he still has 11 Lakes, 7 Zorius left to keep the pressure going. Hurakan Eidolon coming on in. It looked like a good initial setup for the fight, but you need some kind of escape plan. You need some kind of way out. Good Hurakan count over here. Definitely helpful. Doesn't quite look like it's going to be enough, but hey, there's not that much else here. It's just pure Eidolons ranging down the Lakes. So you know what? Krankendau will actually be held at an arm's length, but he's taken his third base. He doesn't have great saturation on it, but at least the gases are mining. Looks like the 4th base is airlifting towards the 9 o'clock position. This third base not actually saturated yet. Only now is he pulling workers for it. Keeping his money spent very, very low, but that Lakes count's really scary. You almost don't even want to care about the Lakes snipes until you clear the Zorius. The Zorius are the bigger targets there. The Quaz will get cleaned up, but it will scout what maybe Krankendau thinks is the third base. Hard to say. The Eidolons here pouncing on the opportunity to clear the deck of a couple of Lakes. Right now, Krankendau can maybe afford that. Only down to 10 Lakes. Not so many Hydras. Not great army coming behind this. If Krankendau does get routed here, it's just pure Hydra on the back end. He's kind of counting on the same victory with the Lakes early to put it into an insolvable position. The Lakes getting great spines onto the Hurakans. But the Eidolons have been mostly untouched. Shopkeeper Dog taking better fights now. The last 2 fights have definitely been better for him. He can afford to throw away the Hurakan chaff. He's got 6 stockades producing them. Adding more Savants into the mix for their penetration as well. Once the Hurakans burn the armor off the Zorius, it penetrates the Lakes, it penetrates the Hydra. Some Bactylisks are being flexed into now. The Eidolons are okay versus that. They just need to clear the Ovoleths first so that they don't get taken care of. And so Dog recognizing he has a bit of a window here. How long will it remain open? Is it simply a mirage? Oh no! Krankendau burrows his Hydras. His whole control group gets burrowed there, and the Ovoleths are taken out. No detection for Krankendau versus the Eidolons, and the Hurakans descend upon him. crashing upon the shore. Krankendau finally snipes out that detection, but he has no more Leikas coming anyway. It's an academic matter here as the Savants rip into this Zerg army. Not much is left, and the Eidolon line finally will break through. We've got a Terran victory. Krankendau will be defeated. Shopkeeper Dog posts up on the board. That's what we like to see, boys. That's what we like to see. It felt like it was so good for Krankendau, and yet he took a couple of fights that were better for Shopkeeper, and the dog got in him. All right. We like to see that. First place yet to be decided. I don't know if that's a mind game or what, but Shopkeeper Dog might be leaking his strats. Trying to analyze that game a little bit more. It feels like at some point when Krankendau took his third base, maybe he spent a lot of his larva on saturating it or something. Like, I was kind of surprised that he didn't have more of an army. It's not a linear growth necessarily, but kind of interesting. It'll be Debaloon selected by Art of Turtle. It has actually been updated since yesterday, but not in a super consequential way. It just means that the corner bases, bottom left, top right, they have a little bit more room behind the minerals so that your workers don't get stuck if they decollide over. So, you know, Krankendau reported it. He won't even be playing in the match related to it, so that's pretty good. If you lose and Turtle loses, if you lose here, you are third. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Let me think about this. So Shopkeeper Dog versus AOT. Currently, they're within the best of three within themselves. AOT is up 1-0. And yeah, that's kind of funky, isn't it? But yeah. Mystery Meat has not played in a while, unfortunately. AOT now realizing we have no tiebreaker situation. All right, GLHF's exchanged. We're going in to the next game. Our American heroes, Proxy Town, USA. We'll see if we go there. AOT in the top left as our Japanese Violet Zerg, sending his first two workers immediately to the geyser. While Shopkeeper Dog down here in the bottom right plays as the Red Terran, flexing those vanilla colors on us. Let's see what he can do. He had some very nice showings with the bio. Gotta be said, gotta be said. Strong stuff. Krankendau falling down a little bit there. And it will be... This is interesting. So I can't remember if he got gas very fast after the stockade in near impact. But if he did, then he's doing the same strategy. He's like, well, it won once. Just to get you guys up to speed on the format here. So I know that the scoreline looks like, well, Shopkeeper Dog is now tied with Art of Turtle. But the head-to-head matchup is favoring AOT, as he did win their opener on Apollo. So if Art of Turtle wins here, it does consign Shopkeeper Dog to third place, which means that AOT will have to see if he can do the double win versus Krankendau in order to secure first place, right? So just saying, that's basically how whoever wins here needs to win twice versus Krankendau. Otherwise, things are going to be a bit tricky. So It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. Shopkeeper Dog definitely has the ability to. I mean, he beat Krankendau once, so maybe he can do it again. But right now, he's got to think about the AOT in front of him. He's going to stim his Maverick to clear this Droleth and deny any scouting intel that he can. The pre-stim is good. That will be a wrap on that. Now, he does end up moving across the map with it, I think. No, he's actually going to stand in his choke. But still, that might make AOT a little reticent to go for anything too crazy. Looks like he was going for the... I love that he's attacking it with his Mason. Like, I know what you're doing. AOT might be going for a more macro-based strat. And Shopkeeper Dog, he's going to go the drops. The double star pad. Wait, maybe it's Wraith play. Hold on. Hold the phone. AOT clumping his Larvosks. I know that Steven, Swarmlord 1, he would not have a great time with that. He would not be a super fan of that. Versus Terran, because they do have Cyclops. Just scouting, just seeing what's up. Sees that it's a pool. The Circuit obviously locking the Mason in. The Riller Rokors will spawn soon and help deal with that. I'm out of here. Wait, there's a Circuit. I'm really out of here. Okay, this is actually the perfect storm for Wraiths. No scouting was done. The Oveleth is going to come in and probably see it. The Mavericks seem positioned to try to catch that a little bit, but they should be a little bit further out, I think, so that they can stim and kill it. Yeah, the double Wraith here is going to get scouted by AOT, it looks like. Shopkeeper Dog, you need to be on it. You need to be zoning him away. He hasn't scouted the star pad yet. He doesn't know. Oh, this is a very strange-looking Shopkeeper Dog base, though. We don't see a ministry or anything. What's happening? The Oveleth sight range is pretty big, but I don't believe that he got deep enough to see that star pad. I would be suspicious, though. I'd be very suspicious. Shopkeeper Dog stims. He's going to chase after the Oveleth. AOT. He is forcing stims out, it must be said. All right, that Oveleth is very, very low now. I think if I'm Dog, I just pinch off some of my Mavericks and move out, but obviously you have to be a little bit paranoid. Anchor on the high ground here. Yeah, you don't want to be killed by a run-by or anything. Hydrostan on the way for Art of Quaz. Not really living up to his name there. He's only made a couple. The Oveleth snuck in. It saw the star pads. What's he going to do about it? The rates are already in motion. 1 K-Grint, 2 K-Grint for the Spraiths. But will he be given the runaround? Shopkeeper Dog has never shown this strategy before. At least not in officials. Not to say he hasn't practiced it. The rates are in the base. What are they going to go after? They 2-hitting workers right now. A Wraith flies over the quad stack. That's it. A bit of a disaster for Shopkeeper Dog. But he's still picking workers. Still making it look good. Another Wraith goes down. As long as he keeps the 3, he can still one-tap, but looks like that will be sorted out. Double Spraith in the main base. One of it over here at that little outpost. All right, well, AOT has definitely been cowed a little bit. Does the Wraith stack get canceled? No. He's going to double down on it. He wants to get to that Doom stack of Wraiths where he can then go for, like, the Anciel to shield himself. He can absolutely afford a Ministry. Looks like he will do just that. The Wraiths can pick this Oveleth. So the way that the Wraith cloaking works is that it is proximity-based. You have to be close enough to them to deal damage to them. The Oveleth is still useful because then you don't need to actually reveal them first. You can just get them. I think that Wraith might have spotted a little bit of the move out, but not quite sure. Might have just been a little bit too far out. Obviously, we have the Anchor and plenty of Mavericks here. The Quaz alone are not going to do anything. Would love to see this stockade get lifted and then made a Vestry somewhere, because if that happens, you can be in a very, very nice position. Still, the Ministry could get slowed. It's 11 Quaz. The Mavericks can deal with that pretty easily. And the Larvosks have been left open. Wow, what a move here. Shopkeeper Dog recognizing, you don't have a Spraith over here. I'll just pick these Larvosks. He can sack 1 Wraith for this. It's totally worth it. That's 125 gas down the drain. Traded for 75 minerals, 25 gas. The Wraith is cheap as hell. Khazitra on the way for the defense. Wow, he's doing that over here. He turned that into a Spraith. Really interesting. Going to be picking the... He's not going to be doing Larvosks anymore, I guess. He's going to be doing Hatcherosks, but that's really going to slow him down. The Anciel here shielding. This is going to allow Shopkeeper Dog to go for some picks. Just one quads for now, practicing his micro. So the Hydra... the burst lasers are 2x5 with no armor pen. So they're actually dealing 8 damage to the Hydra because it has 1 armor. So he needs to hit him with like... I want to say like 13, 14 Wraiths, something like that, to one-shot the Hydra. But, you know, he's over 7, so he can two-shot him. And he is adding enough Wraiths. Yep. He's at that number now. The move out might still be a little bit deadly. Anseal kind of scouting around, but the Wraiths are crawling. They're picking Hydras individually. He's at that one-shot mark. We can see that. Very clear. Another Anseal. Really getting the stack up. He's going to be able to do a lot here. Probably pick that Spraith and then go after the Khaz'trith. Problem is, back at home, yeah, he lifts the Ministry. He kind of knows what's up here. He's already huddled around the anchor. Oh, the air units are actually coming back. This feels like maybe an overcommittal. I feel like he can just sit here and hold, but he wants the expansion. He wants that extra income. And he knows that if he crushes the army, AOT might be in a rough spot. There's the Wraiths. There they are. And they will wipe the army. A Kagrin is in that Ovalith, but I don't think that the Art of Turtle remembered. Not quite going to be able to burst it. It will go ahead and unload. It's putting a Spraith down in the forward position. I don't hate the idea. Didn't really manage the Wraith count too well in that position. So a little bit of a rough spot here. I love that he did that, though. That is so good. Still, at this point, you can just take the Mavericks and stim them across the bridge. What are you going to really do in that position? 2 more Anseals going to join to strengthen the palisades there. The Wraiths are going to be more defended than ever. Back at home, we don't really have a growth in the defenses. Only a couple of Hydras left over. The natural being taken, but Droleth's being a little bit overly rambunctious, looking to get at the action early. 4 Starpad Wraiths continuing to produce. My. Cestus right next to the Ministry, adding that extra armor, making it a bit difficult for Hydras and later Bactylisks to get a lot of value offensively. And the Hatrosk is going to get pounced upon. This is a lot of Wraiths. Like, he's up to almost 20 Wraiths. He is going to need to do something here. No, you can't burrow versus the detection. The Anseal's going to eat your lunch. Oh, this is so dense. Such a dense ball here. I'd pick that Ovalith. There you go. I don't think Dog realizes he can just A-move this. He has so many Wraiths right now. He's toying with them. Decidedly advantaged. Might have a worker deficit, but definitely does not have the army deficit. So much here for Dog. World his oyster. And AOT needs to go for Skith records at this point, I think. I don't think you mess around with Bactas. Here come the Wraiths. Good luck trying to burrow versus that. The Spraith's going to go down real quick. Can be remorphed. But he hasn't lost any units yet. The Anseals do end up falling as far as their shields go. That was kind of a net negative slightly for a Shopkeeper Dog. Because he does lose some HP on some Wraiths. Doesn't really gain anything. Maybe gets familiar with how much damage the Wraiths are dealing at this point. 29 of them. You know, Knight of the Realm asked me if Mystery Meat still plays. And I had to tell him no. But maybe Shopkeeper Dog is reincarnating him here. Forcing Spraiths out. No ski back. I mean, he's made the ski back. No skits. How is Art of Turtle going to move out of his base? That's the question I have. Might be taking a little bit longer than Shopkeeper Dog wants to end the game from this position, but he's just added 4 more Anseals. He's going to go in for a poke, force the Hydras to respond, playing around the extremities, picking workers. Much harder to snipe hatches, obviously. But with those 4 extra Anseals, the shielding gets so much better. Not quite the best moving shots here for Dog. Oh, the Khaz'trith! That's a pricey unit to end up losing. Remorphed immediately. When they start remorphing it, that's when it's good to kill it, because when it's remorphing, it doesn't make a worker. It doesn't turn back into a worker, so... pretty neat. Alright, he's continuing to make things happen as best he can. The burrow comes out pretty fast. Anseal still holding tall. They can take this fight. All right, now falling away. Pretty wise there, letting everything come back up as Zero cores have been made. 18 Hydras, not a terrible amount. You see 4 Valkyries being made. I wonder what that's an allusion to. Does he fear the skiff? Does he fear the air response? He saw the ski back, so he knows it's a possibility. But so far, we haven't seen them. Third base now coming for our Terran player, Sky Terran. Going after that Spraith. Almost two-shotting a Spraith. That's how many rates he's got. 37 of them. My God, man. The Valkyries are prepared. They come out of the star pad now. Brutal. Adding more hatches, though. 13 Skitzer cores. Wow, the Valkyries are going to be useful. I can't believe it. Now just picking the ground army off at the extremities. Still has so much Anseal shielding here. He can make this happen. They're all at full charge. He falls back. He knows something tricky might be coming. You know, when you detect the eggs, you can actually see what's being made in them. So he knows, he has the opportunity to know that there were no skits being made recently. But 15, 13, about to hatch, yeah. 2 more on the way. This is a very big stack of the anti-air units, right? So the Valkyries are pocketed over here for now. As soon as those skits get scouted, you know, Shopkeeper Dog can just fall away. Yeah, I think he saw him. His Valkyries are prepared. Let's see it act. Let's see it in action, boys. He's brought his own crowd control. All right, the Skither core is cowed away for now. Only 4 Valks. I thought I saw him making more. Maybe he canceled them, or maybe they're back here somewhere. Phalanx is starting to be added. We've been taking a long look at the Zerg base. He's now going to try to move out. He's got so many skits. Remember, those can still be deadly unto themselves. The Valks kind of losing some durability here. Getting away from everybody else. He's trying to go for the moving shots. He needs to separate those Valks from the rest of the group so he can use them a little bit better. Moving shot doesn't exist in the same way in Cosmonarchy. It's a little bit different. Oh! That's a brutal amount of damage exchanged to the air stack. But the Anseal shielding still holds, so I suppose it wasn't quite enough. He's really playing with fire stacking up like this. He needs to use his Valkyries in a separate control group, picking off individual ground units. Hasn't been doing a crazy amount of work just yet. Finds a couple on the retreat. Not bad. Skit's getting interested. We've got a lot of Mason blobs up there at the 3 o'clock position. Atlas coming down tier 2. My God. I can't believe Shopkeeper Dog's gotten to this position. The Valkyries pounce upon the Skiths. They first go after the Anseals, but it's not going to be quite enough, and that is a absolute brutality. No more crowd control for Art of Turtle. Shopkeeper Dog clears one of the major threats to his dominion. Still got units over here taking care of those rallies. The Valkyries outpacing just about everything else. That reveals the third base. This is an inflection point. AOT might just end up getting overwhelmed by the sheer number of Wraith Maverick and the Anseals to boot. I mean, even the Izira cores are going to get their damage softened a little bit by going after those Valkyries. They're charging up the ramp, but there's no escape plan. Demolune was updated pretty recently, Art of Turtle. Do you know that you are locked in here versus the Maverick Wraith stack? A lot of Masons have died, but it doesn't matter. GG. Art of Turtle has been overwhelmed. The Wraiths, they do the job, and Shopkeeper Dog extends for a streak. Well, Art of Turtle isn't out just yet, but by golly, it's close. Let's see, what maps have been played? Apollo, Demaloon, Paradise, Serenity, Dyadic Shore, Near Impact. Looks like it might be Radium. Well, Shopkeeper Dog standing pretty tall at this point. I don't know, guys. We had some pretty solid games just now. Krankendau needs a minute. While we have that minute, I'll take a couple sips of my drank or crank. We're getting into it, boys. We go to Radium for game 6. Or maybe it's 7, I can't remember. Shopkeeper Dog in the bottom left is our, Platinum Blue, Cosmic Cobalt Terran. And right next to where that camera hockey was, Krankendau in the top right is our Maroon Zerg. Radium was his map pick. He is against Shopkeeper Dog once more. Looking for redemption. Shopkeeper Dog says he didn't expect to win a game. He won 2. How does that make him feel like? If he wins a third match, this time versus Krankendau, then he settles the score between him and AOT. Yeah, we're quickly getting to that point where it's gonna be funny, right? So AOT here is hoping that Krankendau wins because, well, I guess it depends on really where you're at. If AOT wants first place, which I know he does, he's actually hoping Shopkeeper Dog wins, and then AOT can beat Dog and beat Crank, and that'll be that. He'll be the first. So he needs to win 2 games in a row after this game, assuming Dog wins. If Crank wins, then Crank is first place, and AOT versus Dog happens just to settle who's second place, because they've got a record of 1-1 against each other in the sort of internal best of 3, if you will. Which is why Shopkeeper Dog would have been third place if he lost that game on Demaloon. But now, because he's avoided that fate, He potentially could gun for first place here. He'd just need to beat Crank and then beat AOT. So, you know, the games continue. The games continue. Just to think, we could have had the FFA decider in this group. It could have happened. If only Crank didn't win one of his games. And then AOT won one of his games. One more of his games. Vulture screams across the map. I'm trying to think. I know Demaloon and Near Impact, we just got a brief tangent, a sideshow there down the way. Krankendau's claws will prevent the Vulture from getting in. But, yeah, we just had some Jujic stuff go on, where we played some Jujic maps. And then, we're back on Biddy maps, back on the maker of Apollo, Paradise, Dyadic Shore, Serenity, and, of course, Radium. Starpad on the way. A couple Cyclops as well for Shopkeeper Dog. This is looking a lot more like his first game. And, you know, he scouts deep enough to see double Larvosk, but not anything else as far as follow-up tech is concerned. His Starpad is a bit faster than before. I think he took his Expand when, you know, before when he did the Starpad. Also, remember, this is a map where you can go quarry and start harvesting from the neutral bases here on the sides. Another option there. Vornath Pond on the way here for Crank. Interesting. Very fast, decisive tech there. Vultures doing their little concerted moves together. The dance number. Deceive is coming up. Ministry as well. Crank planning a Vornath bust, it looks like. He made a lot of Zeths, and he's kind of parking them off to the side like he wants to turn them all into Vorvs. First 7 will do. He actually cancels one, it looks like, to go down to 6. Everything must be in pairs. So this is kind of interesting. This is a lot more of a neutral position here. It looks like a Cyclops drop might be being prepared as well. The mines are going to go ahead and alert Shopkeeper Dog to what his opponent is doing. He's going to try to fall back, but he gets hit by his own mines, and so those are 2 units gone. He needs to pull back the other 2 immediately. And Crank looks like he's going to pull the trigger on a push forward. The Trojan leaves with 2 Cyclops, not the biggest of threats. An anchor started just in case. As you know, this is the thing. The Vornaths are very spooky. Oh, I think that Trojan might have been spotted by Krankendau's Avaleth, but his camera position didn't clock it. I love that the Cyclops is luring away some of the army. The rest of them are streaming in. What? That's 1 dead Vorv. That's actually pretty big, and the Ministry finishes in time to lift, so... This looks dire, but he can throw those Cyclops in the anchor, and... Oh, he needs to get the Mason out! He needs to get the Mason out! Okay, there we go, but he's lost his Vultures in the process. Goes ahead and tries to get the repair off. It's looking a little bit dire. His Cyclops never unloaded in the main base to distract Crankendow, and this might be an unceremonious end. A little bit of an execution error, and Shopkeeper Dog played risky. Hoisted. That's Crankendow taking first place in the group, and now we settle our score. It'll be Check Stealer for our final map. This is a map I ported. It's Kickback, ported to Cosmo. I have to type say when ready so that he says when ready. He was waiting for it. What a guy. All right. We're going in. Proxy Town USA continues. We get straight in to the next match. And it's on Check Stealer, a map that I am quite fond of, actually. Neutral Circuit already extending the Kagra. Art of Turtle in the bottom left is our Japanese Violet Zerg. He picked this map. Shopkeeper Dog in the top left as our This is either Vivid Red or Vermilion. Vivid Red, it was Vermilion. Terran in the top left. At least I was correct on my other alternate guess. You know, sometimes I'm like, it's this or that, and it's something else. Guys, thanks so much for joining me for this epic tournament, this epic group. Remember that in a little bit of time here, about an hour from now, we'll be taking off with the next group. Obviously, it looks like AOT will be our interviewee for the group. Maybe Crank will lend his voice as well, but I don't know how good his spoken English is compared to his written English, which is just fine. I would love to interview the winner, but, you know, we need, eventually we're going to need, like, translators for every group, every person, you know. And we have our Russian translator, UED commander, does it for Hamster sometimes. And then, of course, we have a bunch of other homies. We have Chumbek, who does the translation for the Spanish speakers. Very cool stuff. So, Shopkeeper Dog will scout his opponent first. His Fulcrum is on the way. This is probably the best case scenario for him. Remember, this is a fight for second place. The Kagrant was scooped up. It looks like AOT is going to be moving it to here. That's interesting. Oh, no. Oh, no, he's scouting the wrong way with it. Oh, dear. Well, we'll see what ends up happening there. You know, this map is a very weird one. Kickback, obviously, a very strange map in StarCraft 1. It remains strange in Cosmonarchy. The Quaz. Trying to sort this Mason out. They will end up getting it before any scout is had. Yeah, the Ovolith now has to go all the way cross map. The strategy is not working out for AOT. He definitely wanted a little bit of a different style. Second Fulcrum nearly complete here for Shopkeeper. Nothing else coming for him. Oh, I say that. He puts down a third Fulcrum. I guess this is also going to be very much like his opener versus AOT on Apollo. He went triple Fulk Cyclops and then expanded twice behind it. And his lack of scaling on his production definitely hurt him. Good mine hit. That's going to help him clear those flaws, but another group ends up running forward, and well, most of them also get stunned. Good target selection there. There's still another mine to contend with. Oh, but the Ovolith here to see it. Oh, no! The Ovolith gets stunned. Won't be able to unload the Kagran as a result. His quads are being thinned out. The offensive Circuit isn't really going to be enough. Remember, this Circuit over here is also going to help spread the Kagra. We got more quads streaming on in, but not so many. He's got to kill that Mason at the very least. And the Circuits will actually finish. Oh, my days. Oh, the Fulcrums were idle that whole time. He's only got 2 Cyclops to his name. He lifts off that completed Fulcrum. Thankfully, it did finish in time. He's picking a spot to put it on. Very, very tricky situation. We've only got these 3 quads. And he immediately puts down a scrapyard, not trusting in the ability to go for a Palladium. Didn't have the gas for it anyway. And now he's going to go after it with the 4 Cyclops. I think he's kind of called the bluff here, you know? The quads get cleaned. The Kagra will recede. Matador on the way. Okay, interesting. And it's Vultures as well. Wants a couple more mines, perhaps. Since the last tournament, Matadors have been changed, right? We had, they used to shoot up in tank mode. Now they just shoot the ground and they have the flamethrower attack all the time. But when you deploy them, they get more armor and more attack speed. So that's pretty useful. As of right now, I don't really know how AOT is planning on holding this push. He's got 1 Circuit. He needs to make another, but that's the wounded one, and that's the one that Shopkeeper Dog can heckle from the outside. Matadors are pretty tanky. Gonna try to get in ahead of the incoming push with his Quaz. We've got more Cyclops and more Matadors on the way. Have the Vultures laid their mines? Not yet. So he might want to do that even though there's detection. As the Kagra extends out. Uh-oh. He softens up the Circuit, I guess. But he loses a little bit of chip damage on those ever-important Cyclops. Ever brittle. Palladium on the way now. Still kind of a tense position, right? The Ovolith providing vision. Oh, here comes the push, though. 2 Matadors here. They deploy. They are going to crack that first Wounded Circuit very, very quickly. And there's enough Cyclops here to keep it going. But it feels like if Dog doesn't do this right here and now, he might be out. He has started to break through. There's Quas behind it. Not that much. The Hydra's then not quite finished in time. Shopkeeper Dog has done it. AOT is eliminated. Last place finish on the group. And Shopkeeper Dog, he does it again. Wow. I was not expecting this outcome. I thought Dog might be able to... You know, I had more faith in Dog than Dog had in himself. But still, very, very good stuff. And very cool to see how things kind of worked out at the end. That was the last game of this group. GG's. Krankendau exits in first place. And it looks like we will have the ability to hear the voice of the Krankendau, for he is in the casting waiting room. Good day, or should I say evening, sir. How are you doing, my Krankendau friend, my cranky friend? You've managed to get first place in your group. You're also muted.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Winner, chicken dinner. You did it. You got first place. You only dropped one game. How are you feeling after the matches?
Well, I was very worried that I'm gonna lose to the dog.
Mm-hmm.
As I saw his raid, I thought that, oh my god, if he does this, then it's gonna be bad, because Skiths are a no-go against that because of Valks.
Yes.
So I was thinking, if he does that, then I'll probably have to go Bactilisk with Kazitrit and some Hydra, but I've never tried that, so I was very worried. Yeah.
Weren't sure if it was going to be enough. See, it's interesting, too, because obviously Shopkeeper Dog here, I don't know if you buy into what people say or write in chat. You know, obviously we think about the people who have, what would you describe it as? Maybe, I don't want to say like they have a rough mental or something, but, you know, they might get a little bit down on themselves, right? They might be like, oh, I'm not good enough. I'm going to lose, whatever. Shopkeeper Dog said he didn't expect to win a single game, and yet he comes out here in second place with 3 wins under his belt. Like, it's pretty good. I mean, it wasn't like it was a walkover either. It did take effort to bring him down, right? So how did you feel before the Wraiths were even revealed, going up against him in general when he took you on was it Dyadic Shore was your first match together? So, you know, he goes the bio, you go this Zorkiz strat. How did that end up feeling to you?
Well, that went as I practiced almost, but I still had pretty bad economy, and I'm not used in practice to play with so bad economy. So,
Right. Yeah.
So I was not sure, but I was sure that my composition is good. So
Yep.
that was good.
Yeah. Compositionally speaking, you're able to get a lot more mileage out of, you know, the Zorius Lakiz. And it's safe to say, right? You favor the Lakizalisk. You like the Lurker equivalent. You're a big fan of that, because I see you making way more of them than any of the other Zergs, and you're finding success with it.
Yeah, because I don't know. From my tests, they do a lot better than anything else. I guess people who want to use their micro, they can go Hydra and Bactilisk and micro Hydras more.
Mm-hmm.
But if Terran goes, I don't know, particular compositions, I'd say that Hydrith first is not very good against Terran.
Interesting stuff. How much of the previous group's games did you watch? Were you also in the, watching Neuchern and Dino Man and all them at the very beginning of yesterday? And did you stay up for the group with Hit 'em Up and Nebline?
Yeah, I watched those two groups.
Okay.
Stayed up late and watched those. Yeah.
Did you have any particular takeaways from there? Anything that you thought would influence you based on what you saw? Or was it mostly just like, okay, that's interesting, but I've got my own strategies here?
No. I think that Nebline used my suggestions very well in those games against Hit 'em Up. So I was happy to see that he used the info correctly. But to learn from that, no. Hit 'em Up's opener is Hydra is vulnerable, I think so. And against Terran, if you go really Lisks and later tech nodes, so it's almost impossible to win against Bio if Terran goes Bio. He can even lift with anchors, as in practice versus Eod. No, it's basically impossible to go anything like I do. I think it's just a death sentence.
Got it. Well, I appreciate you sharing your insights because I'm like, everybody, especially when it comes to balance, everybody is going to have a lot of their own hot takes, right? They're going to be like, oh yeah, I think this, that, or the other thing. And that's all well and good. I'm not, I don't begrudge anybody their particulars, approach or their favored takes or anything like that. But it is very interesting when you end up seeing like, say Hit 'em Up say certain things about the matchup, or even other Zergs will say a certain thing, and then somebody else. I bigged you up a lot in the pregame because obviously you're the inventor of the Larvosk first. You've got a lot of stuff under your belt that's like you do things very differently. Obviously, Hamster plays Zerg very, very differently as well. Maybe a bit of a hybrid between like what Hit 'em Up does and what you do in that respect, but very much tuned to the aggressive. And now we've got a new guy on the block, Steven, the Aussie Zerg. Have you seen him? He's Swarmlord 1 is his Twitch. He's been streaming some games and stuff. I don't know if you've caught any of his stuff because of the time zone, but he seems to be a pretty good Zerg player too. So we could be seeing a lovely, like, what would you say, a renaissance of Zerg gameplay happening right now.
Yes, I saw some of his games against AOT, I think. And yes, if he will practice, he will be top Zerg, I think, yes. But I just want to continue a bit. Last thought that I practiced so much in these 2 weeks that I'm just so happy because I spent probably 100 hours in 2 weeks practicing.
That's a lot, yeah.
Yeah, and working on builds, optimizing, and that's why I say that some things are impossible because I know, because I tested them 100 of times. And what else? Yeah, my notes is like four full pages. I don't know, maybe more.
That's impressive, man. You've definitely gone the extra mile, done your due diligence, and hey, it paid off for you too. So.
Yeah, I practiced like crazy against AI to optimize everything and in test map. So if I say something is impossible, that's my opinion only. But
with a lot of data backing it up, yeah.
Yeah, and with this balance, I don't know what will be in future, of course.
Of course, yeah. Is there? I asked Nebline this sort of same thing because Nebline is he's loath to comment on balance issues. He just prefers to see what he can do with the tools that exist. But I did ask him, is there anything that was, not very fun or very fun, like on the extreme ends of those, like what is really satisfying, what might be dissatisfying. He mentioned the Ardent Authority being very expensive, but he wants to make a lot of the chaff units. And so that was his particular pick. Is there anything in Cosmonarchy that sticks out to you as like, regardless of the balance, just it would be more satisfying if this, or, less satisfying if there's anything like that comes to mind after your many hours of grinding?
Well, I'd say that balance is pretty good right now. I think it's good. I wouldn't say that there's something that is broken or OP a lot. And I will not say anything about other races. Maybe on Zerg, I feel like Muta Spire units are not very usable, except Mutalisk, of course. Mutalisk is very good.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's even after, of course, they got changed, the Protathlor, to attack air units as well. It feels like more of a targeted thing that you would pick for, like, say, dealing with heavy air from Protoss or something. It's probably more niche, right? It's not a everyman type of unit.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it could be true. Could be true. So Nebline picks the Arden Authority. You pick the Spire. Okay, we'll see if maybe there could be fun-oriented changes that happen for that. Well, Krankendau, again, congratulations. Glad that all your practice paid off. You managed to take first place, which of course means I got to figure out how to get you some money for the prize money. Once I divvy out exactly how much everybody gets, we'll be pretty good there. And congrats, yeah, as usual, you've done it again. You've managed to make a group win happen. I mean, I remember, I think it might have been your very first time you played in one of these invitationals last year. It was Ecalypso and maybe also, I can't remember who else it was. Maybe Mystery Meat or something. Either way, you beat them and got to the top of the group. So you're back at the top. Must feel good.
No, it was AOT.
It was again. AOT. Okay, I wasn't sure. That's what I was thinking initially, but I was like, did I do a 2 Zerg 1 Protoss group? I don't remember. And then so it was AOT. So it's funny that you guys end up rematching again.
Mm-hmm. The level of skill is increased. Oh my god, so much. Even Shopkeeper looks very strong compared to 2 months ago. His level raised like a lot. Same with AOT, I guess.
Yeah, it seems that way, right? It does feel like there's a really big amount of like growth and in terms of the like what people are doing with their build orders and the way that they're mapping things out. If Shopkeeper Dog did give us an interview, I'd definitely be asking him about like his decision making, how he arrived at the conclusion that okay, this is the game to do Wraiths on or whatever, because that was pretty hype. But yeah, really cool. And we just see like people keep trying more nifty new things, right? And they keep going, and that's very, very cool. So glad to see that people are playing. Obviously, we got a lot of new people playing as well in the undercards. There's so many of those I'm gonna have to do casts of, so that'll be a fun time. And yeah, just looking forward to it all in all. So thanks for participating. We'll try to have the next one a bit sooner. I'm thinking I'll set up like a donation goal for it, and then I'll be able to use that money to take off of work and plan the tournament in a much more organized fashion or whatever. But still, it ends up working out all in all, regardless of what happens. It'll all be lots of fun. So thank you, Krankendau. And if you have any final words, feel free to
thank you so much. Thank you so much for this little tournament. I'm very happy that I managed to win. I felt the need even to win because I practiced so much. So I'm relieved right now. Thanks to you for the event.
Absolutely. GG's and congrats again. We'll talk with you soon about that prize money, and we'll see you soon, man. GG's. With all that said, Krankendau exits stage left. And you know what that means, guys. Come on. You know what's happening. You know what's coming up. We've got one more group to do. And I'm going to show it to you right here, right now. It's straight to the Stockades. Group C's uppercard, the Shambler, ArbuzBudesh, and Swarmlord 1. That's Steven from Australia. Getting a lot of value out of that. So we'll be back in about 45 minutes, I want to say, where we will be having an absolute grand time just doing a whole lot of gaming, doing a whole lot of Cosmonarchy. I'm expecting a lot of Mavericks. I'm expecting a lot of Zealot Ecclesias and Acantors. And I'm certainly expecting a lot of Zerg because Swarmlord, hello, he's got a swarm. We'll see what he can do. We might see our most pristine, refined, practiced Zerg that we've seen so far, or maybe it's because he hasn't been able to play too much ahead of the tournament to practice. We might see him be a little bit rusty and be more chaotic and eclectic with it. But either way, I'm here for it. So I will be updating the overlays and such during the break. So you guys will, if you guys stick around for that and enjoy the jamming out music, you'll probably see some score lines be filled in based on what I know from the other groups. So if you're interested in that sort of thing, that could be like our ticker at the bottom that tells you so-and-so wins so-and-so or whatever on a sports channel. And we'll be back very soon. Sooner than you think. Stick around and GG. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting back into the swing of things here. It's going to be time, pretty damn soon, to play our first match of Group C, straight to the Stockades. I'm going to have the Shambler here with me shortly for an interview, but just to let everybody know what's going on, this group is going to be just the same as the others that we have done here. It's competitive 1 versus 1. The first player to score 4 wins will win the entire group. Although there are some caveats to that, but that's generally speaking what's going to happen. Some exciting scenarios that can occur with this format of winner stays on Challenger Picks map is that we could end up seeing, if after 6 games have been played, everybody is 2 wins, 2 losses, we do an FFA's tiebreaker. Whoever wins that free-for-all will be considered the first place victor. And whoever wins the subsequent 1v1 between the other 2 players will be the second place. So, pretty exciting. That's the most exciting thing that can happen in this format, in my opinion. But we can see some very good games nonetheless. Group B, the uppercard, just concluded. We have our victor there, Crankendow, going 4 wins, 1 loss. Shopkeeper Dog, 3 for 3. He is second place. And Art of Turtle falls 1-4. Unfortunate end scoreline for him, but he was tagged in to work on some Brood War stuff in the middle of the group, so he probably lost his focus a little bit there. Tough breaks for the Turtle. Going into Group C, I can tell you that the undercard for Group C has concluded just before we started this one up. It is going to be Blade Hollow RWL winning his group. I am proud of the man. He overcomes Rainaril. He overcomes This Is Jimmy. Looks like some hard-fought victories there. Smarty Cakes adminning that. Shout out, Smarty. All right, so we are just about ready to interview our homies. Let's bring in the Shambler and get this one started. Hello, Shambleman. You are in the interview seat. How are you feeling ahead of your matches against Arbus and Steven?
Feeling all right. Got some practice in.
Ooh. I saw you were playing against Aoud. Was that TVT? Just to warm up?
The first one was TVT, and then he off-raced for me after.
Cool. Hopefully you got some good strategies at play. I mean, I feel like at this point, Arbus and Steven have both, to some degree, had enough time and exposure to your strategy between the casts and the practice games. They kind of know what's up, right? So I wonder if they'll be able to withstand the Maverick Man. But then again,
there's always Maverick.
Yeah, there's always more tactics to be deployed, right? So we've seen you start to play mech a little bit as well, just to mix it in. Obviously, I know you've been trying to work on your drops as well, as it's a style that doesn't exactly come naturally. So I know you've been, kind of greasing the wheels in that respect. I don't know if you watched much of the previous uppercard there that just went down. But if you did, and if you have any opinions on Shopkeeper Dog exiting second place there, getting some wins under his belt, representing the Terran, feel free to share them now.
I watched a good chunk of it. Little miff that AOT got dealt the cards he was, but it was pleasant to watch though overall.
Yeah, good stuff in my opinion. And maybe this group will be the most banger of them all, because honestly, it has the recipe for it, Hit 'em Up wasn't able to deliver his intended practice level, so he ends up only getting second place in his group. But Nebleim shows some mastery, some good games there yesterday. But coming into this one, I mean, this is where we've got the debut of Steven, but he's been a little bit out of practice because he hasn't been grinding as much, and so maybe he's not able to actuate it. He's also new, he's the first time here. And then, of course, Arbus returning to Protoss in not that he played a tournament as Zerg, but, he had been flirting with playing Zerg, and now he's back to Protoss for a good while now and feels practiced up as much as he can. And, of course, you as Terran, you've been playing Terran since before Acropolis number 2 started, right? So a good while as your main race. Definitely some cool things happening here. You thinking that this is going to be the best one?
I don't know. I was well, I'm in it, so I guess I better hope it's the best one. Or maybe I should hope it's the worst one. It's just like 5-minute games and it's just all me winning. But
right.
Not very entertaining, but it certainly feel rather good. But it's interesting because I don't think and no one here really has been able to practice for the other people, really, is what my feeling. Like, Arbuz was complaining that, oh yeah, no one ever goes Bioman, so how the hell am I supposed to actually prepare for this? And then Stefan, last time I played him, he was still monkeying around his Protoss. He's Zerg now, and on top of being a whole new race, so we don't really have a feel for each other anymore. It's also like, yeah, you're a new race, and I'm doing something that's different than all the other Terrans, so how are we gonna actually do anything? But on the other hand, me having not played him at all also means I don't really have any idea what the hell he's gonna be really going for. Is he just gonna be like AOT? Is he gonna be like Krankendau with Lake His Man? Is he gonna be his whole other beast? What I've seen of the streams, I don't think that's the case, but maybe, I don't know. Or maybe it'll just again be those quick games.
Yeah. It depends on if he can withstand whatever you throw at him at the beginning. So you do get the benefit of getting a little bit of a spectator here because you will not be playing in the first match. It's going to be Arbus versus Steven. Obviously, it's not a foregone conclusion that whatever Steven does in the Arbus match or Arbus does in the Steven match is particularly relevant to you because it's a different matchup. But are you looking forward to being able to sort of gauge the relative level, how dialed in some of these players are, whether you got to, be risk averse or, risk conscious, what's your take on being able to sit back and watch the first two duke it out?
Oh, it's a blessing. I get to get a gauge on both of them. Has Arbus shifted? He's like an old enemy. We've practiced a lot against each other in the past, but it's been a while since we've actually sat down and smashed. So it's good. It's good to be seeing where both my opponents are currently sitting right now. I'll be paying very close attention, and that should make them very queasy.
All right. Well, we will see. This is probably a good time to bring Steven in for his own interview here, and it'll be his debut in the tournament. But you're also talking a big game about Arbus. It's fair to say he's definitely been practicing up. So I hope that the games are good. I hope that they are excellent. Shambler, thank you for your interview. If you have any closing thoughts, give us them right here, right now.
I don't really have much to say. Just I'm looking forward to it, and I'm gonna smash them.
There it is. Well, I look forward to it, Shambler. See you soon. And with that, we can bring in our Aussie man. Hello, Steven. You are in the casting booth now. And as soon as you unmute your microphone, we will hear your dulcet tones, if you are there. There he is. What's going on, my man?
Hey, yeah, not much. Managed to actually get up on time, which is a win.
That is a win. Yeah. I mean, I was thinking, when I was doing the scheduling out for this group and thinking about where to put you, I remember you said you preferred Monday your time as opposed to, the day before because you had a wider schedule up. But it is a bit early, right? It's I think it's 6 a.m. for you or something?
Yeah, it's 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Which isn't as bad as I was expecting, but still not ideal.
Yeah, Neblime got it nice and cushy. He was able to get up at 9 a.m. to play his games yesterday. So, much better, much better. But, I actually saw him out here early. He said that he wouldn't be up early enough to join me for the cast. Maybe that will change. I think I saw him typing a second ago. So you never know. Oh, yeah. He might pop in. Maybe he'll just spectate anyway. He might still be waking up or whatever. So you never know what happens. But cool to see Aussie representation growing. And not only that, but top level Aussie representation. Steven, you kind of come in here as a sleeper favorite for some people, thinking that you're just going to be able to come out and dominate. I will temper those expectations, not just because it's your debut in a tournament format, but also because it is coming off of the back of you being a bit busy, right? If I'm not mistaken, you haven't been able to practice as much?
Yeah, I haven't been able to play anything for the last week or so. Been really busy in real life. Lots of stuff going on.
Yeah.
And I was out all of yesterday.
Right, yeah. So I don't even know if you saw any of the games that were going live. You couldn't even necessarily refamiliarize yourself on that level, on just the strategic thought level. Have you been thinking much about your games, about your strategies?
I've had very vague thoughts of how to make units I've never used before vaguely usable.
Okay.
I don't know if I'll actually try any of them because, as I said, I have zero clue. It's like the Nath upgrade, the one that shoots really fast but does no damage. It's like, that sounds like a really cool unit, but there's nothing in Zerg that armor ends. So it's like, how could I possibly make that not terrible?
Yeah, they end up being laser beams of death versus land effect stacks. Actually, if you pair them with Vithralisks, because the Devourer, right, it rends armor for the air units and also for ground units underneath the air units, which is pretty funny. So
I didn't know that.
yeah. So that's usually historically I've seen them kind of be a niche where they do pair very well with armor rend, as you already had observed. But they also will go a step further and they kind of just laser beam down like the air stacks of the enemy, and specifically land effects. Like obviously, if you've already gone air to the point where land effects are being fielded, that's a bit of a tricky one, because then the disruption field comes out. You need some kind of fire back on that. But yeah, that's what I've seen so far. But you are right to say that they are a bit seldom used, right? I think we did see them a little bit in one of the undercard games recently. We saw them in one match, so. Definitely not extinct, but maybe endangered, and maybe you'll be doing your conservation efforts to try to bring them back. Fair enough. Now, you are first up here against BuDesh. I don't know if you've played much versus him, but you obviously have played some ZVP versus Neblime, maybe even versus Hit 'em Up down the years, down the months and days. So what are you thinking about this matchup, and are you confident despite your lack of ability to get practice in?
So with this entire group, I've only played each of them once before. I played Arbus, I think it was like 2 or 3 games of PvP, which you casted, and
Yes.
I think one of them I stomped him in. I might be completely wrong here. I think one game it was like mid-game tempo, and I killed him, and then the other game we turtled up and he went to air, and then he made all my stuff frozen.
Yes, I remember that one on Typhon, I think it was. Yeah. So.
Yeah. So I don't really see that as useful information, and I played Shambler the first game of Cosmonarchy I ever played. And that's the only game I've ever played versus him. And yeah, as most people are probably saying, Bioterran, which I've heard is his thing.
Yep.
I think I've faced it once, maybe, and then the person who played it said that it was horrendous and never did it again.
Oh, interesting. That could have been any of the Terrans, is the funny thing, besides Shambler. That could have been Hit 'em Up, that could have been Ramen, that could have been Dog. They all are down on Bio, but yeah, all right. Interesting stuff. Well, yeah, he does seem to favor that, but he was also given those cryptic interview answers like, well, maybe I still make a Fulcrum anyway and go mech. You never know. So obviously you've been doing a lot of thinking. You've been doing a lot of, when you do your streams, you've been doing a lot of like commentary as you're playing, which is super helpful for new players who are trying to learn or anything like that. I know a lot of new Zergs have been flocking to your stream because of that. So.
I was planning to boot up the stream once. Just before the game started, so that in later, like, I presume everyone's going to watch your live stream because casting is cooler than
maybe, yeah. If they want the POV, they could always do them both, yeah. So.
But yeah, but yeah, so hopefully that will be good, and someone in the future, if they want, can look back and see what I was thinking as I win or get stomped.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Well, your first opponent is a Protoss, but the Terran looms in the background. So I don't know if you're super familiar with this format. The other players have played this format a few times. It's winner stays on, which is sometimes called King of the Hill, right? And whoever gets 4 wins first will be the victor. So that's basically first place. First place eligible for prize money payout, and the other places are mostly just there to do bragging rights. So, I didn't exit third, basically, is the reward for second place. So if you win here, you'd face the Shambler. He would challenge you and pick a map. If you lose at any point, whenever you play, like after that next game is played, you'd be able to pick the map, and it's any map in the Class 1 pool. Besides, you can't play the same map twice, so we won't be able to play Apollo again, et cetera, et cetera. So that's basically how the format works. And I don't know if you have any questions about it, but that's basically where we are at right now for Group C.
Okay, and you said it was the Class 1 set of maps, yeah?
That's right, yep. So that's...
I think I vaguely remember what those are.
You can always boot up the game and just go into the lobby or whatever for it and see it like, map selector. All right, Class 1. But yeah, so that's basically where we are at. I think popular maps have been like Near Impact, Demaloon, Paradise, stuff like that. So, we'll see what people end up going for. But go ahead.
Sorry, what version of the game will we be playing on?
We're on release for this.
Release.
Yep, the lobby is already up for you whenever you're ready.
Perfect. I just booted in and all the games said wrong version, and then I reloaded and booted up, and this game said wrong version.
Oh, really? That's funny.
Yeah.
You're in
So
regular Crown Link, not double brain cells. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, with that, there's plenty more to be done. Lots of games to be played. So I'm very much looking forward to this one. Actually, this is the one that I've been thinking is going to deliver the most epic matches. So I hope that it lives up to that. No pressure, of course. But yeah, I don't know if you have any closing thoughts before you boot up the stream on your end and get to going. But I see you in the lobby. And any final words for us, Stephen?
I'm just really hoping for good games. There's always pressure to have not just solid games, but entertaining games. Because it feels good when you're just way better than the opponent and out macro them and beat them down, but it gets a bit boring, even if you're the one winning, and then people don't play with you. So I generally like to have more chaotic games and mayhem games, because it's just more entertaining and fun to play, but it also means that worse players can beat me every now and then, which means then they come and still play me.
That's right. Okay. Sandbagging a little bit just for
No, it's definitely a thought process. I like going, I wonder if this works, and then trying it.
Yes, yeah.
Without always thinking through if it's a horrendous idea.
Fair enough, yeah. And, bringing that chaotic energy to the Invitational, it can be an advantage, honestly, even on a competitive level, because it'll let you try things that are going to, if you're not even sure how it's going to work, it's probably going to catch your opponent off guard, So we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. Thank you very much for your interview. We'll have an opportunity for a closing one after the group is already played through and everybody's placement is decided. So maybe we'll see you for that one. And good luck, man.
Sounds great. See ya.
With that said, we are ready to get going. I am going to ask our players to say when they are ready so we can get started here. I know Steven will be booting up his stream. That's twitch.tv/Swarmlord1. Squeaky bum time indeed, Skeletor. That's right. It's coming. And I also agree with Krankendau. TPZ is nice. Arbus is carrying forth the torch of Shopkeeper Dog by saying, when ready. Everybody's ready. We're getting started. It's Apollo. PVZ Arbus v Swarmlord 1. Let's see what ends up happening here. I'll have to be monitoring the latency closely. ArbuzBudesh in the top left. I almost want to say he's our Sunglow Protoss, but that doesn't quite seem right. Is it Sunglow? It's Mango. Okay, I'll try to remember that one. And down here in the bottom right, Swarmlord, Steven himself, the Aussie Zerg, the Upstart. He's the Cordovan Zerg? Cordovan. Hell yeah. Dude, I never guessed those kinds of colors right. I really had to think hard on that one. When you hear me talking a big game about like somebody's titles, talking about their history, talking about whatever, I'm almost always going to be stalling to grab a color guess. So that's more or less where we are at. So we have a gateway already on the way here for Arbus. No surprises there. I guess it is a bit of a surprise when people don't go lattice. Or at least it's not, it might not be a surprise, but it might be one of those things where you're like, I see, okay. Makes you think. Fast Scribe Scout for him. He's the only one who didn't give us an interview. He did say that if he earns some W's in these matches, he'll go for it. He'll go for the exit interview. Micro will be a little bit harder on extra high brain cells, but that's okay. We can just judge the players very harshly. This is a lot of Cesients here for Swarmlord. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it happen. Considering we have a second gate already on the way. Hierophant will be moving through. A very greedy Zerg opener here for our Aussie Zerg. We'll see what he wants to do. That's going to be a Circuith. It's not very close to the ramp, so it's going to be a very withdrawn outpost if an early game rush is to happen. Apollo is a rough map for Zerg to do their sort of creep towards the the ramp strategy. Does Arbus fancy a rush? One thing that I think is a little underexplored when Zergs do this is just dropping a pylon and starting to make wardens off the Kagra, because then the Rokors can't really do anything, right? They're just going to die if they stay off the Kagra too much. But doesn't look like Arbus fancies a strat there. He's actually gone for a Sedent, very fast Vespene. I wonder what all he's planning on doing. Adding a Zealot, pool only now coming down, one pair of Rokors moving around. Just saying, instead of that Sedent, he could have had a Pylon and a Warden already on the way. Talk about entertaining games. Here comes the Rokors. They're gonna... What you probably want to do here is... I guess that's true as well, thinking about it. The Rokors can lifesteal their way. They can steal the timed life back if they're attacking something. So maybe it's not a foregone conclusion that the Warden Rush would work, but it could be pretty big. It could be pretty big. Especially if you pair it with that Hierophant on the way. But not going to happen. No, it's not a third gate. Ardent Embassy. I think Arbus might be thinking about dropping in a Cantor into that juicy mineral line. Very conservative play here from Arbus versus the greed of a Swarmlord, who seems to be going for an expansion behind his 6 pairs of Quas. There we go. Natural on the way for our Aussie Zerg. What does Arbus want to do then? He's got a good scout off. His Rokors of his opponent have not actually killed the Scribe. That will change now. It is extinguished. Well, at least he knows that some military was made. Embassy follow-up to the Ardent. They're about to finish it around the same time here. The first unit out of the Ardent will be really telling. It's a Witness. Okay, he wants to wait before he goes for whatever it is out of the Ardent. I would expect this will be in a Cantor, indeed. Gonna see if he can hold against the Swarm. I mean, I don't know where those workers are going. Is he actually going for the... Oh, he's going to go to the bottom left to grab some resources from that base. I didn't know if that was a misrally or not, but this does have the Cold Sweat style neutral expansions you can take. He's sent Quas out to confirm that Arbus hasn't already taken them. And he will be denied the scout on the natural. But there is an envoy on the way. Yeah, this is actually a well-timed out build. Arbus has his Witness done and his envoy already before the Acantor finishes. So, well prepared, and clearly has done this before. Now, the only trouble here is that he's going to have to thread a needle that he can't even see the boundaries of. He's picked up the Acantor immediately. Does he want to scoot any units in there, like a Zealot or an Ecclesiast or two? Nope. And it does look like Steven has scouted it. Yes, he has clocked it with his units. So that will be discovered. He's going to pull his Quas into a defensive formation. This doesn't mean that the Acantor can't get anything done. But it does make it a lot harder for Arbus to get some value out of it. He's not known to be the fastest player that we have. Mechanically speaking, he could use a little bit of work there. And is he going to unload it? Oh, he doesn't get it unloaded. That is so rough. Flown over the absolute nest of Quas. Well, things are looking a little bit bad. His Nexus has finished, but that was such an expensive loss. He will not be restarting an envoy. His Witness will arrive too late to reveal the defensive measures. And that's what I was talking about when it came to speed. Needs a little bit more oomph. A little bit faster paced moves. If he wants to make this happen. Envoy coming for round 2. Attempt 2. Yeah, Steven's going to be feeling very, very pleased with that. Swarmlord has his Lekizalisk already. A couple idle workers here at the natural can be sent off to wherever they want to go. And remember, he's still harvesting minerals with 6 workers here. That's slightly more than baseline saturation, actually. So pretty good there. Witness moving around, but there's Obeleths already to snipe them. At least to scoot them away. This is very Brood War coded, actually, the way he's got his lake is as defense for the circuit. They're not in front of it, but it kind of reminds me of ZVT. A couple of random swarming units are going to get got. Not a pronounced move out just yet. Trying to keep track of all the things that Swarmlord is doing across the map. His multitasking definitely on point. 6 Gorgorcors on the way. That's an interesting purchase. And the Acantor being used to lay siege with the Witness spotting for the lake is. Oh, that needs to get scooped up. There you go. Ah, the Hierophant tagging the Zorius, consigning it. There's more where that came from, though. Can the Zealots hold on long enough? The Acantor going to be very good at dispersing the swarms of Quas. Aussie Zerg falling back to defensive lines. Remember, the Witness still alive. Not even needed to detect at first because, of course, the Acantor is just firing on all cylinders. Really, Rokor will absorb the initial round. Gorgakor still alive, still a threat. The Acantor gets scooped up, but there's not much anti-air here. Those 6 Gorgs are definitely going to find some purchase. Now, can Arbus do anything with his Acantor versus the mineral line? He unloads it and gets a single worker for his efforts so far. This is what he needs to do. He needs to stall his opponent from moving across the map. Big transfer there. Window open. No, the Acantor does not unload. Spots out a bunch of Zeths. You can see a clear switch has been flipped. Swarmlord moving in with a humongous amount of units, but still struggling to get rid of this Acantor. Behind this, Arbus doing his best to micro and macro. Oh, he's got a juicy unload target, but it's not quite going to happen. Maybe one more shot. 3 workers. Well, he's done his due diligence with the Acantor as best he could. He even got 2 more on the way out, so 17 kill Acantor. Not all of that was necessarily Drooleths, but I still think a good number. Good number of them were picked up there. So, with a big bank, Swarmlord moving out, struggling on the multitasking front a little bit. Couple of artisans harvesting Vespine remotely. The advanced workers, another envoy started. Another Acantor, the second time, much better than the first. Maybe the third can be even better, even more of a pronouncement. Oh, he's already got a third Acantor out as well, and an Argosy has begun in the natural. With 5 Gorgs, but I don't see any Ovileths with this army. 1 Ovileth. I was going to say maybe he could try to airlift his army a little bit further up. But these artisans will act as a little bit of a, forward scout in a way. But it looks like maybe that needle has been threaded, actually. The Gorgakors are going to surprise him. He still has 2 Wardens here. And the Draconid's just finished. This is really big timing for Arbus. He needs to deal with that. He's going to start falling back. His scribes are getting massacred by the Gorgs. He did not defend against this as well as he wanted to. The front gates are not going to be aggressed as heavily, but that's a lot of dead scribes. Swarmlord now definitely stretching ahead when it comes to the money. He's attacking his own Ardent by mistake. Both of the Wardens have fallen. Don't kill your own Ardent, Arbus. There you go. Ardent Budesh. A Solarian has begun. Tier 2 on the way for Swarmlord. About halfway complete. Plenty of production. Even adding another hatch. Why not? 17 pairs of Zeths. Gonna try to overwhelm him with sheer number. He's got a big one coming up here, but the Acantor alone could deal with all of that depending. No detection for it, no defense. All right, well, that's a good pick. That's worth 1,000 Zeths almost. The Matrix at the natural feels like it should have been there for the main base. Things are a little bit dire economically, but Arbus can still fight his way out with his advanced tack. Remember, Swarmlord, for all the money he's got for the third base that's running, for the economic advantage he has, and even for the witness snipe that he just completed, he still has a humongous bank. Matravel Nest started. Going to be some time to actuate that very important tier 2. But without the witness, can Arbus find any value? Can't really actually detect the lake because he's going to need to run over that, but that's a potential death sentence. Waiting. The first Solarian is complete. Nothing else coming from that Argosy. More Acantors being made. Doesn't have the envoys to shuffle them all en masse, Nablime style. Third base now going to be attempted, it looks like, but there's Gorgakors and a Quaz here to catch anything that might come through. The Nexus still gets dropped. Arbus has some things to handle. We got to keep watch for his army as well. The Matrix defending and shooing away those Gorgs, not going to be as effective without that. They're going to go after the third base, and Arbus is thinking about canceling his aggressive plans, but I don't think that's a good move. The Solarian, I don't think it was spotted by anything that was coming over here. That one Zeth may have found it. The Nexus is canceled. This is an all-in position for Arbus. Decisions have been made. He knows what he needs. He's got the witness, and he will push those Lake is back. He's got his Solarian out and everything. What is there that can deal with all the stewards? Looks like an Ecclesiast has gone down, but the speed is not necessary. The Envoy comes out further forward, trying to maybe bait out some attacks. The Witness is under attack. It will get focused down. We still have one Lake is in play. I don't know if there's another Witness in this group. It doesn't look like it. No further detection, but does he need it? This is a death ball for the Protoss. At the same time, a counterattack of a bunch of Zets are going to tear through in a Cantor, but the static defenses will hold. Can Swarmlord overwhelm the Solarian? There's only one of them, and it looks like the Stewards have been temporarily cowed. Only one a Cantor. No, another one unloads from the Envoy. Just in time to replace that one. And it darts on over to see if it can distract Swarmlord, going after his economy. That's a feint, though. That's a feint! The Cantor almost dies within the Envoy. We still have that one Lakis. Might take some incidental splash damage from the Cantor. This is still a tight fight, but it looks like Swarmlord's going to have the better hand. He's making 12 pairs of Nathracors to dive bomb on the Solarian, and there is no anti-air splash for Arbus. He's got to take that Envoy. He's got to get out of here and see if he can escape the Nathracors. They're not all descending at the same time. He might be able to save the Solarian, but it's not looking too hot, and they're torn asunder. 20 Naths survive. One Solarian remains. The third base never got reestablished behind this. Another Solarian is almost about to finish, but does he have enough counter splash to deal with everything else? I'm not sure that the answer is yes. Where did those Nathracors go? Nothing can be made at the 12 o'clock. There's too many quads on the map, and the Nats are still continuing to patrol, prepared to strike down that Solarian. We have no anti-air splash. The empty Envoy. Another Scribe dies over here to the Gorgs. Doesn't feel like there are any good options here as the fourth base is coming up. The Mutath Spire also manifesting. You know, we've seen the Matravel Nest, but I don't think he made any units besides the Vilgorikor, which certainly was instrumental in helping him push out. He's switching directly away from that. The Nathracors descend. Is there enough anti-air? He's targeting a Drakodon. He's not targeting the Solarian. There we go. Going after it, and eventually it will be melted. There's another one that's going to be sniped by those Nathracors. No land effects, no Stargate was here, no anti-air splash, but maybe the Solarian will just barely survive. It does. It holds, and the ground army is wiped. This Protoss force still has some legs underneath it. Do we have a witness? We do not have detection still, so never mind. There is one. Okay, I was going to say, he needs that to actually bust this third base properly with his ground army. Can pick it with his Solarian. Still patrolling over here in case of the Gorgorkor attack, and Empyrean on the way for Splash to deal with those very incessant Nathracors. And the Gorgorkor still hanging out over there for Swarmlord. Might be used later on as the third base. Only now going to actually get set up as the fourth finishes for Steven, for Swarmlord. Yep, our Aussie Protoss, or Aussie Zerg rather, is going to go ahead and clear out that Artisan. Well, forcing the army to come back to defend the workers. I don't know. This is looking a little bit too dire. Swarmlord had such a good grasp of the early game as far as sending out all of his units, and now he's been able to mass up Convolisks. I think that's going to be a great position here for him. He's making even more Nathracors. At a certain point, depending on your positioning, you can deal with the Empyrean Splash, but it's still going to be a formidable ally to Arbus. He's got one Cantor in an Envoy. He's got two others with the ground army. Started to add Protathalor as a great choice for focusing down the Solarians. And look at this. He's gas-capped all of the ridges. Swarmlord is swimming in money. He effectively has, you know, a fifth base coming online here as soon as he decides to saturate it. Drakodon clears out 12 o'clock. The Gorgorkor comes back in just to get warded off. One more shot from the Warden might have done it. Another one will go down. It'll frustrate the harvesting path a little bit of the Sedent, but he can throw a third worker on there, and it's not really the end of the world. 34 Nathracors. Only one Empyrean right now. The Acantors send off a couple of warning shots. I don't think they're going to be able to hit too many enemies. Just a few token quads taken out. Protathalor. Oh, set up for the massive concave. It's a surround. Swarmlord goes after the Envoy, but then changes gears. The Empyreans focus down immediately, and the Positron wasn't able to get in there. The Rillarokors are absolutely tearing everything apart. The Nathracor falls, and that is a total wipe of the army. ArbuzBudesh has been routed. GG. Swarmlord posts the first dub in Group C. All right, lads. All right. That was an exciting little conclusion to our match. When you're out across the two bridges, it's very, very dangerous. You're basically saying, kill my army and you win. No defensive position, no static defense to defend from. And of course, he was already well behind from the early stages of that match. ArbuzBudesh drops the first match. The Shambler will select Map 2 versus Steven. It's a good question, Hipsea. Why did he move into an open area? But hey, it was epic. It was grand close, grand close, all that good stuff. While we wait for Shambler to pick the next map, I can remind you guys that, ladies and gentlemen, we have a coffee page. You can donate to the game. And I will be opening up a dedicated donation goal for the next tournament. I've been thinking about this back and forth, like what exactly can I do? I think if I open up a donation page and we get enough money in for me to take a week off of work, which is more approachable than you might expect. It's not going to be that much because it's only a part-time job anyway. I should be able to take that week and then host a tournament and not worry too much about the time, and then we'll be all good. And so basically, as long as we get that money, we can do the Invitational. It'll be great. So maybe these will happen more often. It really depends on what the homies can put up. I don't want to be, charging people ridiculous amounts of money. It's just enough for me to take off work. It'll be Demaloon selected by the Shambler. Very cool stuff. Right, we are waiting on the readies for our players, and also the me to update the scoreboard. The scoreboard for Swarm. We're getting into it, lads. Game 2 of Group C. If they're all like that, maybe a little bit longer, I'll be so happy. We go to Demaloon. It's the Shambler as the red Terran in the top left. Swarmlord as the bottom right is what looks to me to be dark green Zerg. Oh, but it was forest green. I should have known based on the font color. No gas for Shambler. Points towards bio, and it's not super aggressive forward bio. Very middle of the road. I don't know whether our Swarmlord here is reading too much into whatever Shambler does. I kind of feel like, I think our Aussie Zerg is going to play his own style no matter what, until he gets some data. Like, if somebody beats him, then he'll adapt. And maybe he'll adapt even if it looked like somebody was close to beating him. But I'm not so sure, right? Like, maybe he'll go for Nathracors a bit sooner next time he sees a Solarian, for example, because it did look like Arbus could have actually done it. Even though he was in such a bad position economically, his military might was something to be feared. Feels like maybe he just hemorrhaged his witnesses a few too many times. And that's after losing the first Acantor drop. So thinking about how powerful the Protoss could have looked in that position, Swarmlord might be thinking about that, Tricksy tactics. Pool coming for Swarmlord. Pretty fast after his first Larvosk. Knows that he needs to potentially defend against the aggression. Second stockade nearly complete, and the first Maverick is not actually moving across the map right now. But that's what I was talking about earlier. Ooh, he bronze moves him! He bronze moves him, and he's decollided him! Oh, got him! That's still good. I mean, denied mining time. RIP, says. And, I don't know if that was going to be a foundational aspect of the strategy here for Shambler, but I think it'll be just fine. So he's not actually going super aggro with the Mavericks. We'll see what he wants to do as the transition point later. Maybe he'll move across as a big blob with his 2 stockades pumping. Lost mining time for the win. Yeah. See, he knows. These are the stockades that the group is eponymous for, like, there's a reason why we call it straight to the stockades. It's also because Australia was a penal colony, but, you know. That part was supposed to be subversive. People could, if you know that one. All right, well, it's going to be about 9 Mavericks to take care of these Zeths, and if Shambler's quick on his feet, he is on an attack move. He should be able to actually push those Zeths back. Yeah, he's responsive, reactive. He stims a little bit later than I thought he would, but he will force the Zeths back. He needs to stim again. He might just crush him here. Goes straight up the ramp. He's going to hose down all of the Zethrakors. Preemptive stimming. Goes straight past the Kagrants. He's going for the workers. He's going to force a burrow here. The stims are still good. He's only stimmed 5 times, or 4 times so far. He's killed 4 workers. Remember, he's got more Mavericks coming. This is looking so dire. I think Shambler's just going to post up, man. I think this is where Swarmlord's going to have to think, how do I fight this? Goes for the Quaz. They're so far behind the minerals. The Zet's having a tough time pathing around. The Circuit only now finishing. This is opportunity for Shambler to just move past. I don't think he realized that those weren't turning into Circuits. Those were still morphing Kagrants. That's how fast the attack timing hit. Still, such a long amount of time lost mining-wise. 3 Stockades back at home, pumping nothing but Mavericks, of course. The monocomp nearly struck Swarmlord down. It might as well have done critical damage at this point. Exploratory Quaz. 1 and 2 moving out. It feels like with the circuits complete, it will take a much bigger mass of Mavericks to really push through that ramp. And it looks like, to me, Shambler's not even really entertaining the idea right now. He's also on Rally. That one's on attack move, so I guess he'll catch that Quaz. He's not going to let him get away with that. All right, no vision on the map. He just sees more and more Mavericks moving across. We're starting to see Hurakans fed into the meat grinder. Ministry about halfway complete, so we know Shambler's not entirely all in. Still hasn't harvested a lick of gas. Playing like me. Living like Larry. Yeah, he's trying to get out with any vision he can. He's going to need to go the long way. So much money in the bank. Swarmlord could absolutely go for some more... Yeah, there's the Drollets. I think he wanted to put down a hatch as well, just to keep it going. There you go. No natural for him. First couple of Hurakans, if he gets a nice ball of Hurakans up, he can definitely storm the circuits, and he'll also rend all of the Rilla Rokors almost immediately, just because the Hurakans will take the initial volley there. So he's going to go up the ramp. He saw the Quaz count. He's not this army over here, but he did see 2 circuits. You know, when you see only 2, you're like, wait, are you for real? Surely I'm just going to beat you, ass. Starpad on the way. Kills 1 Mason. That's it. I don't know if the Zets spotted the Ministry, so this might be looked at as all in, but the Ministry was just around the corner. Or if Swarmlord did see that, maybe he plays a little bit less aggressively on the defense, if that makes sense. Oh, the Hurakans routed. They're not actually able to get up the ramp, but the Mavericks are more than happy to throw themselves at the problem. This amount of Mavericks might not be able to crack the code, and it looks like Shambler has to fall back. Great surround there on the concave defense. Works out well for Swarmlord. This is still a game. Starpad's complete. I don't know if the Zets actually saw that go down. Ministry going to go ahead and land over there. The Zets were pretty close to it, right? But they have a pretty tight vision. I still think the Starpad was within vision, and it is a Trojan. These Mavericks are going to need to react pretty fast. He's got another small group of them across the bridge. No stim from these Mavs. They end up going up in smoke. So, it looks like Shambler... Oh, he's crafty, isn't he? He's going to see if he can stim towards the natural, maybe deny that. Preemptively stimming. He's going to clear a lot of Zethrakors. That was actually very, very good. He's running out of stim on his Mavs, though, so... This one Zeth will just kill both of them. Like something out of Starship Troopers. 8 Mavericks in a Trojan. Anseal coming now. 1 Maverick goes down. The other one soon to follow. Still feels like Swarmlord's in a good position, all things considered. He's caught back up economically. Obviously doesn't have the base count quite yet. Big transfer from Shambler leaves his mineral line in the main a bit dry. right. What more does he have? Oh, he's already found it. He's already preempted it. Gonna go for the moving unload? Or is he just... No, he's actually not. He's forced a little bit of lost mining time, but he's actually gonna go for the natural. Only unloads 4, so... Stim's after it. He's gonna get a couple of workers for his trouble. Loses 2 Mavericks, kills 2 workers. I think you're happy with that, honestly. But did he float too much back at home? Making a phalanx. Okay, Palladium. Interesting that he goes for Watchdogs. He scouts the Zorkas. He knows that Gorgocores were made in the last game. Just wants to hedge his bets. Keeping them away from the mineral line. A very well-advised strategy. Arbus obviously had his Wardens kind of in the mineral line, so Warden damage was taken. The damage to the Wardens was sustained. That Zeth at 12 o'clock would be a good thing to pick. So if he shows the Trojan in the process, it would be maybe a little bit too much info gained. Really adding a lot of Watchdogs, definitely respecting the Gorg threat. None have been cited just yet in the production tab. And Shambler, even adding more on the extremities. Has some Anseals for detection. We know that Lakes have been made. When you go bio, you're definitely going to be risking a lot of Lakes action, but that's what the Phalanxes can be for. That or Eidolons if you want to stick to bio. One move out has been spotted. This should inform Swarmlord of what's going on. Shambler even in eco. At least as far as the worker count is concerned, he's going to get his workers off of their asses and get back to work. Another Anseal being produced. He's up to 3. I don't know where the third one actually went. Looks like it's idling somewhere. Yep. And another Phalanx as well. Catches another Zeth. These little signs of our times as another drop attempt, but it's going to be kicked back. No healing for Shambler. He's relying a lot on the Anseal for that. He didn't bring his Phalanx with him. He's actually left the one naked Phalanx there. Oh, look at this. Drop finds drop. Yep. We love to see that. You can actually unload the Mavs to try to kill that. At the same time, though, he's navigating over here. The lake is move over. The Avaleth bruised a little bit, but still flying. Had 6 Zeths in it. Shambler won't know that, but it's a bit suspicious to take that route as a scouting route. Ministry, earmarked for 12 o'clock on the 3rd, still being guarded by one Zethracore of Swarmlord. Still patrolling a bunch of these units around, and the drop is once again green lit. We see Shambler kind of roaming around. He's probably hoping to take this 3rd base. Tier 2 just gets started for our Zerg player. He's none the wiser about this attack route. He is about to get hit. The stim is preemptive, and it's good. He's going to take the ramp immediately, and the drop is going to be intercepted by that Watchdog. Oh my god! It's dead! It's down! The Anseals protecting against the lake is 2 of them go down as well. 3rd base lost, and drop does nothing. That one Watchdog and the extremity. He's even going to kill a lake is in the egg. No refund on that. Great eco for Swarmlord still, but losing that 3rd base is pretty rough. He even had a bunch of workers ready to do something. 17 pairs of Zeths on the way. Iral Iris nearly complete. No evolution on the pool. No Hydrith Den in sight. We'll see what he wants to pivot into after this. The one Maverick providing a little bit of intel in that position. Yet Swarmlord is going to be able to clear that just fine. This is a nice little outpost for Shambler to hold. Tier 2 completes for Swarmlord. Zeth's navigating upwards. They're going to be aiming towards 12 o'clock as Shambler looks to clear it, actually, at just about the same time. Maybe these Zeths don't end up finishing the job quite yet, but clearing it just in time. Where's the stim for Shambler? He's actually stimming over here. Doesn't even realize he's actually defending an attack over in that position. A more cost-efficient place for his Mavericks to trade, but they are overwhelmed eventually. This Ministry not quite landing just yet. The Zeths have mostly been routed. Trojan returns to pick up some more cargo. Swarmlord needs to kind of excise Shambler from the 6 o'clock. Sending in more Zeths to the meat grinder. That's it. The wood chipper. And a worker transfer of 8. A couple more waypointed over. Yeah, economically, we're actually looking at Shambler winning the macro game because he denies that third base from Swarmlord. Wasn't it predicting the very long wraparound? It is a bit risky to do. Front gate still held. I mean, we've got lots of phalanxes have been made off of this one fulcrum. No tier 2 in sight. He's got the minerals, but not the gas. He's going to see if he can continue to hold that third base, but that's where the bulk of the army is coming in. He's going to need to respond to that in some way or another. Zeph dodging all the shots, not the second time around. Bisecting from the natural to the path directly into 12 o'clock. We've got a watchdog coming in, but that's not going to be quite enough. Unsieged all the phalanxes. He's moving in. The Trojans are empty, but they might be baited. A little bit of worker harassment here. It's okay to lose the workers on that third base because you still have it mining this whole time. And yeah, that's cutting through the entire army. Swarmlord is not in a position to necessarily win. He can try to deal with this, but without more of his units and up this very thin ramp, it doesn't feel like it's going to quite be enough. We need a stim from these Mavericks and see if he can focus them down. Yes, Swarmlord not able to trade cost efficiently while his army is routed over here. He clears most of the Masons. He might grab a Phalanx or two on the way out. Shambler still microing the group at 6 o'clock. A couple more units coming in from the roundabout. He's going to lose 2 Phalanxes. One over here, one down there in the south. Might even lose some more than that, where that came from. Remember, he still has these Trojans, but he hasn't been able to actually make use of them. And we're only now going to see Swarmlord try to saturate that third base at 3 o'clock. Shambler didn't play as aggressively as I thought he would in the early stages of the game. He was very measured in his approach, and now he's going to go ahead and set up an anchor. Now he's got the gas, but not the minerals, as far as trying to get his stuff going is concerned. We've got 2 more fulcrums made, 2 more palladiums up, really powering in on Phalanx, and he still held the 6 o'clock. So he knows that the third base must be at 3. That's the obvious place you'd go to put it. Looks like Swarmlord's still trying to take a little bit of map control, a couple outposts. Now, can the Vilgoricors allow the rest of the group to overwhelm? I mean, the problem is that the Zoryus is really what enables the rest of this army to move with any speed. But the Convolisks are here to try to slow them down with the Ensnare. As long as the Ancials absorb the projectile, it does stop the Vilgoricors from spawning. This is not a great fight for Shambler. He's deployed way too close. It feels like, anyway, where's his target fire? Where is his Phalanx is targeting? Just individual Vilgoricors, not focusing on that backline, but still, the Maverick count stimmed, ensnared though they may be, is still slowly breaking on through. A lot of the Phalanxes were taken out, resetting the amount. He's got so many Trojans he's not done anything with. If those were Ancials, maybe something else would have happened. Now 6 o'clock being descended upon. He's going to need to fall back from that position or the Lakers will tear him a new one. Still slowly being pushed back here. The Vilgoricor absorbing so much damage with its swarms. We see the Madrigals here as well. The one Zetracor attacking the 9 o'clock position. 6 o'clock clear and ready for business. If Swarmlord wants to take it. Well, Shambler needs to reset. He's loading up everything he can into the Trojans. He's got 1 Maverick in one of those, unfortunately. Lifts that Ministry. He's going to send some units to clear it out. Looks like these units are already here for Swarmlord to try to respond to this. It's kind of a weird drop, but it's going to do something. Mostly it'll just be a little bit difficult to deal with. So he shuts down mining at this base. At the same time, 9 o'clock is interrupted. Still a net win, net victory in terms of Shambler's eco. Somehow the Gorgorcore died. I'm not quite sure how. Okay, so he cleared a lot of workers. Swarmlord definitely down in workers. What a weird game state to see. 3 Madrigals a pop coming out because he sees the Gorgorcores. He kind of preempted them. Still has 7 Trojans for another Doom drop. Does he dare? Could still be broken at any point. Adding more anchors, adding more watchdogs, but the attack might hit a little bit too soon. That anchor is staffed. Man, he's got so many Gorgs. If the Madrigals go into their crowd control mode, he can definitely do something here. Not quite fast enough to realize. There we go. Good splash damage. The Mavericks were stimmed. He's actually going to try to hunt him. Remember, they can pivot directly into the natural here. Madrigals are pretty speedy, though. Everything else needs to get out of the way. Those are so clumped up. The splash damage from the Madrigals is going to help out so tremendously. Ah, 4 dead Gorgs. But now here comes the attack attempt up here. But Shambler, He's really set him up. You're a StarCraft 2 player? Good luck pathing your units through my buildings, bud. This is Brood Wars engine. 6 o'clock being taken by Swarmlord nonetheless. 21 more workers to try to catch up economically. Remember, his main base, not even depleted yet. That's how low eco he's been. Still trying to posture. Some excellent work from Shambler so far to manage Swarmlord's growth. He had 3k minerals just now. 13 Vilgoricors just got made. That's going to turn into a very blobby situation. Couple of units errantly moving. More Gorgs. Same Gorgs. Haven't been reinvested. Oh, loses an Ant Seal to these Quas at 9 o'clock. They burrow, but there's detection here. This might be an opportunity for the rest of the army to kind of move forward. There's a lot of phalanxes over here. If they deploy on the other side of the bridge, it's going to be so difficult. Shaman gets sniped as it tries to deploy. The Ant Seal, dangerously close. It's his only detection right now. He's making 2 more, just in case. Throws down a stockade in the middle of nowhere. Gorg's coming in, but there's so many watchdogs. I don't know if that's going to be quite enough. There's Quas behind it. I don't think he needs to reinforce that position, but whether or not he knows that is another thing entirely. Sending units up there, but still the main army is not actually taken care of. Vilgoricor sighted. Quas have broken through on the eastern flank. More units coming on in. Could unload the Mavericks in this anchor or airlift it or anything as the Masons attempt to defend themselves. It's a war on 2 fronts. Phalanxes on the high ground. Definitely doing a good amount of work here. Surprisingly, Swarmlord has chosen to take the interior 6. Nobody would do that, except for him. He's the only one I've ever seen take those weird bases on near impact as well. Mavericks stem up. The Phalanxes are not deployed. That will change as they launch their salvos onto the back line. The Lakers aren't really in range to do much, but the Vilgoricors are definitely splashing a lot. The Phalanxes might get pushed in. The Maverick count is gone. The Lakers move forward. And I think this is a win for the Zerg as far as that main army is concerned. Total cleanup. Not much damage dealt to 12 o'clock, but now we've got a 4th base mining for Swarmlord. He's finally taken that economic advantage everybody thought he would have to begin with. All those Rilla Rogors spawned. And so, too, they fall. Leaving only 2, actually, and then there were 2. The one stockade in the middle of nowhere that was used for a... funnily enough, that was supposed to be used for a... just a wall or whatever. That bridge is not exactly advisable to push through. You got 6 phalanxes shelling you from one side. Might be thinking about pushing in with the Quas Zorius Gorg. He's dealt with a lot of the watchdogs, mind you, so this is still potentially quite a good move. He dives onto the phalanxes, the Zorius and the Quas still alive, forcing a reaction. Stimmed Mavericks, 19 of them coming up to clean this up. Once again, not really going to get too much value. Remember, Shambler is not at tier 2 yet. He does not have an Atlas. This is tier 2 Zerg with so many workers. Shambler's got the same number, but doesn't have the same bases. He wasn't able to retake the 9 o'clock in spite of everything. Those burrowed Quas actually slipped the net. Tier 3 on the way for our Zerg player. By God. Quas now moving up. Or Mavericks, rather. There's one Quas in the top right. Looks like it'll be potentially cleared up, depending on how that army moves up. Not mining from the sieve is actually kind of big here for Shambler. But he's floating a lot of money anyway. Does he dare drop tier 2? Or does he need to reinvest all that money into something else? I think when he lost that big army off to the side, he's withdrawn into the turtle shell. His Mavericks are getting massacred. Doesn't look like he killed more than one Zorius. Wasn't great targeting anyway. Falls on back. Adding more watchdogs. Still no tier 2. Can't put down sentinels. He's about to get out-teched to a 2nd degree. The Rocors just diving in there for scouting. Now he's going to try to move across this bridge, and it's not really being monitored too heavily by Swarmlord's army, but he could try to descend upon him. This phalanx count is absolutely absurd, by the way. Swarmlord has almost a little bit over the military count of Shambler. I have a feeling it's going to be swinging pretty heavily into Shambler's favor on the numbers side. He can't quite get across the bridge, but it's almost a blessing in disguise. Finally rips out most of those Quas over there. He still needs to clear out 9 o'clock so he can take it. Try to slowly grind his way across. There's a little Maginot line of quads across the top right position. Bottom left being taken as the quads are finally dealt with. This is getting a little bit scary, guys. Shambler is pushed out pretty low. He hasn't deployed most of his phalanxes, and maybe that's a good thing because he needs the armor. The Anseal's come in to try to defend. No Lake is here. No heavy hitters. He can just stay. He can just stay right here on tank mode. He does not need much else. Swarmlord does not have the oomph, the power, the DPS to break through this position. And it looks like he'll have to evacuate Interior 6. He goes over to his third base at 3 o'clock. And soon, maybe, the rest of the bases will fall like dominoes. Shambler stepping forward. He's got his stims. Those eggs will not be taken out. They will not be canceled. Now again, Tier 3 is here. The Gezkath Grotto is coming up. I don't think there's any hope for Shambler's army versus Alcagalisks, or even really Cascathalor or Gazithalor. I think that would be a pretty big deal as well. The one Maverick here left over artfully by Shambler. It's going to get cleaned up eventually. The Droleth does not burrow. It's going to need to be resent. Lag Spike, unfortunately, kind of marring this moment. But Shambler's going to continue moving forward. Single Madrigal gets moved over there. He can go ahead and deploy it if he wants to. The workers could probably kill it, though. Oh, man, so many Convolisks. Can the Phalanxes deal with that in tank mode? I feel like you're going to need to deploy at least a few of them and target those Convies down. But maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. As more units come in to shut down bottom left, those workers are consigned to death. This spoke taken care of. 5 Gazithalors being made. No air units here. Gazithalors only attack ground, of course, but still very potent units from a range. And if the Mavericks take it too far of a step forward, the Convolisks will tear them to shreds. If only Shambler could also attack the 3 o'clock at the same time. Maybe this army can pivot off to over there. Workers burrow so that they can reset the base later. Gazithalor spotted. The Madrigals are here for the anti-air, but I don't know if it's going to be quite enough. They are pretty armored. One of them dies. 2 more are being made, but those eggs are not likely to stick around. Some of those burrowed workers actually killing Shambler's Mavericks. And there's still so many units off the rally that I don't think these quads are going to find too much value. 2 Gazithalors wounded, moving up, but they're going to get apprehended by that one Madrigal. One Gazithalor stays alive. Anseal's flying over the quads. Oh, one of them goes down. Needs a couple more. The Phalanx count is absurd right now. Again, he can just keep trying to push in. There's only so many places Swarmlord can be. Top right is being taken, but it was delayed by that one Maverick. The one Maverick to change the game. Swarmlord caught between a rock and a hard place. The Mavs stim forward. They're going to clear the quads and force a cancel on the hatch. There's no saving that. Not with how slow the Zerg army is right now. 26 Zoryus coming out, but that's not going to be the damage that he needs. That Maverick, that Droleth will be killed. And now the army descends. We still have 4 Gazithalors here for the defense. We got some sieged phalanxes to clear out the convies. Targeting needs to be done, but Shambler might be doing the final push into the natural. The rest of the army is all the way up here. That is not where it needs to be right now. Routed. We still have those 4 Gezzies. Are there enough Mavericks to actually clear them? The Ensnare doing wonders to slow them down. Here we go. Trying to go in a little bit further. Some Zoryus come in for a flank. I don't know if it's quite enough. There's so many of them coming from the main. Swarmlord just needs to stuff him here, and then maybe he can go a little bit differently. He's trying to counterattack. The Gazithalors are coming in. They're flying over the army. That's not where they need to be right now. They need to be attacking. And the Anseal's defending as best they can as the Phalanxes try to work through all the chaff, all the mulch. It is an absolute wood chipper, and we got more reinforcements coming in from Shambler. Maybe he'll go ahead and target that 3 o'clock position. It looks like that's where the blob is moving. The Gazithalors shelling out unimaginable amounts of damage, but the Carapace swarms. They're defending Shambler's army too. There's so much tank, so much shielding, and the 3 o'clock is busted. It's a long, hard-fought victory, 30 minutes in, but only now is Tier 2 coming, and I don't even think it's necessary. Shambler, I think he's done it. I think he's stuffed him. It was such a hard-fought victory, but I don't think Swarmlord has it in him. He's making one Cascathalor. Maybe with enough Gazettalors he can do something. There's no anti-air here for Shambler. He's slowly being beaten back, but the damage is so critical. Half the worker count, half the base count. When do you see Zerd doing that? The NCOs come on over to try to defend. We see the unsieging of the Phalanxes as they try to hold out versus everything that has been thrown at them. This will be their final stand, but we've got plenty more where that came from. The Anseal's providing detection to kill more and more and more of the Drollets. The Maverick's even kind of pushing those Gazettalors back, allowing more of a worker massacre to be extolled. That's one more Excision that's going to go down as well. Takes a while to make stuff like that. The Anseal's just shielding forever. Tier 2 complete. Mantles immediately begin. Not Starports. I thought he'd go for Sundogs or something, but that's a more of a top ramen strat, apparently. My God, man. Well, the Gezzis will finally chew through those Phalanx. He's got to use Drollets to fight his way over and take up the 3 o'clock, the 6 o'clock. Phew. He's still in it, apparently. He thinks he's still in it. He's not making hardly anything. He doesn't. He has 29 military units. Shambler has 140. And a 5th base waiting to be lifted off and sent to greener pastures. He just needs to control all these units now and get them sent over. Still has the Trojans from earlier. Caps his gas in the natural, in the main, in the 3rd base, and in the 4th coming as well. 5th base rather, now lifting off. I guess he's going to take interior 3. Or sorry, interior 12. Reduced to just making Zethra-cores 30 minutes into the game. When you see that army, what can you even say? I mean, how do you stay in the game versus that? He's got 1 cask and 3 Gezzis, 4 Gezzis. The Quaz spots the 5th base going up. That can be cleaned up pretty easily. The Trojans are empty, but maybe they can force a response, right, when you see that. He found some of his Lakes. He had kind of left them out in the middle of nowhere. Here come the stem. Oh, is he going to just dive on the cask? Yeah, this is a wrap, boys. The Gezzis are gone. GG. The Shambler posts his first dub, and now ArbuzBudesh will face him. All right, guys, you gotta give it to him, okay? I know Shambler, anti-Shambler society, etc., but even though Steven didn't get the right kind of units, hasn't played against that style, perhaps, Shambler made it entertaining. Shambler made it entertaining. The chat is trying to figure out what's up. How did that game go the way that it did? To be honest, I don't know myself. All right, we're going to Genesis Y after a brief stint on Demaloon. Brief, 30 minutes, by the way. What's up, Catter? Those are their real names. This is a different game, dude. Everybody already knows. Everybody already knows. Arbus is in the lobby waiting on Shambler because he's grabbing some water. Gives me time to update the overlay anyway. So as a reminder for anybody who's new or doesn't remember the format, it is a bit esoteric. It is winner stays on. First one to get 4 wins will score a dub. First place eligible for prize money. Donated by Nexus, BiddyB, and Nabline. Do appreciate that. It's very rare to see tier 3 versus tier 1, and it still ends up winning. I know Shambler technically built tier 2, and he also built mantles, but he didn't use any of them. So he did just win with straight up tier 1 stuff. Pretty good. Pretty good. Shopkeeper Dog is watching the unthinkable. Terran victories. Well, think about it, Night Fox. You can make anything splash, aka multi-target, with Khaz'triths. Khaz'trith Protathalor. There's your new anti-air. You're welcome. I don't. Let's get into it, boys. We're going in to game 3. It's only game 3 of our group. Can you believe it? We've got ArbuzBudesh here in the top right as our dark green, or is this forest green? Forest green Protoss. And in the bottom right, we have the Shambler as the white Terran. Genesis Y, the pick of ArbuzBudesh. I actually haven't seen too many Arbus games on this map. I know he's played it because he's played it in tournaments and stuff, but I don't know. I don't know. So it will be a stockade first for Shambler and a gateway first for Arbus. I'm glad we get to see all 3 matchups in the opening matches, yeah. Once I sit down and hammer out some more of the issues, I would love to end up dedicating like an entire month of April towards Ascozi development. I think that's what's going to happen, get our 4th race up and running, hopefully by the end of the month, because not the first few days, but the first full week of May is when Acropolis Gauntlets are going to be kicking off. So I'll open up signups like a couple weeks before, and by then I'll know if like, okay, does it look like Ascozi are going to be available? If not, then, you know. I don't think we should necessarily allow... Maybe we shouldn't, because if I release the Ascozi a month, like a couple days before the tournament, I don't know if people should be allowed to play it, you know what I mean? I don't know. Something to think about. But hey, we'll see. See how it goes. Shambler going Mavericks against Arbus. We don't really see Bio versus Protoss. Shambler really the only stalwart still holding the banner. Double gate, Hierophant Dracodon. Wants to be able to use Striders to pick apart the Bio Ball from afar. But the stimmed Mavericks can do a lot of damage. I used to have this shtick where every time a Dracodon died to Mavericks, I'd tell people that you guys got to donate on the coffee page. It's like, all right, every time. And then the running joke there was that Shambler would be the only one making me any money because he wins games with Bio versus Toss. I can't believe he's done it. He's moved. He's stung the bee. He's messed with the hornet's nest. Here comes the suicidal forever draw, forever push, the forever stim. You cannot escape I'm drugging myself to kill you! He's really sending him on a goose chase. Oh man, after the banger of the last game, maybe Shambler's lost his brain. He's dealt 20 damage to all of his army. His entire army has taken 20 damage. He didn't even kill it. Unbelievable. Well, if he microed it a little bit better at Crank, he actually could have killed it, but it slipped the net. It slipped the net. That's one of those fun little micro challenges that I would probably do pretty well on, and then I'd go back to my base and have 1,000 minerals. So I respect Shambler for not constantly taking the bait. Hi, I'm back. Want to chase me? Oh shit! He stimmed anyway. What a maniac. Well, that's all right. There's a cleric here. That cleric is the hardest working gal in Cresciliant. I can tell you that much. All right. Well, looks like a Nexus is on the way here for Arbus. He'll be taking his natural since he's seen that Shambler is not pushing out just yet. You can tell that Shambler is thinking about stimming. He's really thinking about it. He's so tempted. He stimmed! Run! This is so silly. A couple Harakans have been added in as well. And will Shambler just expand behind this like a Chad? Or yeah, I guess so. He's just going to make a ministry. Okay. All right, well, a Matrix is on the way at the front gates here. I don't know if... I think the Nexus will actually also power that, but it's going to be tight. Which would be really funny if you bait him by killing the pylon and then... No, never mind. Not even one more square up, actually. It would have needed to be even further up. So. I don't know. We will see. The Witness is in here. The Hierophant is in here. It's a whole party. The Masons are chasing. Get him! The stim is up! Wait, hold on. Is Arbus just gonna get owned? Let's find out. The pylons have been emergency. The Matrix finishes, but it's unpowered. The Draconins have to fall back. The stims are good. The Harakans are descending. What else you got, Arbus? You got 2 Draconins coming out. One of them just popped. That's $3. That's $6 on coffee. He's gonna be threatening a third. Maybe not. He's fine. He doesn't have to pay me $9. Okay, that was scary, but at the end of the day, it's fine. It's all fine. The Hierophant died to something out here in the natural. Honestly, I kind of think that Arbus is potentially going to walk over him here because Shambler hasn't been making a lot of Mavericks during this time. This is a medium amount of Mavericks and not a Shambler amount of Mavericks. He's got the Masons. I mean, he can hold. I love the one Maverick with 3 clerics sealing it. Okay, Arbus has cleared that up. 13 Mavs. We got more coming. Shambler should be fine here. Arbus is going to need to do his due diligence here on his micro. See how well he's been training. One of them goes down. That's $9. He's trying to get me paid $12. $15, $15, $15, $15. Oh, it's so tantalizing! Make me that money, Shambler! Oh, it escapes. And now he's basically lost his whole army again. Shambler's been microing so hard. He's floating so much money. Showing some weakness after that nail biter versus Swarmlord. Endurance is a factor. Can you keep up? 1 HP Draconin. 1 HP, $3. The Witness is here, but the Antseal is going to detect it, surely. Shaman not deployed. Arbus behind this, waypointing a ton of Draconins. He is not to be stopped by this bio-nonsense. Double Ardent follow-up for Arbus, but does he even need it is the question. The Ant Seal goes down. I don't think the detection was really that significant. And at this point, I don't think it matters how much money Shambler gives me. That's $6 more. We're up to 18, 21. Oh, actually, hold on. 24. Arbus kind of slipping on the micro here. Wasn't targeting the right things. He pulls him away from the Shamans. That's very good. 27, 30, 33, 36. Oh, I'm rich. He's actually killed 12 Dracodons with Mavericks. That's incredible. Incredible. Well, Arbus still has the economic advantage here. And of course, he's got the compositional edge. 2 star pads coming down. I suppose that's for... Oh, he's actually going to go up to 3? If he's not mass-producing Ant Seals with these, I'm not really sure, because I don't know that you would go Wraiths into this composition. I mean, doesn't really seem like the best choice. Third base, Arbus really enjoying the freedom of playing against this bio strat and having stuffed the early moves so thoroughly. And it wasn't without some risk, of course, but double a Cantor, that's probably going to shut this place down pretty nicely. He even made a witness. His envoy will pop out. He's also adding a Clarion to the main army, which is very scary for Shambler to have to deal with. Ah, the witness has been spotted. Oh, don't fly towards the watchdog. That's a dangerous idea. Yeah, I mean, as of right now, it does feel like Arbus is going to just push the button and win. You know, he's going to scoop up an Acantor. He'll try to send it somewhere where there's limited defenses. And really, the rest of the army should just start moving across the map. He's got a significant advantage here. No long range for Shambler to leverage versus the Protoss. Arbus, can you be fast enough to defend your Acantor? Looks like the answer is yes. He'll send off 1 shot. Very good versus the Ant Seal stack as well, you know. Ooh, intercepted. Ah. Good moves, good moves. Honestly, he could unload it down here and start whittling down that watchdog, but maybe he wants to just come in through the open airway. Hi. Wow, that's not a lot of Masons. I guess Shambler overcorrected on his transfer at one point. He's going to start losing a few more. 4 workers dead so far. Now huddling around the watchdogs. A couple Hurricanes pop out. Oh, Arbus is toying with them, moving into the main, from the main to the natural. The army did not follow through. Shambler looking a little bit slippery here, looking a little bit rocky. On uneven ground. Arbus's macro much improved. No mining is happening right now. Shambler is out of mining. Entirely out of mining. No, $0. 0 minerals. Shambler's hoping that I give him the 36 bucks he gave me. He earned from me back. Because he needs them at this point. Well, at this point, I think it's pretty safe to say the Shambler has been killed by a single Acantor. Argosy started at the 3rd, because, you know, why not? Hey, what's up? Just out here killing you. No, Ahmed. Though it is your duty, you must not do it. I don't know what the 3 star pads were. This is the all-in sort of push, as he's got nothing to defend against the single Acantor with 17 kills and counting. It's like, what do you even do? I guess he's got to see if he's got a 4th base, but the 3rd is already up. There's nothing here, man. What are you going to do against that? I guess the Acantor will not be able to... Oh, he couldn't scoot it up. Had to take the Acantor and right-click the Envoy. Finally, it's been felled, but... Well, he might have 13 Ant Seals, but he does not have what he needs versus this army. There's even pylons in the middle of nowhere just to absorb more pressure. The Acantor shells eviscerating the army. Shambler does not GG. He leaves. And Arbus posts up on the board. We got everybody is tied 1 for 1. Let's do all of that through the same way again, and we'll do FFA, right? Oh, that's the wrong image to replace. Yeah, I don't know, man. That was an unfortunate one, especially after how much more steady Shambler looked early on. Arbus has certainly upset the apple cart. So with everybody tied up 1 for 1, we're going back to PVZ where we all began this little quest. Steven says that playing against the Shambler is a very unique experience. And I agree. ArbuzBudesh will be our maroon Protoss in the bottom left, and Swarmlord, Steven, he will be the homie, the man, the... Is this regular periwinkle or deep periwinkle? I want to say periwinkle. Oh, but it was deep. Deep periwinkle Zerg in the top right. I didn't look at the chat. So, he's not harvesting from the most efficient mineral patches here, but it looks like he's going to be going for the usual several Larvosk build. We'll see what Arbuz has in store for that as a response. That is a nice way of saying it. It'll be a lattice opener for Arbuz. You know, Arbuz, like, the thing, I know it's like, the tenor of the matches has been a bit different than a 1 for 1 would dictate usually. But it does bear repeating, even though it seems obvious. This is a group where we could see any one of the players here take first place. I know that sounds really surprising because Shambler was very labored in defeating Swarmlord, which you can decide is a knock against either one of those players. And then Shambler just kind of collapsed versus Arbuz, which, you know, hopefully he can rally for the rest of the group. Sometimes you just need that break, and that does happen sometimes, especially after a banger 30-minute match, you know. Having to go straight back into another one afterwards can be quite debilitating. Especially versus an opponent that didn't have to do that, right? Arbuz had the opportunity to wait. So you gave Arbuz a nice 30-minute little break there. And, you know, Arbuz made it close versus Swarmlord on Apollo, and now he just bopped Shambler on Genesis Y. So go into Radium, another BDB map. Arbuz will indeed pocket his scribe. The circuit at the front gate is potentially a little bit concerning. And the scribe is suspiciously placed. But we've seen Neblime deal with this strategy pretty well on Dyadic Shore versus Hit 'em Up. I wouldn't mind a proxy on how big the map is here. But Swarmlord confirms that the scribe is just kind of sitting. Doesn't get too deep down the main, by the way. Like, the main is very wide, so... Let's see, the scribe just confirms. Okay, you don't have a tech node yet. We've got Idol coming. We've got Drakadin coming. Arbuz has damaged a lot. He's taken a lot of damage on his Sims. You cannot fight Sims with workers. I think Swarmlord might be about to find this out the tough way. A vassal has arrived as well. Insult to injury. He might have boxed him in, though. He might be able to kill him with the workers before they can really do too much. Not a single worker has gone down. Unbelievable. One worker dies. The vassal... Oh, the vassal doesn't quite get the kill. A Spraith on the way, although it is some distance away. He's going to force a lot of burrows here with this vassal. I don't think that worked exactly as well as Arbuz had hoped. If he kept out here instead of getting surrounded by the Droleths and behind the mineral line, that definitely would have helped him out a little bit. But going to go ahead and unburrow all of his workers and get him back to mining. He might end up losing another one. No, burrows it on 1 HP. Good stuff. Last possible moment. And the Spraith is here to clear the Vassal. So, looks like we're all good. No worries there. Second gateway on the way. We saw Arbus do this earlier, a fast Sedent. I can't remember how fast it was versus Shambler just a map ago. The Zeths will finally clear the Scribe. Arbus catches brief wind of the fact that those were Zeths and not really Rokors. He's just kind of patrolling his rills around now. Taking his Expo. Nexus already completing. Arbus also kind of patrolling his army. Everybody's flailing around. Just your average uppercard match. Okay, I think from this position, we should end up seeing the... I don't know. So there's a bit of a worker transfer here. Okay, Zorka Shroud. I was waiting to see what tech would develop, trying to predict what Arbus is going to do. He doesn't really have too much of a reason to pivot away from a Cantor drop and into Solarian. But watch out now. He's allowed the Zets to get in. He's going to get 2 worker kills out of this. Very, very nice there. Totally, like... You want to say unnecessary demises for the Protoss. Puts him behind it ever so slightly. Swarmlord was actually behind in workers up until that point. Of course, he can easily surge ahead anyway, but... You don't want to let him in any way, right? See Smarty Cakes in the chat. Say hello to your smarty wife for me. You're the champ. You won the group. Winner. Your husband is a winner. All right, couple Kagrins coming. I think it should be in time to defend this, especially with the quaz count that he has, but we might end up seeing the idols bleed him dry a little bit. There's the Ardent after the natural Nexus. And, you know, forcing the circuits early is good. It prevents the spike from happening too fast. No Ecclesiasts with this army. He's going to try to pressure in. If he can focus down that Kagrin before it finishes turning. He actually forces a cancel, which is maybe unnecessary from Swarmlord. That'll be almost certainly a dead Kagrin. Irresistible. The idols doing their best. The Lakes are done. No detection is here for Arbus, so as soon as that comes out, it kind of cancels his attack, but at least he can just still posture. Make Swarmlord kind of work for it here. And again, he has massively delayed Swarmlord's draw left, so good play, proactive. Second Ardent. It'll be 2 Ardent, yeah, I guess double Ardent and a Cantor. Swarmlord trying to pocket his Zets to see if he can go for a run by. There is 1 Warden here, but it is vulnerable. Now, if this Arbus force elects to move across the map, things could get ugly. But instead, it looks like as the embassy gets put down, Arbus is actually going to hold his choke. A single vassal was made so he can get some scouting done. The Quas are going to be emerging from their hidey hole. The embassy is in the natural, so it is potentially snipeable. The Zet's at 6 o'clock right now, making sure nothing extremely greedy was going on. The idols are going to keep them at an arm's length. Everything is grouped back up for Arbus, so not in danger at all from the hordes of Quas and Zeths that are pouring across the map. Pylon to extend the buildable range. The second Ardent is complete. He's now making Servitors after his Acantor. And his embassy will finish up so that he can get a Witness. Then he's probably going to need to go for an Envoy to try to get that drop active. There's the Witness we were thinking of. 4 Ovaleths. There's clearly some kind of drop being planned by Swarmlord. You don't make that many of them. Doesn't, unfortunately, snipe the Scribe. He's going to try to go after the Nexus. It takes a while for Quas to kill buildings, but the Nexus is going to need to be canceled. It does get canceled at the perfect time. Great moves, because now Arbus can totally surround him with his army and kill most of these Quas off. The Scribe does end up going down, unfortunately, so it's not easy to just immediately go for the move there to rebuild it, but he can do so relatively quickly. And this is before his opponent has a third base. The Vassal scouted everywhere. They're covering both third options, so that they'll at the very least know. Honestly, Arbus is playing a very heads-up game right now. It looks like the 4 Ovoleths are going to be here to try to drop the Zets. There's more of them coming. The Vassal not quite seeing it. Oh, now he sees it, but the Droleth is going to be able to be put down here, so not quite able to really do too much. The army has come back over here, and a Cantor with them crawled out of position. So this is going to be a Mega Zeth drop, trying to bomb out onto the natural. And I don't know whether or not Arbus has any inkling that this is happening right now. So it's not the complete saturation of Zeths. There's 1 Ovoleth, missing 4. But still, that is 20 Zethrakors dropping. The Artisan is actually going to catch him. Great timing here for Arbus if he notices. I don't think he did. But Steven noticed, and Swarmlord, oh no, Swarmlord is going to reset himself a little bit here. At the same time, the army moving out. Here come the Zeths. Are they going to unload right here? No, they're actually going to go for the main base. Arbus has not taken heed of his mini-map whatsoever right now. And he's trying to set up for a very technical attack. There is an engram here. And the Wardens. Oh, unfortunately, one of those Ovoleths goes down. The engram kind of insulates the main base here, and that means that it doesn't look to me like Swarmlord's going to get any value from this drop. Very unfortunate. He'll even lose the Ovoleths on the way up, and now there's nothing pressuring Arbus. He can continue pushing in. 15 Hydras in production. The Quas are going to get torn to shreds. Oh, can't step too close there. That's going to be a dead Servitor if you do. Needs to fall back and let the Cantor do some work, but hey, it can't do some work without the Witness spotting. There we go. Narrowly avoiding the slow dodgeballs. Ooh, that's a dead one. That Ovoleth stays alive. Arbus looking for a second win in the group. Chain 2 together, be the first to do so. That's another dead Lakis. This is going to be the move in. 15 Hydras were made, remember. No detection for the Witness, but it doesn't matter. The Acantor gets sniped. How many Lakis do we still have? 5 of them. That's going to be more than enough to turn this tide, especially with the Hydra count being so high. With no Acantor here to deal with that splash-wise, this is going to have to be a fallen back Protoss army. The Hydra's surrounding everything. The one Acantor here, not even able to get a third shot off. Unfortunate. The 17 Hydras reign supreme. You definitely need more of some kind of front line to deal with them, but the lake has shredded what few Zealots there were so nicely. Defense is coming at the 3rd. Swarmlord has definitely dropped the economic ball, but he's got so many Hydras, he needs to make something happen with it, or he needs to at least stall the Protoss out before additional tech can be secured. And Arbus kind of flailing here, waiting for his Wardens to warp in. About 20 more seconds on those bad boys. 2 Ovoleths resume. I don't know. The lake is run by. There's no detection here. This is a huge moment for Swarmlord to just clean out the natural. Arbus only looking... Oh, he does get a little bit of heads up on him. He only loses a couple of workers. The Witness might end up being stymied, but there's another one coming down. At the same time, the Hydras try again. The Warden's trying to hold them off. And there is an Acantor here with this army. Great splits from Arbus. He doesn't lose really anything other than 3 workers. That's more than replaceable. He saves the embassy as well. Very important tech. Now needs to get back to mining. 4th base being set up. Really impressed with the growth that Arbus has displayed. His mechanics have been tested, but he has been grinding. And he might not be passing them with, you know, top marks necessarily, but it's a serviceable job. Now, can he contain the Zerg's growth? At this point, he's been forced back to his side of the map. A horde of Zets are being made. Definitely going to be fodder for run-bys and drops if Swarmlord style is anything to behold. Crucible to empower the production speed of everything and the attack speed of that engram. Also coming in with a prostration stage. We got more static defense structures being added here, including a bulwark for that detection. Very important. Nothing to defend the 3rd. A Servitor acting as a little bit of a watchdog here, but not the Terran kind. This drop should actually get caught here by Arbus' forces. Nice work there to be proactive on the map. And of course he has detection to see that the other one is 6 Zets. He's going to need to see if he can defend his 3rd base from that drop. The Zets might decide to run in. Yeah, actually, not the 3rd base. The 4th base is the target of the unload, but at the same time, we are seeing a little bit of a move in with the Zets. Didn't see the IDs for those players. Might have been me that desynced. So that attack is reposted. The Servitor is there. Big attack gonna come in. Can't quite pause the game for that. Cantors, what do we have? 3 of them over here. That's gonna push Swarmlord back. Can't commit to this attack just yet. The ensnare reveals the witness. Not gonna be sniped. I think there's another one with this army anyway. Hard to say whether Swarmlord is advantaged here or not. He doesn't have any Lakes left. He lost them all earlier. 8 Bactylisks on the way for Swarmlord. 6 Hydras. The Pariahs as well. Now going to start to foment. 18 Bactylisks. That's what he spends his money on. Is that going to be enough? That's the question. The Vassal still heckling 12 o'clock. Not really much, but maybe it distracts Swarmlord a little bit. He tries to come back up and snipe those Acantors. One of them was ensnared, but they are massacring the Zerg on that side, and it looks like maybe Arbus is close to breaking through, but you can't have your Acantor on a move command. Arbus, no! It ends up getting eaten up. He clears that front. The Bactyls finish up. They speed the Drakodons forward. And he sends his Acantors out towards the 3rd base. This is looking rough for him. Trying to get as much value as he can. Trying to get on top of those Bactyls with the forces that he has. He has no front line behind this. Bunch of Bactyls waypointed down to 6 o'clock. Where Arbus has a bunch of idle workers. The one Acantor still dishing out some damage. It will be felled. Seeing the flank from these Bactylisks, I'm not quite sure. It's definitely not synced then. I thought it was me. That's unfortunate. Yeah, when the desync happened, I thought it was me because both players were still responding to everything that each other did, including the Bactylisks coming in. But apparently, I had the I was the one who I had the right view. Yeah, that's pretty hard to tell. Scores are 1-1 all. That was a tight game coming to a head. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we'll be able to use it after all. So we go again on Radium, and then we'll move on forward from there. ArbuzBudesh now rocking the Tyrian purple. Feeling royal. He played such a great game. I hope he still has the energy to do it again. Swarmlord up here as the Vermilion Zerg. Honestly, a lot of his moves were being countered. It looked like a very, very even Steven game. I'm not just saying that because Steven was involved. Shambler out here like, no, Pronogo, you must give Swarmlord another chance so I can continue to study him and tire out my opponents and recover. One day when all those issues are fixed and we have a Skozy and Blood Summon and Kogri, it'll be great, dude. It'll be great. It's kind of funny because right now it still feels like, to a lot of people, like this is just some weird mod for Starcraft that, like, it's not. It doesn't necessarily feel in the minds of at least our detractors, but probably also our the people who are just more nonplussed or like neutral towards it. It probably doesn't feel like its own game to a lot of those people. To the people who play a lot, it probably does because they're like, wow, this is so different. But just like looks like maybe a Bizarro world Starcraft, right? When we have our own races, you know, in number. It'll definitely be feeling like its own game by that point. Well, with the scribe coming in, sees that it's the same opening as before, maybe a little bit tighter actually for Swarmlord. It was a lattice first into a gateway, so similar styles here as the first sim and the first vassal go in. They're trying to replay the game as faithfully as possible. Cosmonarchy Zerg names are a mouthful for most. But they follow this internal consistency. Now, will he preemptively put down the Spraith? I don't think so. He's going to need to micro his heart out again. And what does Arbus do this time with the move? Takes a little bit of damage there. Takes a little bit of damage. He's doing the Nebline move. Oh my god, I love that from Swarmlord. He actually started attacking his own Larvosk just to deny it for a moment. But he's got to micro that, and he's lost a worker already, so this is really high pressure comparatively. He's going to start shift queuing it to attack his own Rillarokors. Oh no, but he's let his foot off the gas just a moment. Arbus also finding it difficult to micro through all the things. Plate spinning. The plate spinning. 2 workers have gone down. Oh my god, what a maniac. Yeah, attack the egg makes a lot more sense. My god, I can't believe what a legend he is. He hasn't unburrowed. He has not unburrowed just yet. Rillarokors dying is just going to feed the beast. All of this from one sim. Must be remembered. Nexus on the way. Well developed. Arbus feels like he's in a better spot this time around, it must be said. Oh. Butchered. Idols have been made. Obviously, you can use those sims that you got for free to just kind of spread out on every base. So, as of right now, we've got the Hydrith Den coming. We'll see if it's going to turn to Bactylisk sooner. One Ovaleth. Embassy is the counter. No Ardent just yet for Arbus. The Arbus Authority. Masked up with only Quaz. He's guarding the likely third bases. He's confirmed the natural. And I guess we're going to have to wait and see what he can do versus the Zealot Sim Idol. Gives one more Simulacrum up with his Quaz, but what has he got, 19? Starting the static defense. This is pretty similar to what we saw before, actually. Although with a lot more Sims for our Protoss player. Similar amount of idols. I love the scribe is also here. Put down a pylon, maybe. Just to threaten. Just to ego. The Ovaleth absorbs a lot of the damage from the idols. Very, very good moves there from Swarmlord. The front line is gone. Scribe sniped as well. Well, as this chase continues, we do have more Zealots and Idols being made. Ardent is about to finish in the natural. Great spot for Acantors to pop out on the defense. Forces 3 static defense structures for the hold, by the way. That's how far behind Swarmlord felt anyway, but that does put him a little bit further behind. And now he can start to stretch ahead. He's got a little bit of map control. Got a little bit of the monkey off his back. Third base all ready for Arbus. And not in the normal spot. He goes to 6 o'clock. I suppose it's marginally more efficient, but it doesn't have a ridge. So interesting choice there. The Acantor drop cometh. Will Arbus be able to make more value happen out of it than the last time these two duked it out and that occurred? Swarmlord taking his third. The witness arrives in time to see. Does Swarmlord see that? He makes the Noveleth reactively. I think he saw that. Remember, the first Noveleth was destroyed because it body blocked a lot of the idols. Snazzy moves. Cute positional gameplay for sure. Some Zeths are discarded. Dispatched to handle some of the scouting, and it does reveal the army moving in to the third base. Arbus knows. You pair a drop with a little bit of action elsewhere on the map, forcing your opponent to respond to your decisions. And actually, the Acantor is going to link up with the army. Oh! Immediately snipes the witness. But we don't have a Lakis this time. No Zerkish Shroud was made. So there you go. The Acantor unloads. This looks like StarCraft 1, doesn't it? The Zealots are going to dive forward. Just absorbing, putting everything on a bit of a timer here. Can you stop the Hatcherosk from being canceled? The answer is no. A very low HP Droleth might be burrowed there in the chaos. Arbus getting his third base set up. Not well saturated just yet, obviously, but starting to stretch ahead. Frustration stage coming much faster this time. This is a more decisive game from Arbus. I see Neblime still in the chat, absolutely still going. We're not even halfway through yet. A lot of Hydras roving around. We got 4 Bactylisks, making sure that's the insurance policy. Put down that third base. But Arbus is still sharking around. His Envoy seems to be on move command after the Draken and just following it around, seeing what's up. And Swarmlord wants to double expand here. He wants that 12 o'clock. Gonna dive forward. Not quite able to get up that ramp. Idol goes down. Adding some static defense in the natural. Third base already has its set up. Still no expansion at either base, actually. He's going for 12 o'clock instead. Zets get cleaned at the traditional third base, which might be where Arbus takes a 4th Nexus if he so desires. I don't see a Scribe on the way. Adding a Golem. An Engram once again in position that saved his ass versus the drops in the alternate reality. And there's the 4th base for Swarmlord. So that seems to be his reaction here. Stay on tier 1 a little bit longer. See if I can saturate my 12 o'clock. And eventually, I've got a couple of different things I can do as a response. Hedging my bets. The Zets coming in, pouring in even, targeting down that engram. They're going to try to cancel the Bulwark. It's not quite going to be a possibility. Forces a reaction, sees that Arbus' army is home. Doesn't have to worry that he's maybe missed it in his patrol throughout the map. There's that 3rd or 4th base, actually. Halfway complete here for Swarmlord. Last of his Zeths are cleaned up. Confirms that the Envoy is still there at least, but there's plenty more Acantors where that came from. And this is with Arbus only making a single one of his Ardent Authorities. He's going to lose the Envoy. That's a huge scalp. He even jumps upon the opportunity to kill another. Wow, that is so decisive. Great moves from Swarmlord. But I don't think he should stick around. He doesn't want to get overconfident. His army can be run up on. Even without a Clarion here, those Zealots are going to be pretty beefy. And they are allowing the rest of the army to get closer and closer. We still have 2 Acantors dealing with the army on the south. Swarmlord ranging him down as best he can. Good fallback from Arbus to get some shielding regenerated. 22 Hydralisks for Swarmlord. That's what he's deciding to pick. But he's down to only 11 backs. Starting to saturate that fourth base. Very light saturation at 12 o'clock. So it's basically like he's got like maybe 1.5 bases extra from his 2 base start. And the fourth is starting to saturate for Arbus. Economically speaking, macro speaking, I never thought I'd say this, but Arbus is actually stretching ahead. I missed this, but there's artisans over here enjoying the minerals on the satellite bases. Well, Swarmlord is well positioned to riposte an attack that comes to his third base at 12. His fourth, however, is much more naked. Just got a couple of nascent static defenses coming. Tier 2 just starts, and Arbus thinks about pushing forward. Swarmlord going for the top left expand. Triple Warden Ancestral Archives, a tier 4 structure being placed at his fourth base. Arbus invokes Nebelheim, challenges him, and Swarmlord is actually pulled away from the army. A couple of Zerg units here going to get cleaned up here. Just a few Zeths. And now he attacks his own Drakodon as the go signal. This is a very, very nice, advantageous position for the Protoss to take this fight, but he's trying to finish some other tasks, it looks like. He's trying to do a couple of other things. Lay siege a bit more slowly, more measured in his approach. A couple of these eggs will be brought down. He's trying to go after those combat units in the back there. Swarmlord falls back, allows it to happen. A pariah cleaning house over here at the 9 o'clock. That's going to be a 5th base for Arbus soon. And now the hit is in. Those Acantors left vulnerable, left by the wayside. They pop immediately. But still, there's so much meat. They go after the 12 o'clock. The workers have already transferred to 3. The pariahs, they need to be focused down, but the Bactylisks barely scratch them. The Hydra count a little bit too low now after that engage. The Acantors did their job, and they fall back. They didn't pop the hatch. That can be resaturated. Remember, top left was being taken as well. The pariah will clean up the one Zeth at 9. But this army is starting to falter a little bit and spread out in a way that Swarmlord might have been able to try to jump on there. Top left totally under the radar. Lots of idle workers going to be saturating now onto that 4th base with the 5th on the way. Double expanding is Arbus, bottom right and 9 o'clock. Both players playing out of their minds right now on the macro side. Optectons starting to stride out. That's 2 Ancestrals. Wow! He's not centralizing them, so a Crucible won't be as impactful, but we got the Izcag, the Alcag rather. What is he going to make out of this that's going to help him out versus what he sees? Is he going to go for a lot of Almaxilisks, maybe? Well, I don't know. Right now, it's looking like... What's he thinking? What's he going to go for? Evigralisks. He wants to absorb some of the pressure from the Acantors. This might be another learning lesson for him. I don't think this is the right play to be making. 23 workers all on minerals. No gas harvesting whatsoever. Starting to cap in the top left. But not the geyser. Look at all the static defense adding to the bottom right. Patriarchs added in, just in case you need that steady hand. Plenty of shielding. This looks really dangerous, but technically Swarmlord has the income for things. He's making Kagralisks as well. Decidedly mid in the compositional sphere as far as like what he's facing. I don't really know. If there's enough Optectons, it does feel like Arbus will just walk over him, but both players have kind of regressed into playing just macro, just building up their stuff. Just whatever I can get my hands on, you know? As we enter the 15-minute mark. Still has some pariahs here. Arbus going to be thinking about pressing out. But there's this line of Zeths and Quas. The big force coming in from 12 o'clock. It looks like this area is earmarked for this subterranean base. And this is really risky, actually, because that low ground base is just going to get absolutely besieged. without Arbus needing to commit much of an army. He's making a Mind Tyrant. Champion Uptecton, maybe? Malefactor Uptecton? I'm just telling you guys, it could be big. Malefactor Pariah, get real into there. Mutat Spire, 14 Almax. Swarmlord trying to leverage his considerable economic power. The first Uptecton salvos bring fruit. Swarmlord decides to pull the trigger. His Almax are not in the fight just yet. The Pariah is trying to find their way to the front lines. A couple of them are trapped here. One of them goes down. The rest of them are trying to keep everything else at an arm's length. The Acantor is backing up those Uptectons. This area is going to get absolutely shellacked. We've only got 2 Pariahs for the air control. That could be a big swing as Swarmlord's Almax arrive. We don't have any reinforcements coming for the Protoss. Does he even need them? It's only Patriarchs and Drakodins that can really deal with these Almax. It might just be enough, but I'm not quite sure. The force on the east is cleaned up. He's got 3 Almax to his name. He's going to have to concede that base. It seems clear now. And the Mind Tyrant. Oh, the Mind Tyrant. We love it. Well, he could try to go for it. I think he was trying to steal a Droleth or something, but not quite going to make it happen. What do we have cooking? Swarmlord, what you got? Oh, he took the egg. He could cancel it. Oh, never mind. He got the Droleth. Ladies and gentlemen, Arbus is now Zerg. Is he going to do something with it, though? When it looks like the eggs don't actually control correctly, so I guess we should change that later. He might not even see the Droleth underneath Tecton. That's pretty funny. Yeah, all these bases have been taken. This is on lock for Arbus. Swarmlord's got so much money. Witness spotting, seeing what's going on. Only now is he starting to harvest from this gas, kind of big. Top left lower. Couple of Zets occasionally in different positions there. Man, this is a humongous army for Swarmlord, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do too much. He's kind of making a little bit of everything, and now the Droleth coming in. Come to Papa. Archons and Pariahs just moving on as a hit squad. They can wipe this base and force some kind of reaction. You see it here. Swarmlord moving his entire army over there to try to cover that. That's going to open up an opportunity. I'm not sure where the Droleth got up to. There it is. They go straight for the workers in the top left. They are going to fall away. They haven't actually killed this base over here. You can see him going after the air stack, but his forces were kind of heckled to death by everything else, so he doesn't get any kills. It's a cute move. What does he want to do with this Droleth? Is Arbus maybe hitting the sauce a bit too much? Synthetic Synods, Crucible Engrams. A lot of idle workers here at the 9 o'clock. Ton of idle workers here over at 4. He tried to make it. Not quite going to happen. So Swarmlord descends. There's an Engram and 2 Wardens here. Not really the end of the world. The Engram gets chewed up immediately. The army's pretty nearby, though. This army fight would definitely favor Arbus if it ends up getting taken. Not too many workers dead. Just covering the place in plasma. Tier 3 on the way for Swarmlord. The Almax clearing the Artisans. Getting dragged into the rest of the army. They're going to need to fall back. Man, what a deadly push, but will it be enough? The Mind Tyrant still trying to keep its stuff empowered, but this is a great surround from Swarmlord. I just don't know if he can actually punch through. His DPS is all Hydra, all Almac. There's not really that much. He tries to fall back to this ridge. Great move versus the Pariahs and the Archons. He's broken through the first line. Only, well, actually 3 Patriarchs still alive. It feels like that's going to be more than enough. And the Malefactor Uptecton has turned the tide on some of those Zoryus. There's a Pariah here. A bunch of them, actually. He can't still fight with the Almax. He's going to get splashed to death. Oh, it's brutal. He's got more coming. 17 more Hydras. That's barely going to put a dent in this army. Arbus has leveraged his tier 4. And remember, behind this, he's making demiurges out of those. Oh my god, look at that! Give me all them Droleths. I'll saturate a base real quick. Where did he do? What did he even do with the Droleth that he had? Did he just bring it with him? I guess so. He's going to use them as fodder. My homies. Swarmlord seems to be overwhelmed. He is not going to be able to fight his way out of this position. His army was best if it was trying to cause distractions. He's just about to finish his tier 3, but it's much too late, it feels like. It's not war crimes if they're bugs. The pariah says so. That's actually, that one pariah is forcing the army rotation, and now his natural is going to be besieged. The witness for this late in the game for detection. Gotta watch out, because if that Mind Tyrant gets sniped, the Tecton will no longer be the malefactor. The Lakers are just kind of pouring out all over the place. GG is called. Arbus chains together 2 wins. Okay. Well, I'm glad we got that out of our system. Shambler will face on Arbus. TVP. And he'll try to look for some redemption because the last round was not ideal. The power of the simulacrum, clearly. It'll be near impact from the Shambler. And I've got a Nebline. What's up, dude?
Not too much. I'm here. The things went longer than I thought. I thought you'd be done by now.
Oh, no. We only started like an hour. Let's see. Yeah, we started an hour ago for this group. There's no way it would work.
Use the time zones. I obviously couldn't have started, but hey, I'm here now. I have not seen anything except like the second half of that last game.
Pretty big, huh? Pretty good. Malefactor up Tecton, pretty legit, dude.
Oh, yeah. It's been seen before. I'm just sad he didn't immediately throw down the Hatros.
I know. I don't know what he was waiting for. That's unfortunate.
For his victory, I guess.
Yeah.
A lot of blasting going on there. I don't know anything else that happened. I'm looking at the score line. I understand Shambler took a game. Well, I guess everyone took a game, didn't they?
That's right.
This is the first time someone's eked ahead. So, remind me how this works. It's still going to be first to 4, right? So, Arbus would have to still win another 2.
That's right. So, in order to secure first place, Arbus will need to beat Shambler here and then Swarmlord afterwards. But really, what we all want, what we all need, Nebline.
It's on the card.
Shambler needs to win versus Arbus, and Swarmlord needs to win versus Shambler, and then we FFA Decider. So that's what I'm hoping for. I'm always hoping for. It's only happened in an undercard, and that's the only time it's happened. So surely it must happen now.
Well, I guess we'll have to see then. I'm sure Shambler's got something to play. Did he play Arbus yet, or he only played against Swarmlord?
Everybody's played everybody. What it was Swarmlord beat Arbus in a contested match on Apollo, where it was back and forth, big eco for Swarmlord, and he shuts down a lot of eco for Arbus, even canceling a very important third base. Arbus decides, oh, I've got a Solarian. I'm going to attack you with Solarian, a Cantor Strider. And it went pretty close. It was almost there, but unfortunately the macro a little bit too much. Obviously on their rematch, you just saw Arbus take it, and so that's already contested. The sort of internal best of 3 going to be a pretty big deal. Then Shambler took to the stage to fight Swarmlord on Demaloon. And that was a really big fight, which went 30 minutes, and Shambler eked out the win on Tier 1 versus Tier 3. So
Holy crap.
Steven still needs to learn some of the units, and get some strategies down. But the Ancial stack with Mavericks and Phalanxes was able to give Shambler the win.
There's all us generals in the chat just saying like, if Steven went Tier 3, he could do this, that, and the other, in that game just now. So
his Tier 3 finished, but, he didn't have it. So. And then, of course, we had Arbus versus a Shambler on Genesis Y, and Shambler got absolutely shellacked. It was like one a Cantor with 20 kills. And, after the Striders just made his whole army get stimmed forever, and it wasn't good. It wasn't good. It was Shambler getting maybe a bit like Rocky after that 30-minute game that he had to immediately go into another one, right? So he's been rested. We just had a long game, and before that there was a hash, so we had to remake. So he's had like maybe 30 minutes of rest after that 30-minute game, so I think he's going to be just fine. We're going to get into near impact for this TVP. Arbus is BRB, so we're going to wait for him to return. We yapped long enough that he was like, all right, I'm going to go. I'll be right back. So.
Well, you remember yesterday I was saying in the interview that Shambler's going to be like, he's just going to keep making Mavericks. Was the prophecy come true? Is that what he was doing?
So far, he has not built a Fulcrum until after like 3 or 4 stockades. Yeah, so
nice.
Yeah, it's pure Maverick. He did say in the interview that he was like, I don't know, maybe who says I'm gonna go? Who says I'm gonna go bio?
Oh yeah, you got to throw those doubts out there for sure. And look, I think I don't know how seriously Arbus or Swarmlord are taking this, but if you'd sort of studied Shambler, you would know in your heart of hearts that this is what he's going to be doing, and you'd be ready. But you got to try. You got to try and pretend there's different options. He's probably sending the video to Arbus right now. Let's see.
Yeah, I know. Shambler likes to curse his opponents by sending them music.
It worked on me. I lost when he sent it to me. And I'm like, why are you cursing me? Shouldn't you be rooting for me? I don't understand. I guess that's what happens when you start the anti-Shambler society. Ah, yes. Time to do filler, because I am a professional caster. Well, guys, I haven't seen much of the games yet, so I don't know much to talk about. Sure is a game of Starcraft, huh? Welcome to the Cosmonarchy cast, where we cast Cosmonarchy. That's not happening right now. There you go. What did you think of that?
That was you're fired.
Damn, my wages.
I know. All right, it looks like we are ready. I was taking a sip of water there, and we are good to go. GLHF. We're going into Game 5. If Arbus wins here, he's probably going to cement himself as the man with the plan. The man with maximum win percentage. Although it's not a foregone conclusion. We have had cases where it's gotten pretty close. Somebody gets 3 wins and then they might get upset at the end. So it could still happen that he has to play a tiebreaker or whatever. But let's see if Arbus can do it. It was very comfortable on Genesis Y. He is our Ultramarine Protoss in the top left. While the Shambler...
So this is Shambler's choice, right?
Yes, our Red Terran in the bottom right. He has been... he picked... What did he pick? Demaloon versus Swarmlord, and then Gen Y got picked against him, and now he's picked Near Impact versus Arbus.
I like Demaloon for Terran, but I mean, I don't know. If I was playing TVP, I would not pick this map, because do you really want to be on this like big open plane? I guess since he's like the Maverick player, maybe, but even then, well, hang on.
He's going mech.
Yeah, hang on. Oh, I was wondering if he's going to put it in the middle of the map, because he was sort of sent this really early scout. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what he's expecting from Arbus, but it's whatever it is, it's not happening. So he's just getting that really extra security. But yeah, I guess I was wrong when I'm saying, in your heart of hearts, he's going to do this. Actually, no. Would have fooled me. I would have been over there preparing for bio.
Yeah, but is this going to make too much of a difference? I'm not 100% sure. Shambler's mech style isn't his practice. What is he really going to go for? Feels like maybe it's just going to be like one Vulture into Tank Goliath. I'm not really 100% sure what he's planning.
Well, what has Arbus been opening with, right? We have the double gate, which is potentially fine, but it depends what units you make. If you just go with the Mass Vulture, you can potentially catch Protoss off guard. And this is sort of how the matchup goes at the moment. I feel like it's very easy to die at the start of the game as Protoss if you're not careful. But obviously, there's been some difficulties later in the game for Terran, it seems. So, I don't know. He's getting the Hierophant so far, but so far so good if it is Vultures. Now, yes, it is going to be a Vulture, because he couldn't afford a Goliath straight off. But the question remains, is he going to continue making Vultures? Arbus calling him out?
Yeah, I love
who
it.
Is this man?
Fulcrum? question mark from the chat? Yeah. Yeah, love it. Chat's been banging so far, honestly. The chat's had some really good ones. I keep telling Dog he needs to cast with me, but he's like, well, nobody speaks Dog, so...
Ooh, a Sedent immediately.
Yeah, I've been seeing this from Arbus a lot. I wonder what it affords him. I think he likes to go for that Ardent that you were saying is too expensive, Neblime.
Yeah.
He puts a Sedent down early and he puts 2 of them.
Yeah, it's a real pain. You got to invest in a Sedent to get it. Look, I feel like this is the kind of thing that if Shambler went for like a really well executed, just like build the maximum amount of Vultures build, which is already kind of screwing up if he loses Vulture, I reckon it's going to be fine. This is very dangerous for Protoss, especially when you only have Dracodons. I feel like you need a Zealot or two to sort of just like run forward and take mines and take hits. If Terran is determined to come and attack into you. Now, it's very tough for Protoss, of course, because he doesn't have the intel what Protoss is doing. It's pretty brazen to just take your like 6 Vultures or whatever and be like, oh, I'm attacking.
Yeah,
so,
true.
I'd be surprised if Shambler does come in, but I mean, this does expose a weakness for Protoss, I feel like. Now, Shambler so far is just keeping up the production, and Goliath coming as well. I think that's an anti-DT, or Kabbalist, I should say, mine, I think is the idea with that. So, I don't know. If he comes in here, this could potentially be huge.
Yeah, that's an interesting mine placement. When he puts an add-on down on his ministry, if he does, it'll actually slow his worker line, which is pretty funny. But just for a moment.
Well, when the lodestone comes up, he doesn't need the mine anymore, right?
That is
I'm
true.
pretty sure that's what it is, because what else would you be doing that for?
Ardent Authority on the way for Arbus. He hasn't shown Kabbalist. He hasn't shown Rogue Gallery at all, which is kind of funny, because I thought that was one of his main strats. But he's really been leaning a Cantor. He's been doing a lot of a Cantor drops, a lot of a Cantor just like escort with his Envoy. I don't know if, like, it's definitely a style he needs to practice more, because his first ever Envoy a Cantor drop in the series, in the group, was versus Swarmlord in the opener, and it died without unloading. So, you know, he got a lot more mileage later on. Obviously, I did say he had a 20 kill a Cantor versus Shambler, so he's definitely leaning into the style a lot in this group, though. That's something that everybody can expect to fight against the longer this group goes on.
I can peel back the curtain a bit and let you know what's been happening in these practice games, right?
Tell me, yeah.
Yeah, the Cantor is definitely in vogue in PvT right now. Obviously, Arbus using it. Shopkeeper Dog's actually using it when he plays Protoss as well. Hit has taken it on board as well. But I think the drops are not as popular anymore. You sort of just crawl them around with the army, right? Because that's the thing of the drops. They're very, like, potentially fragile. The stuff could just explode. And you're spending a lot of minerals and all these shuttles and stuff, or envoys, I should say. So, just having them crawling around the army seems quite effective. Now, maybe that's why Arbus is using them in ZVP as well. I don't think it's as good there, but to be fair, I didn't see really what happened in that game, so I don't know what the situation was. Well, hang on. Oh, that's Zealot. I thought it might get in and get a scout. It still might if Shambler doesn't pay attention.
Yeah, he's not paying attention. Oh. Yeah, that mine is going to not hit either, so a couple more units coming in after that. You'll see the expansion. You'll also see Goliaths have been added.
Yeah, so Goliath Vulture Army is going to be okay, especially against the mostly Strider-centered force. I think that's fine, but you don't really have any way to deal with these Cantors. The only unit you really have is Phalanx, right? And Phalanx is an okay unit, but if you invest so much into Phalanx in your army, you lose a lot of flexibility, and I find it quite hard to fight gateway units with that, as long as there's enough like Zealots and stuff to run in. Okay, he's going to go for the drop, though. I was just going to say about that mine as well. If Arbus is so brazen as to just drop in the middle of the mineral line, then that's going to be quite good, actually, for Shambler. I guess most of his own workers would get stunned, but it would delay it a little bit.
Yeah, it gives him time to react, right? That's the critical thing. And, you know, he's honestly played a really nice game with his mines. I don't know if he's paying attention. It flew over 2 mines, and I don't know if Shambler actually clocked the position either time. But, you know, besides the fact that he didn't see it, he's great. Good job, Shambler, putting your mines up in likely drop paths. He's even got another chance, potentially.
Because he's playing like perfectly theoretically to stop it, right? He, like you said, it flew over, but he did not notice it. He's really out of position because he's not going to be able to break this. In fact, there isn't even a Nexus to go kill. The drop's going to come in and do massive damage. Look, man, I think Shambler's screwed.
Yeah, he does have a couple of units on his rally, but they are going to need time to get over there. And let's see if the Cantor unloads exactly where you mentioned. No, towards the south as they dive in to stop the Scribe from putting down the Nexus.
No way.
Arbus didn't have the money anyway.
The mine, it's slowing them down.
Yes, exactly. It died to this flash. One Cyclops will be brought very close to death. And, you know, good ups to focus down the Envoy there instead of the Cantor. Yeah. Not always, you know, that's a very common TVP strat in StarCraft 1. Kill the shuttle so that the Reaver doesn't just get out, right? But the Envoy getting focused down here, it's a nice sign. And honestly, Shambler did impress me a little bit, except for the last game he played. But in the game versus Swarmlord and in this game so far, showing flexibility of style that I'm not used to seeing. Let's see if he can keep it going. Needs to actually resaturate the mining here. He hasn't done that yet.
Yeah, you've got to give props for him clearly having put some thought into how he's going to play this, right? And I really appreciate that. It's just a shame that the execution isn't there. And like you say, having played a few games, especially long ones, makes it a lot harder. Well, this Envoy needs to be real careful. It will not take that much to kill it here. Especially if Shambler focus fires it. Okay, he's going to back. Oh my god. Woo.
After the shields go down, that's 4 Goliath attacks from being killed. So keep your eyes on the prize. Nexus halfway done here. Shambler with the worker advantage. I've been proud to say that Arbus played really well macro-wise versus Swarmlord in that last game. Shambler played really well macro-wise versus Swarmlord as well. I'm impressed, and so hopefully he can keep leveraging that. Like, the macro side of things is going pretty well, but Shambler's in unfamiliar territory playing mid-game mech versus Protoss. Does he have the necessary tools here. He's going to dive forward using those vultures on the east to try to sacrifice. Comes in from the south with an uppercut. Is it going to be enough? No forward mines from those vultures. And the front line starts to crumble. So he does end up falling back. Takes a little bit of a fighting retreat here away from the Acantor. Well done there, but nothing to splatter these Dracodons with. And the Hierophant's getting so much value.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that army was never really going to win there, so a bit of a judgment error. Again, I feel like I've got to, like, really praise Shambler, because he's playing, like, a very macro-focused style we don't really see from him.
I know,
unfortunately, he's not able to pull it off so far. Now, here come all the Striders into the mines, or a mine.
And
at least he
vulture.
knows they're there. Yeah, who knows? He needs more Cyclops, I think, is the problem.
If he's going to brawl with this army, yeah, Cyclops and Shaman wouldn't be bad. He might be able to catch that Witness. Oh, it's tantalizingly out of the play. See ya.
Look at this mine at the Protoss army. Oh my god, okay, he moves away from it.
Yeah.
If he gets the right engagement, I feel like with a mine's help, a good mine, and he can take this fight. It's just if the Acantors take part.
There's
and
only
he does
one?
have the one in the shuttle.
Oh, he does have one in the shuttle. Okay, yeah, the Envoy unloads it. Well, I don't know. I mean, this army's looking okay. The mine stun in the back. He just doesn't really have any follow through. He can get the initial brawl, but he needs to dodge the Acantor balls. And that's more dangerous than you'd think. Another Shaman gonna get sniped. Unfortunate. The Witness is gone, so no mine coverage for Arbus. He can't see. And random Goliath in the middle of nowhere, that's gonna get absolutely eviscerated.
Yeah, unfortunately production falling off a little bit, right? Because he's busy working this army. There's a bit of queuing going on. And meanwhile, you know, Arbus, I think, is doing an okay job keeping his money down. Although I look over it and I see, like, he has 500 gas. He's clearly saving for something. Hang on, we're going to have harassment here. You got to say, Shambler's really neglecting the Watchdogs here. They don't cost that much. Although a Goliath will do the job. If he's in position with a Goliath, then I can't say anything about it, can I? He's going to go for this engagement, but the Acantor are going to get good damage. The Ancil's doing what they can, but they get drained very quick. I don't know, does he have enough? Oh,
I don't think so, not with that Acantor dropping. That feels like it's going to be too much, but still, the Ancil's protecting so much. Very impenetrable here. Invaluable for Shambler.
He lives to fight another day.
He pushes him back, yeah. He's going to shamble on. Artisan coming on down to start harvesting from these satellite bases. All of this red is mines. Yeah, bottom left now being the domain of Arbus with those Artisans. Gonna need to maybe invest in a single Wraith to try to keep it clear there.
He goes for Argosy. You know, I'm surprised he's not going for the prostration into Ancestral. Because I feel like there's no real clear option for Terran to win if he just sits back, maintains, and goes for a Protecton. With Argosy, obviously it's still going to be good. It's just that, well, maybe Terran can get enough Goliaths and fight you one-to-one. You know, I can sort of see it happening. But hey, economically, Shambler's doing okay. He just needs to throw out third base, which is on the way in the main. Hope that production. I don't know. I can see a world where Arbus's ground army gets overwhelmed and he can deal with whatever alien is there with Goliath and Ancil especially.
Listen, FFA enjoyers should be cheering Shambler on because that's where we'll go. Needs to be careful of his Acantors. It's only 2 Acantors. I mean, I don't know. He's got his Ancils out, almost a Shambler signature unit at this point. That's right. 3 of them. Matches the Acantor count. He would need the best engagement to deal with this. I don't think he should be trying to fight this, but the Cyclops can potentially have a lot of value, but not if they get hit immediately by the plasma shots. Oh, they're the ones taking the brunt of the damage. When they're the DPS needs to keep alive. Goliath's getting some shots in, but yeah, Protoss able to fall back here. I think this is going to be devastating for Terran. Still, Acantor standing strong. Oh, it's even buffed now, the attack speed. Look at it go. Oh, man. He does pop 2 of them. There's a 3rd one still alive, but the rest of the army is going to be more than enough to overwhelm. Shambler left with only support units at the end of the day. Needs to hightail it out of there. His Mavericks have been attacking the Nexus. At least he got a couple maps out, you know? Yeah, I like that move. If the fight, you know, sort of gone stale maybe or drawn out, he could do a lot of damage. You haven't got 1 Scribe over there, so, you know. It's Wraith something. Moving up to the top right, that's at least going to clear this one Artisan that's not doing anything. So Shambler thinking wisely about that, although he doesn't push it any further forward. He needs to handle bottom left. That's where Arbus is getting some more free gas. And with the 3rd base set up, Shambler behind on the 8 ball there, and the Solarian just popped out, so another one on the way. Or maybe that might be the first one. Maybe Arbus missed a cycle. Yeah, Shambler's made a lot of moves here, but if you lose the main army fight, well, what the hell is Arbus doing here? This is the old near impact. What are we doing? Oh man, if Shambler caught that could have been huge. But alas, they will live to fight another day. But still, I don't know why Arbus is advancing with like only a portion of his army. It's very risky. And yeah, Wraith's getting good value there. Now, there's no tier 2. I feel like we're going to get to a point where it's going to be hard for Shambler to fight back with tier 1 units, though. That's another thing about the Argosy. I feel like there's definitely tier 2 options for Terran where they can deal with anything from the Argosy, where it's not really true for Protectons.
Obviously, they can't shoot up, so you got to deal with those air units. But there's no real unit at tier 2 that's just like, all right, I have that Protecton counted, you know?
The Zealot will be held at an arm's length. No scouting. No, it doesn't get deep enough in for the scout. And yeah, he's just going to leave it. Yeah, you can attack my ministry. That's fine.
He's busy with other things.
Yeah, those small things can really slow you down to the point where I'm not really... Yeah. You know, it does start to add up, and it's like, oh, goddamn, I have to clear that.
Second Argosy coming up.
Really committing into Solarians right now.
The problem is they will cause a lot of Cyclops-friendly fire, but Shambler is not really rebuilding the Cyclops. I don't know. If he goes pure Goliath, he'll be like doing okay against the Solarians, I suppose, but then how does he possibly deal with the Acantors and the rest of the ground army?
That's where you need Sun Dogs, right? Both for the Solarians and the Acantors, something that they can't really deal with.
The best thing to do with the Sun Dogs is kill the Argosy before it makes any Solarians, if you ask me.
And the Xenolith, you know, Xenolith Snipe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just don't see how he's going to do the T1 army. And once again, he's coming across to attack, but it seems rather unwise. This is kind of the third time I'd say Shambler kind of just needs to chill and come up with another plan, because there's no way he's attacking it. He does fall back this time, though he's going to expose one Goliath. Oh, he runs away. Yeah,
well, he's kind of getting a glimpse at what's happening here. I don't know if his Goliath caught the Scribe moving in, but either way, I've seen, you know, he has no Fulcrum add-ons, which is actually kind of a good thing here if he needs to go Mass Goliath to defeat the Solarians. Yeah. But again, Acantors will break through them in time. The Wraith's only now clearing the bottom left, so there's no more Artisan play to be had.
You know, it's definitely good to keep an eye on that. You know, I think Shambler would definitely be in tune with that kind of thing because he makes maps with that kind of thing all the time.
I know, yeah. Exactly. And he picked it, so he must have been aware, you know?
Ah, yes. No Talos, though. Come on.
I know, yeah. Good. He doesn't even have that mine to detonate when he builds his quarry, so what's the excuse?
I don't think Shambler had scouted the Argosies, to be honest. I don't think he'd be making Cyclops right now. But that said, he did make a lot of Goliaths, so I don't know. But how are you going to deal with these Acantors? There's just no answer to them. Running into them is not the answer.
No, that is usually the opposite of the answer. He's got some Cleric Shaman, so he can heal up between fights, but in the middle of an engagement, the Acantor's DPS is going to be way too much to deal with.
Arbus hasn't even shown the Solarians yet.
I know.
He could potentially go around the corner and harass, especially if he sets up a Xenolith to recall if he gets in trouble. Oh, man. You know, Shambler's had time. I feel like if somehow he knew what was going on and just made the call that instead of massing this up, he's going to go for tier 2, then he'd have an angle here where who knows what he could make. Maybe Gorgons or something. Maybe like enough Cataphracts. I don't know. Just something that's going to be more efficient than this tier 1 mech army. Because even though his army's getting bigger and bigger, it's just not going to have the technological level to deal with what Arbus is going to have when it comes to the fight.
That does indeed seem like what's happening. And, you know, Arbus is set up to defend this ridge here, this little hill. Another witness spotted by a random Anseal. That is going to clean out vision of that side of the map. There's only one witness over here at the sort of 3 o'clock position there, where Shambler still is not taking a
fourth get on high ground. Oh, no, you don't want this fight. This is not where you want to engage, I think, because it's a perfect arc, and it's like high ground as well. I think Shambler realizes that. Looks like he's going to pull back. Well, you know, since Arbus is not trying to commit, I guess Shambler's at least keeping the sort of map pressure on, which is good for him. But look, here's the freaking Golden Armada with the 4 Solarians coming out. Still Cyclops being made. If they can clear the stewards, maybe they can start to do something. But I can just see them doing so much self-damage to his army.
Yeah, it does feel that way. The Wraiths have discovered Interior 12 being taken by ArbuzBudesh. He wanted that instead of one of the more extreme bases. And a Acantor out on front might be sniped later. Yeah, the Solarians have been spotted. He knows what's happening now. It's 5 Solarians, so he dives up, and you know, most of the army fall away. No more threat of the Acantors on high ground, but still threat of Acantors, period. See if he can hold the front. Remember, he needs those Goliaths to stay alive to have a chance versus the Solarians. And Nebulum, I don't think it's going to work out because the Acantors are getting so much mileage, and the focus fire just isn't there. One of the Solarians brought down, but they're so tanky.
Yeah, crushing through. He's going to get that Nexus, I think. That's his only consolation. But can he survive back at home if Budesh just advances?
I mean, I don't even think he's going to get the full kill on it. I think Arbus will cancel. At least he looked at it at some point. But no, maybe not. Oh, if he doesn't even get it. Oh, my God. No way.
Yeah, it's going to live. Or is it? Or is it? Oh,
no, it's not the Cyclops. The hero Cyclops kills it. And you know, the Solarians were on move command. That allows a couple of kills to go Shambler's way right outside his natural and third. But, you know, he's building on location. The witness sees that Arbus has plenty of vision here and plenty of tech. You were talking about it earlier. Still tier 1 for Shambler.
Yeah, how can he possibly withstand this army? I just don't see how he stops the A move, quite frankly. The Cyclops will just blow up his own army. He needs some way. Maybe I can't believe I'm saying this. Valkyries would have been a unit. I don't know. If you could instantly kill the stewards, then the Cyclops can start doing a lot of damage. Still in a blob here. The 4 Candles in the back are doing massive damage.
Oh no!
Already started.
The Antseals do not shield versus those Acantor blobs, and we've got more Solarians coming in. The Goliaths, they're trying their damnedest, but there's so many Solarians. I don't know, man. Yeah, there's just not enough. He's got to fall back, and the mines ain't going to help you versus the air army. Tries to focus him down. The self-stun.
Oh, man. Yeah, he's going to clean up these Goliaths. I think Arbus has crushed through here. Oh, another one. That's so many stewards.
I think that might be a cryptic way of saying Shambler should have gone Mavericks.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Who knows how that game would have gone.
All right,
Pretty tough to deal with Cantors with that, though.
At this point, it's not a guarantee that Arbus takes first place. If he loses his next 2 showings, there will be hell to pay. But he is going up against Swarmlord, and he is going to be able to take another fight. So let's see. Looks like Serenity is the pick of...
I think he's checking out the maps. That's what I'm thinking. I think he doesn't actually...
I thought that too, but no, the last time he hosted the lobby thinking he could host, and I was like, nah, I'll host, but did you want the map that you hosted? And he's like, yeah. I was like, all right. So I'm assuming he wants Serenity there.
You know, in my group yesterday, I had all these plans about like what map I was going to pick. Then I forgot that if I win, my opponent gets to pick. I'm like, oh no. Honestly, good pick for Roman to make me play on Gen Y, because that's definitely my like kryptonite.
You still got him.
Yeah, in the end. You saw, though, that Eidolon playstyle is quite good on Gen Y.
Yeah, that's true. It is fair to say. Let me open up a slot so you can join. Sorry about that.
Yeah, jeez. I'm trying to get in here, man. Let me in the door.
Well, your countryman here, Steven, going by the Swarmlord AKA now. I know he's streaming his POV as well.
Ah, nice. Well, which is the stronger allegiance? To country or to Protoss, you know?
That is true. That's true.
My Protoss loyalty only extends until I win Acropolis, but...
well, there you go. Like then obviously your countrymen have to come first then.
I guess so.
You know?
No, that's true. I should root for Swarmlord so we get all the Zerg nerfs in time for Acropolis.
Okay, yeah. All right, we're getting ready for our 7th game? No, 6th game. Game 6 of our group. Let our players tell us when we are ready, and we will get on to things. I was impressed a lot more, honestly. It sucks to say, for Swarmlord's sake. I was a lot more impressed with him in the games leading up to the tournament. I don't know if it's his lack of preparation because he was so busy, or if maybe there's some tournament nerves. We'll have a chance to talk to him later about it. He seemed like he had a pretty cool head going into it. But definitely one of those things to think about because there's more to come with this man. I am sure he'll be a top player soon. Swarmlord is in the top right of Serenity. He is our Tyrian Purple Zerg. And in the bottom left, we've got ArbuzBudesh as our our Arrow Protoss.
Ooh.
It's so difficult to guess those two, to be honest.
Pros washed up.
Hey, I don't know. I've been guessing pretty good today.
Yeah,
and Ozlex was doing color guesses, and he only got like a 57% accuracy rate or something. Noob.
3 on gas for Swarmlord, by the way. So typically the Lavos first, I think you only need 2. Although I'm looking at this like, wait a minute, why does he have so many minerals? Doesn't he have more minerals than he should? Did he not put on gas for a minute and he's compensating or something? I'm not sure what's going on now.
This has been his build for a while now. He does like to do the Larvosk Circuith, and he doesn't make a tech node for a little bit, which I think is kind
that's
of
when you're vulnerable.
I do think that's vulnerable.
Lattice play. Yeah, this is what I've been trying to mess around with, and Arbus, I don't know. He's trying to think the same thing. I think he's got this lattice pretty quickly. I did not see. I don't think it was a 6 lattice. I think it was 7 at least. But you said the sim. A Circuith is actually going to help the Protoss if it's Simulacrum. So I don't know if Arbus has the execution here. I feel like it's basically a build order win if Swarmlord just goes for that second Larvosk immediately. see what he does.
Well, it looks like he's going to
Thinking
wait.
about it.
Maybe a Hydrith? It is. It's a
Yes.
Hydrith follow-up. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Sim
you
can
know,
definitely still harass, that being the case, but you
Yeah.
should be fine, I think, as Zerg. And you've got immediate gateway follow-up, actually, and it's going to be Vassal. Okay, so it's going to be very light harass. He's probably not going to get too much done here, but he can definitely keep tabs on the Zerg. You know, full intel, of course, it's going to be the Hydra first. And the gateway, of course, gives you a lot more powerful units to follow up with.
you know, the tempo of the matchup does dictate that whoever is up against the Zerg has to try to control them a little bit.
Yes.
Um,
Especially Swarmlord, he definitely likes the macro style Zerg.
Yep,
Where you
yep.
just, like, go away for 3 minutes and you're like, okay, I got 200 workers, it's over.
Yeah, exactly. So I wonder if Arbuz, he has fancied a bit of a faster expo timing a few of these games. I wonder if that's something that he'll try to work in, even off of just the gate lattice. Like, potentially, it's risky on its own, but if you think that you're sort of forcing Swarmlord to earn his egress out of his area of the map, maybe he won't actually scout you in time. That being said, Swarmlord's usually very, very good at scouting. He does end up doing the little bit of burrow micro. That worker had 1 HP when it burrowed, so last possible second.
This is quite nice for Arbus because Hydras do take a long time. Like, first the Hydra den takes ages, and then the Hydras themselves. So, you know, he gets a bit of mileage out of this Vassal, denying a lot of mining time. I quite like it. I do wonder if he'd gone 6 ladders, you know, again, I'm just trying to plug the build that I like doing.
Yes.
Come in with Sims, would it really be possible to stop him getting a worker or 2, you know? Or at least force him to make a whole bunch of... Oh, no, he's going to lose the Vassal! Oh,
That's a
that
wrap.
is brutal. Yeah,
It's
he really
75
needed that
minerals
scouting.
down the drain. Neblime calls the game already. See ya. You're done.
It's
You're
over. No, seriously, that's huge because he's
Yeah.
not going to have the scouting intel now.
Yep.
He really needed that. I feel like he just has to make another one, which sucks.
Ardent Authority very
Ooh,
fast here for Arbuz. He did go for that fast seed, and he really likes that play.
All right, well, I'm open to be proved wrong, but I really don't think the Cantors are that good in PvZ. I mean, again, I don't know what happened in that other game exactly. I feel like if Zerg is on top of stuff and they just always get the big surrounds, like 360 degrees, they will just move away from them. I don't think they're that strong. But I'm open to being proved wrong. That would just give me another tool to use in PvZ, I guess.
I feel like a Cantor is pretty legit. Mostly just because you can shuffle it around, force the opponent to build anti-drop, which maybe they don't always want to do.
Oh, dropping them, maybe. Yeah,
Yeah.
dropping them I'm fine with, but I don't know. I feel like they're only good if Zerg is attacking into your position, and why should Zerg ever have to do that? They should just be out there taking another base.
If only you played all
We'll
3
see.
races, Neblime, at once.
Yeah,
At
I know.
top
I just don't
competitive
know.
level.
I just don't know how to play Zerg, is the truth.
Really?
Yeah, no. I was playing with Jack last night, and this always happens. You know, whenever he's like asking for help or whatever, I just start saying things like, "Well, you know, people do this, but I would do this." And
Yeah.
I'm just like, "All right, I need to stop because I'm not playing it."
I don't know.
Honestly,
Maybe-
it's agony to play all the races and then watch other people playing them because you're just like, "Oh, that's interesting. Maybe I'd try and do this," but then you're like, "No, I must focus on Protoss if I'm going to win."
Yeah, to your credit, though, Neblum, you have improved a lot as a Protoss. You got second place in Acropolis. You almost got it to the point where you could win. Now you're going to have to
Almost.
defeat the hordes of lizard people.
Well, as you know, the winner takes it all. What can I do?
That's right.
Yeah.
So triple
There's
circuit
nothing
out
to
here
do.
in the natural. Swarmlord definitely protecting himself versus any push. This was the dynamic on Radium as well, where Arbuz would try to stab in and see if he could get any value out of some of his attacks. But the Hydra backup does make a massive difference here.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way to break in here, not with this kind of army anyway. The Idols are not a bad unit, but they do not help First Circus very much. Ecclesiast, not only are they just getting like kind of more bang for your buck because they're not worrying about armor as much, just the fact that they'll be hitting those circles because they're regenerating would be much better in this kind of situation. See, he did have to make another Vassal, what did I say? Gets that intel.
Yeah, true. It does die over the Spraith. The Ovaleth is in the base for Swarmlord here, scouting out and seeing it's an Ardent with a completed Acantor. He knows what to expect now.
Alright, they both know each other. What are they going to do next? You know, it's good that he forced the Circus to come up, by the way, though. It was good to do that move out. Zorki's coming up. I think it's a good move. I would like to see Swarmlord take the back base. No reason not to do it. An overleft is very cheap. You might as well just drop that down there and get that started. It is a bit annoying that you don't have a Quas pool, so you can't make a few Zephs to kill the little Biotic Bastion there, but still, like, one Hydra will get it done eventually.
Yep, that's true. A Zero Course
Give me
coming
a
out as
second
well,
on
just
it.
a little bit of front line. You posted a comment on yesterday's VOD, Izzy's good unit. It's true. They're really good.
Well, in Zerg vs. Zerg, they seem pretty good. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how they do against Protoss. Oh yeah, he's gonna do it. All right, nice. You heard me, Steven. Turn the stream off. Stop cheating.
No.
But yeah, this makes sense. You want to get that base for sure. Especially with these ridge caps now. When this map was made, there were no ridge caps, so it's a lot more impactful to be able to take that and get that gas for Zerg here. Not even have to extend out into a dangerous position, take a third. That said, though, with a lot of Acantors coming out, does Zerg really want to stay back in their base? If Protoss gets a position out the front, it could be very deadly. And in fact, even with other units, I've had games on this map where I had like a whole bunch of Exemplars, for example, and just like holding outside the natural becomes almost impossible for Zerg because they don't have tanky enough units to get through the sort of splash killing field.
Yeah, indeed. And with a prostration stage on the way, a ski back for Swarmlord, I think that at this point, Arbus is hedging his bets. He's going to have his Acantors not in the front line, not as danger, but he's going to have the pariahs kind of dealing with that. He's also adding Sims, just like any chaff he can afford at the time, it looks like. Really setting up for this mid-game push.
Well, he can't come in here, that's for sure. There's no way to get in through his candles. Now, if he's going to try and distract and get the damage with the Uzis, but there's defense in the main. Oh, don't do it, Steven, don't do it. Okay, just back off. Yeah, but Arbus is very prepared for this. I don't know if they played a lot of practice games. He knows he goes for that kind of thing, but yeah.
That was another interview question I had. Swarmlord has only played Arbus one day, 3 games of PvP. So that was it. So they've no practice against each other. Yeah.
That's enough, though, to have some idea.
Well, no, it's a different matchup. Protoss Mirror. That's it.
Yes, but you still get an idea of how people play, to be honest. Now, that said, Arbus obviously has changed quite a lot since the last tournament showing, right? We weren't seeing these Acanto heavy styles. By the way, the Easy Drop went down. Got a couple of pros, but nothing too exciting. We'll just be pushed back here.
Yeah, it'll be scooped up. Maybe he'll do him a solid and kill his Biotic Bastion.
I think he's just going to garrison it, but I like that to make that a little bit more annoying to take it later for Protoss. Although you don't want to remind your opponent to take it if they kind of weren't thinking about that.
Fast Mind Tyrant for Arbus. Now, this isn't just, I'm ahead, I'm going to make this. This is, I have an idea, I want to use this.
Yeah,
that was a frustration stage. Before a Pariah, he goes Mind Tyrant. Like, I got to stress, guys, this is not something we see every day. Whatever Arbus is planning here, I don't know if you've even seen him build this, right?
Don't act like you don't already know. He's going to use it on the Acantors, of course.
Sure,
he might make a bunch. I don't think it was versus Arbus, but I had used this when you first had the Mind Tyrant. We tried it out. I can't remember who my opponent was. It was pretty good because it's kind of just like you shoot the shot from the Acantor and then just like creates 3 Hydras in the middle of the enemy army to kill. You know.
Well, here we go. So it's going to create some Izira soon if he's not careful.
Yeah, that's right. Get those out of there. I'm surprised he didn't get a Warden at least down there.
I know, yeah.
You know what? These Zero Cores have really paid for themselves just denying enough mining time, distracting Arbus. Look at Arbus' bank.
Yep. Big time. And on top of that, he doesn't actually have a defense for it. Oh, it looks like the Avaleth going to scoot him up as well. I'm not quite sure. No.
He left him behind.
That's fine. They don't need to be there anyway.
He's coming back. He's
like, wait a second.
Maybe he realized, wait a minute, there's no defenses. All right, party's on, boys.
Yep.
Yes, get
back into it. Get back into it. And Arbus is just pulling the trigger. He thinks that maybe he's done enough with his army that he can just win.
Yeah, sloppy by Arbus, to be honest, not to throw down the Warden, seeing that Steven's going to be doing this. Will kill that Zealot, I think. Well,
not quite. Not quite.
Honestly, he could have just ignored it and gone to kill a lot of scribes. But here goes the engagement.
Oh, the witness is sniped. Well, there's no Lakis, so that's not so impactful, but it still sucks because you don't really have a good advance warning on where the units are. A Bactylus offers itself up. Swarmlord needs to control that swarm. He's got a bunch of Drolets around. Remember, if Swarmlord doesn't win here, Arbus is first place in his group. And we play a best of 3 between Swarmlord and Shambler, with Shambler already up 1-0. He does.
I feel like he can hold, but he needs to keep backing up and denying his Cantors. He can't dive in, which he's doing right now. He's doing a lot of damage to the army, but there you go. The conversions start to go off. He needs to get out of there.
Oh, man, the Mind Tyrant Malefactor onto that Acantor. He needs to focus down the Mind Tyrant if he can, but it's not happening. I don't know what he was so focused on. He was mostly dealing with the front line. All of the Acantors are still alive.
The fundamental misplay there is that you can't stand still and fight. You have to do some hits and then back up, do some hits and then back up, or you get a complete surround, which is always good, of course, for Zerg. But he stayed in place, and the Acantor's got in range and hit their shots. Now, how's he going to defend this space? Those circles aren't going to help you. There you go. He's got a Volve Hydra in the army.
Yep. This one Zerg unit, yeah, you know, they're worshipping. Tyrannized.
Alright, well, let's see. What's he morphing? More Bactals? Yeah, I think Bactals are probably a good unit here. Obviously, the Acantors can get to them, but I think it's enough range. It's just too hard for Protoss to engage, so I support this move. What else is he making? Oh, I guess that's about all he's making, saving for tier 2 maybe. He's got a lot of gas. The Circle start doing their purpose in delaying this, which theoretically is all it needs. The Izzy's drop again at last. Are they going to get these kills? Only one left. No, he has to pull back again. But once again, just a distraction. When he really needs to slow the attack down, it might be critical. Here we go. Backdoor's coming out.
Swarmlord's got so much money. He really could use even more units than what he's got, but let's see.
Yeah. Not making a single unit right now, completely no production. Needs to pull those out of range of the Cantors.
Oh, the Pariah, it's taking up so much damage. The Backdoors take so long to kill it. They'll finally jump on the Mind Tyrant. No more Malefactor, no more Tyranny. But I don't think it's going to be enough. There's still 5 Cantors. They've actually increased since the last time we saw this army.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder, could he just make Gorgs? He's got so much money. 12 Gorkracors could just come out. They wouldn't take the army on their own, but combined with the ground attack, I just don't see how Protoss could survive.
It's tier 2 and 15 Hydras instead. He's spent all of his gas. Okay. At this point, I'd love a bunch of Zoryus or something. Just spend down the minerals. Yeah, losing everything. Remember, he doesn't have that many workers over here in this spot in the island. He's not. At least he hasn't made a bunch of ground units and marooned them over there, right? He's done good on his control
groups. You can't engage this. You cannot engage that now. Well, I'm not going to say it's impossible with tier 2. You never know, but Arbus does have the 3rd base. Now, Arbus is not taking up anymore, for now, anyway. So I'm not sure what the play would be. He does need gas caps. I mean, he needs Regis caps like yesterday, and he needs to throw down those gas caps. In fact, he's only got 2 on gas as well.
Yeah, a lot of top players trying to say only do 2 on gas. I still think that 3rd one adds up so much later.
Terran and Protoss, sure, but a Zerg, no way, no way. Look how big the disparity is between minerals and gas, and this is with a bunch of Zoryus production. You need to just be inefficient to get as much gas as you can, I feel like. But anyway, either way, if you're going to be making that kind of cost-cutting thing, you got to get to the Reach caps. Like, that alone would give him so much more gas here, especially at the hidden back base.
Straight into the Ultrav Cavern, and all of those Zoryus that just got made probably going to be earmarked for the Ultras.
I mean, Zarkavra cores would be good, but Ultra cores, I don't think so. I think Cantors are going to handle them. Does he even have time? Look, Zarkavra cores could save him. The Pariahs would do well, but there's not that many of them. He's going to go in. Okay, just a little tease, a little poke.
I don't know. This is looking almost unwinnable for Swarmlord. I don't know how he's going to fight back here. It's just his army selection choice. He didn't make any Gorgs in preparation. He's trying to beat this with a ground army, and that's what the Acantors are just going to eat up for dinner.
He just Ancestral coming as well. Bank on Zoryus, by the way.
Yeah.
So there will be no Zark floods. It ain't happening. We're going on the ground. I don't know, man. Zoryus can sometimes pull some stuff off. Let's see. He's waiting for the big hatch, and then he's going to go for it, I think. Maybe he just thought, I have no time. I'm going to go for the Zoryus. But Protoss is maintaining the quite laid-back position, so there's no space for us around. How is Steven going to do this?
He can only afford a couple of Ultras anyway, and they take about 40 seconds to pop. He doesn't have the time. He's trying to set up for an Omega Surround, knowing he still has that back base. Can kind of count it as even, but not when this hatch goes down.
Yeah.
ArbuzBudesh primed for victory here. Just letting it slowly eep forward.
Oh my god. I think he's probably right that he shouldn't engage, but then again, what else is he going to try and do here?
It needs to be a final stand. It needs to be every hand on deck, every claw, every tooth, every bit of acid and spores. Charge forward, get everything down. The Acantor shells immediately sounding off, and more reinforcements coming in. We got Pariahs galore. There's nothing to break them through. And the Ultra Cores, they've broken a bunch of the Acantors, but not quite enough. More of them just stuck behind the army, can't even get to the front lines. What a different fight that would have been. Look at how many shots they absorb, but it's still not going to be enough. Even with all of that mechanical misplay, Swarmlord makes it close, and it's not gonna be enough for the cigar.
Yeah, it looks like Arbus is gonna clean up here. Even if this army might get killed by what pops out, it doesn't matter. He's got his 3rd base. He's got his Ancestral right with those Tectons on the way. Yeah, can he even hold? Yeah, probably can, I suppose. A bunch of Hydras on the ramp will do it, but Arbus just like, alright, job done. We're heading home.
Only now trying to reset his 3rd or 4th base, I guess, technically.
I still had stuff over there. Oh, look at those Hydras up there.
Yep, help it out from the range. You know, every little trick in the book is what Swarmlord needs now to get victory back. He's resetting his natural. That's his whole bank. Arbu's actually floating a lot of money now, and it doesn't even really feel like it matters. He's fallen back with an army that has survived. Positron softening up everything over there for the Hydras with its wide AoE, but it will be focused down. Acantor, I don't know. Still looking all right. Seed and cap for the 3rd base here for Arbus.
Well, what's he going to make with his tier 2? He's got tier 2. He's still going to use it. I mean, he can throw it launch scores. I still think Zarks could potentially do something here. The Pariah and the Patriarch are the only threats in this army to the Zarkava cores, really. So if you can get rid of those, you can suddenly clean up. But he doesn't have any Oxyl Lava at all. And he's also not making Gorgor cores.
Looking a little bit rough. We got a bunch of pylons warping in on the front lines here for Arbus as he finishes stamping down this hatch. It does finish. Swarmlord lets it. He's going to take a base on the top left in the meanwhile.
What is this? Get the bulwark.
Yep, there it is.
He did it. One everything. Oh, come on, where's the Xenolith?
Yeah, put it up right there. So the Mutat Spire was what Swarmlord decided to go for. He's got quite a heavy amount of Vespene now, of course. We deride him for not capping his ridges. He comes out to try to snipe those structures, but the Acantors are just getting free shots. The Bulwark, the only thing that remains. Warden and 2 Matrix.
Which is the one thing you probably want to kill the most, to be honest.
Yeah, right. Well, probably true. A little bit of an outpost. It's like putting a shield battery down on the front gates.
Protectors are going to be decent to defend here. Look, with those, he can sort of defend his natural entrance, but I mean, he kind of needed a counterattack to do anything here, I feel like, now that Arbus can way ahead. But the game can carry on. He's got some Mutalisks to go harass. And, Arbus is quite light on the defense. He's got plenty in the main. But that natural still looks kind of vulnerable. There's that outlying base. Maybe you can get something done with these. Who knows?
Yeah, I appreciate you looking on the glass half full side here, but I don't think there's any milk left in that one, man. The Uptecton is out. We got more coming. Double Ancestral, one of them in the third base, the other in the main, just powering up. I mean, the siege is going to be much too much. If the air stack gets heavy, but there's an engram halfway complete, it feels really difficult, especially with the Pariahs still intact, and nothing really can break them down. You can try to focus those at the Protathalors, but the Acantors are going to do plenty of damage there. Getting chatty with them.
It's definitely a mistake if Steven thinks that he can make enough mutas to kill the army, because the Pariahs alone are just going to devastate any amount of mutas. So I don't know if I like what I'm seeing or not. If he just flies around him and goes to the main, who knows? Anything can happen. But if he tries to engage the army with this, he's just going to lose it all very quickly.
Only thing that Arbus hasn't found is that base on the top left. Everything else, he's really contained Swarmlord. And, when your tournament life is on the line, 26 mutas sound pretty good. How about 40? 30 or 40? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Steven does like his mutas. I don't know, like a perfect spread. Who knows? But I still think just flying around attacking the main would be a play. Oh my god, is he going to find it?
He witnessed a few of them, and he puts down a second engram at his forward base. He's got a great witness spread here.
Yeah, these forward defenses are going to be very formidable.
Yeah, he's adding engrams in all the bases, just random places wherever he can fit them. So he's definitely intuited that there could be the flyover.
I got hash. It's ID3, so it's probably...
Yeah, that's you're desynced from me, probably.
You just turned the stream on when you got a second?
Yeah, all good. Well, I didn't get one, and I don't think the players got one either.
Yeah, I think it's just me, luckily.
Yep. Well, it's about to end anyway, I think, as Arbus is thinking about pushing in. The mutas descend. Not really that much splash, but the Pariah is quick to jump on it. And oh my god, with the engram as well. My friends, that is a wrap. Swarmlord has just been exsanguinated, and he will now face the Shambler in a best-of-3 where he starts off 0-1 because Shambler already beat him once. Arbus is our first place victor of Group C's uppercard.
Well, he hasn't left the game yet. I want to pretend there's some way. See, you can't see. You don't have the vision on the map of the 12 casualists are about to come into this fight. And triple engram back there. Yeah, he's working way up. GG's finally given.
Arbus couldn't type fast enough to respond. GG indeed. Gives him a congrats. Good manner. And it's very important for manner, right? Everybody likes manner. So Shambler will now face Swarmlord. That will be a nice little spot there for our homies, so we can decide who's second place in this group. So stay with us for that. But yeah, congrats has to be given to Arbus, who does top the charts. Honestly, I don't mean this as a slight to him. It's just with Swarmlord looking so good on the way out, and Shambler just being Shambler, the way that he plays, and the way that he's been here forever. I don't know, man. I was not expecting Arbus to... I was not expecting Arbus to win. I don't make any bones about it. Right?
I looked at this group, and I'm like, Steven, easy 4-0. But I guess it didn't happen. It is hard to perform in tournament, I guess, if you haven't played very many, right? And Stephen hasn't had much chance to play competitively in Cosmonarchy yet, so it makes sense, I suppose. Or of course, Shambler obviously has played so many, the champion of Ascensions and stuff. Runner-up of Acropolis. I'm sure he doesn't experience any nerves at all, really. Just fatigue, possibly.
Right, exactly.
And Arbus, of course, has been around the block too. We can't deny that.
It'll be Blackwater Bastion selected by the Shambler, a 4-spawn map. I think the first we're seeing in this group, actually.
All right. Another classic BDB map.
That's right, that's right.
What were we just on? I already forgot.
Serenity.
Serenity. Yeah. That's one you did, isn't it?
No, it was actually based on Omnivore, which is my map. But that was the first time I tried to do a map with the mineral fields that you could mine out from.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I meant when I said you make it. Yeah.
Yeah. BDB ported it, if you will, updated it or whatever, inspired by it, and changed it up. I think the layout was pretty neat. Obviously, just the fact that you have a second entrance is pretty wild.
Come on, man! Don't put high ground above our main.
Do it.
That's just evil.
All right, looks like we are just about ready to get started here. So we're going to be going for some TVZ as we get into the ever-important Game 7? Yeah, I want to say this is Game 7 because that was last Game 6. I'll put the screen up for you while I update the overlay. Swarmlord here in the bottom left as Mango Zerg, and Shambler as the red Terran in the top or in the bottom right. He's scouting immediately. It's a cross scout? He's cross scouting immediately, Nebline.
Yeah, this group is going long. He's out of time. I don't think he's scouting, man. I don't think that's a scouting Mason. That's not a civilian Mason.
Maybe not. Well, Shambler challenges and picks this map. He goes for it. And
well,
it is
if he
indeed
goes Larvos into Hydra, he's pretty screwed, right?
And of course, what else would you do? Larvosk first, right? Shambler just wants to end it with Mavericks, as Shambler is wont to do.
Okay, single proxy and scout, which I don't mind, by the way. I like it if he just makes some Mavericks, runs in and tries to kill stuff, but he's still building up at home. Because, I think the first, 3 or 4 Mavericks can do a lot. Oh,
yeah, big time. He sent out another Scout Mason, confirms. He did a double take, and then he remembered, my opponent is Zerk. I would see the K-Grid. So I guess that means he should send his Maverick down to the bottom left, which is probably the worst place for it.
Yeah, well, you got to find him. It's kind of an unfortunate situation where it's like, oh, I want to see what he's doing, but I don't want to give it away. I mean, one Maverick shows up in your base, you can still get draw less with that. Or he goes to Quaz Pool, which will be a bit faster.
Yep, and it's before the second Larvosk, so he's not being as greedy. I wonder if he sized up the distance to the ramp and realized he would need a lot of moves there, right?
I don't know how I feel about making the second stockade in the center. I think if you're going to do that, you need to do it faster, but we'll see what he can do. It is going to be a long time till the Quaz Pool's available. He's stimming in.
Oh, he's stimming in. Pool not even halfway done. The first Maverick has arrived. Hello, world. Nice drolets you got there, buddy. Immediately, Steven tries to send it. Oh, he burrows it in time. 1 HP left. Wow, impressive reactions there. A second Maverick is here, though. How good is your... Yeah, how good is your multitasking, indeed. 2 pairs of Rilla Rocors.
I think he's going to do it.
Another pair. Oh, he dives onto it. That's a big mistake there. The bees sting back. And here come the Rilla Rocors. They're charging forward, immediately ensnares him, and now he's trying to chase him off the Kager so they detonate, but there's another salvo waiting to go. Oh, they get back to it before they time out. Good stuff. There's still that 1 burrow, 2 burrow drill. Let's remember that as the Maverick is finally taken care of, but we got more coming, Nebline.
Dude, he didn't make a second. He didn't have a Larvos because I can handle it.
Yeah, I know. Staying cool-headed.
Well, he's getting the 4 quads. It's going to be impossible to get up that ramp without Huracan or something soon. A third stockade in the middle. Chambler's like, nah, I'd win. I can do this.
Both players feel very confident with the Swarmlord's hold and Chambler's kill. There's the K-Grint for the circuit.
We have some concession to safety now, right? Oh, and he's going to go for it. I don't know about this. This looks very dicey. He runs in way too fast.
Oh, he kills the K-Grint, though. Nice. Okay, he loses 1 Maverick for that. Well worth it.
Never mind what I was saying. Steven throws away with a record for nothing.
Yeah,
Shambler disagrees with me that Huracans are needed here, but you need something to tank those Huracan shots because you just lose the Mavericks way too fast.
It does feel that way, but also their stim to DPS absolutely dwarfs the Quasilisk. So if he can get there before the circuit hits, then that's one thing. He must now have that internal timing. The Kagrin just went down. He's got a little bit of time
his window.
Yep.
He needs to attack now, or it's going to finish. I don't think he's going to do it, man. I think Steven's going to hold.
He's
thinking about it.
He just put a star pad down at home. That's what he was waiting for. Where's
No,
that
it's too
stim?
late.
It's coming in now, but the circuit finishes. Does he decide? He's trying to go for it. Nebline smells blood in the water, but it's his own. Has to fall back.
Yeah. Okay, so it's going to be dropped, so you get an ant seal here. I feel like it's going to make an ant seal because I know Shambler loves ant seals.
He does, yeah. And what are you going to do with the drop in horizontal spawns like this? I mean, you're attacking at the same angle of the ramp as the drop is, you know?
I don't know. Maybe you loaded up with Harakans to drop the enemy army, God forbid.
Oh, I was thinking you put it in his main. The star pad's also proxied.
Oh, of course. No, he's doing a challenge run. Can't build anything in his main.
Yeah, you thermal, you know. Start harvesting gas from that mason in the meanwhile, you know.
Orcas. Man, if a single Lycus comes out, it's over.
It is a Trojan.
Hey, look, he's making a Harakans and a Trojan. Yes! My hero. Oh, man, Steve coming out here could be a huge mistake. Uh-oh. Oh, Shambler sees it. He's going to stim. Or is
he
it just a
stims
bait?
forward. This is enough
do?
Mavericks. He can break that ramp, but he doesn't decide to push.
It's dicey. It's dicey, man. You try that, and then suddenly you've lost all your Mavericks. You're thinking, oh no. Whereas you're trying to wait for this timing with the Trojan and the Harakans, which I think could be devastating. Those Zephs, I feel like, are almost worthless. I don't think they're a very good investment. We'll see how they do. But yeah, this is a lot of stuff. If he drops the Harakans in the right spot, they get those flames on the cause list. I feel like this is possible. The Zorkis is not finished. There's plenty of time before all the Kissless is out, but he has to go now. Here we go. Maverick's not really in position yet. A couple more Harakans in the front.
Would love that, but the Harakans are loaded up in the Trojan, as you proclaimed earlier, and he's going to come in.
It's going to be for harass.
Yes, no, he's going to go for the main base, try to pull the army away from it so he can dive onto that circuit. And Swarmlord knows it, but he must respond. 8 bio units unload. The Rillarokors from earlier doing their number. Shambler, you got to strike now. Instead, he's microing his drop. Yeah, he's getting good value out of it, but he just put the whole army out of position and didn't strike with the Mavericks at the front. Feels like a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I agree, but he may still be doing fine here because he's calling the workers. Steven's still only on one base here. Shambler making a ministry. I don't know if he can continue in this manner somehow. He can make this work. Soyuz coming up. No Lake is interestingly, although there will be ant seals. Ooh, some Zephs coming out. If they show up in Shambler's main, that could end the game.
Well, yeah. Is there his main really there, or is it here? With
That's not even his main, man. That's just his mining outpost. Oh, massive stim again. Huge bait out by Steven. I can't believe he stimmed there. That's huge.
Yeah, he's being a bit finicky with that one. You know, the ant seal doesn't protect versus stim. It is out, though.
Clerics will go a long way. All right, Link is on the way now.
Once those pop, it's over for this push, right? There's not really anything else he can do.
Well, I don't think Shambler's concept is even to push so much. I feel like he just wants to maintain the contain, and I think he's doing okay. But what's his longer term plan? He can't just be building from 3 stockades in the middle of the map all game. Can he?
Oh, the one Mason in the top left spot's the drop. That is so crazy.
He needs to send something to his main to worry about that. But he might be getting pushed at the same time. Or Steven being quite ballsy here, but Shambler's not looking, and he's going to get the spines off. Could do a lot of damage. Let's see if Shambler wants to split and go for it. He's way too clumped right now. He's going to go for it. Oh, the perfect timing is he unburrows, but he is very clumped.
He just melted the Zorius. He's going to chew through everything here.
Oh, yeah. I feel like Steven was not operating on the level of awareness of the DPS of Mavericks that he went down that ramp at all.
Yeah, absolutely. If Shambler was being more proactive, he could have pounced on him immediately.
Well,
Steven doesn't even know Shambler's in the bottom right, and Steven just found out now as the Mavericks charge up the ramp, take down the first circuit.
Is he going to get in here? I think
it's over, boys. It is over. We got 3 Lakers coming.
Yeah.
They are pre-stimmed.
Yeah, that's enough cause as well. I think he's fine. Well, I say that, but ant seals.
Well, they're targeting the Larvosk, which is a little bit of a weird one, but he does end up getting away with a little bit of value there.
Yeah, I don't think he could have busted with the Lakers coming out, to be honest, but he's keeping it on his toe. He's keeping that work count down. His second ministry's done, but he didn't send anything home. How much damage can 3 Zephs do? Sorry, make it 6, because there's a drop as well. And Shambler has not really reacted to the fact that he saw those being dropped out. He's not prepared at all.
Who needs to be prepared? I got Masons. Battle workers in Group C, uppercard. Get him. Bully him.
Well, lift the ministry, landed on the Zephs to kick their ass.
Yeah, that's a good move. Yeah, he only loses 1 worker, so that's actually pretty good for Shambler. Just needs to get back to mining. He's dropping at the same time. The Lakers are in position at the ramp, so this is definitely going to be an opportunity for worker damage, but he can't really go after the investment here. No tech can really be denied. He's actually going to go after the Quaz. I don't hate this because he's just kind of bleeding the Zerg a little bit and making it even less likely. Yeah, the Ansels are going to go down. That is unfortunate.
Well, once again, I guess he's keeping Steven on his toes, but at some point you're not being efficient enough. And what does he have outside of the Zerg base right now? Not much. He's
Nothing
got
at all.
random ass units all over the place, and he has to pull back. I mean, smartly he pulls back before he gets killed, but why did he land over there, by the way?
That's his third base,
Look
aka his natural.
Right. Well, see, that's his third base. His main is his second base. His main base is in the middle of the map.
That's right. Yep, that's right. So I would laugh if
Well,
he
does
starts
that
repairing
work?
that neutral ministry, and just in deference. Wow,
Yeah,
he's
why not?
left
Just
really
stop
no
investing.
workers mining in this main base, by the way. Like, actually, Swarmlord has a better eco right now.
Yeah, for the moment. He'll resaturate soon, though. He did send some Mavericks home for defense as well. He's getting another Watchdog. It doesn't really help when stuff's getting dropped out. Looks like Steven just content to sit back, though. He's going to get the expansion. No Hydra on the way yet. Lakers can do a good job, but I feel like there's a lot of threats you want Hydras and or backs for. But I don't think he can attack these Lakers. Could go badly.
There's one
Man, if he had
Lakers
those
and two
two more
Quas in a
answers-
drop moving into the main right now. We'll see if that makes anything happen. He's going to try to bait up the spines. This is not going to work out too well for him.
Yeah, he's
He
distracting
bleeds the
himself as
Quas
the drop
at the
goes
very
in.
least,
Well,
yeah.
hang on a minute.
Oh, look at
no.
that! Good move there. Shambler catches it.
Yeah.
Whether
solid.
on
I guess-
accidental or what. The Cyprians are out too now.
Oh, well, they were positioned there for defense deliberately, but I think he definitely wasn't looking at it.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Already in the right spot.
I don't
Hey,
know.
but that's Starcraft. That's Starcraft. You want to make it easy as possible for yourself not to even have to look, So he put them in the right spot, and they knew what to do.
Only now is he getting a Palladium. Hasn't made a single mech unit. A second star pad for more Anseal production. What a weird game Shambler's giving us right now.
Right? I mean, Palladium's pretty deadly. Builds up a bunch of phalanxes, and, the Lakers have a hard time attacking into Mavericks. I don't know. Although Shambler needs to calm down with these attacks, man. If he loses too much army, he can get counterattacked and he's in big trouble. Although I like the sort of arc. Maybe. There's a lot of Lakers there, though.
Yeah, if Swarmlord pulls the trigger, there needs to be a fallback. And what I don't like about the position of Shambler is that it's very all-in, right? He will end up losing some of his army to the Lakers spines unless he masterfully pulls like half the army to the right and the other half to the left. But then they could get overwhelmed. Some units being bled out over here. Preemptive stim, just in case.
A couple clerics go a long way, man.
It's true, it's true. Oh,
Ooh,
Swarmlord's
he's
trying
gonna
to
get
set up for the surround. He's getting his Zets out. He's actually going to clear
Oh,
this
yes.
pod over here.
Oh, poor guys. Those poor Mavericks stationed over there on their own. Oh,
Oh, hey.
why did they let me live? Survivor's guilt for that guy, man.
Yeah, 3 health too.
His buddy got ripped apart in front of him. Oh, no, don't worry. He won't survive.
I think the
Oh,
Zets are going for the main, dude.
Well, yeah, the quote-unquote main. The production. He has to pull back from the contain. Oh, my God. I mean, he can't lift any particular building. Oh, the add-on, though. Oh, that's huge.
Get the Anseals
Anseal?
onto that post-haste. The Palladium is saved. The Zets live large, and now the rest of the army will push out. What a strange display.
What a move, though, right? Like, just pull it out just with, like, 6 Zefs.
Yeah.
7 Zefs.
Absolutely. Now the contain's broken. The Lake has moved forward. Whole
He's in a
army
big ball
posturing.
right now.
He's
Shambler's
going right
spread
in.
out.
He's like, hey, yeah, this is a very vulnerable position for your production to be in. I will force your hand.
Well, I mean, Steven needs to be careful. Oh, so does Shambler.
No,
Oh,
look at
so
all
many
those spines. Oh, the Anseals aren't in position to shield anything, Nebelheim.
He's committing anyway. He doesn't care. He's like, I can take it. And he might right. The Palladium does
No,
go down,
pull
by
back.
the way.
Pull back. The Palladium does indeed go down. The one Phalanx is all that they had tactical plans for at this point. And there's nothing defending from those Zets going into the third base natural thing.
No, he starts a Fulcrum right in front of them.
Yeah, hey, attack
Except the
this.
battle workers.
The
battle
battle
workers defend
workers.
themselves.
Dun-dun-dun-dun, doing what units can't. Battling and working at the same time. Well, the Zorius are trying to push through. This will definitely do a good job. The Zets now get cleaned up at that
Oh, yeah.
extra base. And Shambler, remember, he doesn't have a Palladium anymore. This is his last Phalanx. Is he going to get overwhelmed? Is Swarmlord going to send us to a decider after all? It seems very likely.
Yeah, I think he's going to lose his production. He can try and float it back, but he doesn't have time for that. He has no defense at home. It's just a few Mavericks. And yeah, he's finally overwhelmed the position. More quads coming in. So much gas in the bank for Swarmlord, but he says he doesn't need it.
I can't believe this game actually worked this way. This is such a bizarre situation.
Right.
But hey,
Well, the strangest thing about it is how much chance Shambler had to win.
LMAO.
Yes, but
I think he's lying. I don't agree. But whatever.
whatever.
It's like when Arbus said that to him. He's just giving him back to it, but to a different player. See ya, nerd. All
I
right.
see.
Well, Shambler has decided we need a decider.
See, this is what you do when you're like, oh no, I'm in a tournament match. I might be losing. There's not much I can do. I'm clearly losing. You call it a hash. Even though you give up the point, you can still claim the moral high ground. You see, if I wasn't desynced, things would have gone different.
Indeed. All right, well, Shambler gets to pick the decider.
I'm telling you, man, if he loaded up that Trojan with 8 Hurricanes, dropped on the cause, easy win.
Easy win. Swarmlord can still go for second place, so can Shambler. Shambler. By the way, if Shambler wins here, he'll win with a score of 2-3, and Swarmlord will lose with a score of 2-4. That's how tight this group was. When the scoreline looks weird, you know it was a competitive group. Because we just normally we see 4-0, 2-2, 0-4. That's usually how they go.
Ooh, what a map to end it on, too.
Paradise, the 4 spawner.
Again, I gotta say, if I was playing Terran, I wouldn't have picked this map. But again, pretty good for running around a bio, I guess.
Oh, apparently Tudor was playing and he got Zerg 5 out of 5 times. Well, Hit 'em Up kind of got that 4 out of 4 times, so pretty close.
Arbus called him out. He said stupid base layout. I mean,
yeah, putting your
main.
main.
Call it like a base layout. It's more like the base location.
Yes. We're going into it. I did call it over, and it was preemptive, apparently. Remember, I did say this is over, and apparently I was very, very wrong. I am also shocked that Shambler lost that one, because I was sure he was going to be able to finish the job, but, yep. I mean, we just talked about it, right? Only Zerg can get away with that type of game, says Shambler after deliberately losing. Wink. Japanese Violet Zerg is the Swarmlord in the top left, and Shambler is the yellow Terran in the bottom right. He was already typing before I even got to color guess.
Remember when Shambler played Zerg? That was the day. Those were the days.
I liked when he tried to prepare Mystery Meat by playing a bunch of Zerg games for him because he was going up against you, and I think you still beat him. I can't remember.
Oh, I don't think I beat Mystery Meat in the series as Zerg. I don't remember.
Yeah, it's hard to remember. Maybe it was the other way around, and he trained you, and then you still couldn't make it.
Oh yeah, we played lots of games preparing for Mystery Meat, especially the other one, Ascension 7. We played a lot of games as well, where I would just have like 10 stockades and 2 star pads, and I'd just be making like the Hurricanes and the Mavericks and trying to drop on his Drax, and it was going bad, man. It took a lot of practice to make that work. Shambler going back to his roots, by the way. Double stockade in base. He's back to his true self.
No kidding. He'll also scout cross spawn after the first one. It looks like he is box scouting, so advantage to him there. Remember, Swarmlord usually scouts much later. Much later.
Well, it's pretty fast course pool this time, by the way. He's going to send the Zefs, but I don't really see them doing anything. And I mean, it gives Terran a bit of an angle. If you come across with like 8 to 10 bio, it's not that Zerg can't defend, it's just that the lava production is pretty low here, so it's going to be a bit painful if he does make a bunch of quads to defend. He won't have as many draw lefts.
What I'm enjoying about this, right, is that obviously Zerg did get the pretty big economic buff of being able to say, hey, I've got brood spawn from larva, I don't have to make units early on, but still people are kind of normalizing into a build such as this. Hit 'em Up is still playing the greed style, but, you know, generally speaking, people are still going like...
I got plenty of ideas. In like 3 years' time, when I get back around to playing Zerg, you'll see.
Okay, all right. Looking forward to it. Yeah, by the time you win your Ascozi championship, we'll release Blood Summon, and you'll be like, oh, I guess I got to play them. Yeah.
And then I have to go back to Terran anyway.
Yeah. Oh, if I just keep releasing races in line with your tournament wins, that'll be fine, right? You just never go back.
So what if I retire? I mean, it stays at 3 races forever.
Don't retire. We want more races.
Oh no, I feel like I can use this, like, you know, give me Protoss buffs or I retire.
Starpad proxied for Shambler. Is he going to send units out like a proxy starport in Starcraft 1? I think about how the you send vultures up to do a drop, that kind of thing. So could be that.
I can see it.
He could just make wraiths too. I mean, that's the more like the less preparation, less like the more simplified version of it, right? The Zets are just guarding the front gates. It's a K
grid
load.
If you get like 5 wraiths, You run in while Zerg's distracted. You can kill a few Drollev. It'd be worth it. And the 5 rays will still be alive. Run out and do other stuff for him later. And he's got a pretty strong ground army as it is. I mean,
Yep.
I think Steven's actually in a lot of trouble here.
Well, he doesn't
Even
have
if he's,
any static defense actually set up yet. And the Zeth just got popped. He's got
Wow.
2 more on the way back. Starpad finishes. It is a Trojan. So he's meeting up with the
Ooh.
transport so that he can lift his bio into the base and ignore what he supposes is front gate or high ground ramp circuit, right? So he doesn't have to worry
Yeah,
about that
this is
whatsoever. Now, the 2
This is
Zets
like
are
the
going to come
perfect
in, but
counter.
yeah, they're not really going to get too much value here. They'll kill one
That's pretty
Huracan.
good.
Obviously,
okay,
it's cost
is Shambler
efficient, but
gonna
I'm
go
just
for it?
saying he needed a scout to see that there was nothing behind the stockades, right? So he could be suspicious for what might be coming out. And, you know, an Ant Seal is available from that star pad as soon as the Trojan finishes.
God, here it comes.
Mostly
is he gonna,
Huracan.
poke the front? Yeah, I like it. They're a good unit, man. They roast. He needs to poke the front, though, even just to sacrifice those matches to distract him, because I feel like if you just run away, he's not going to do much damage. All right, here we go. Yeah, he's just going to run away now, though. And Shambler does not have enough to hit the front simultaneously. Well, can he kill all these quads, though? I think
Well,
he
they
can.
focused on the Trojan, and that reduced their DPS a lot. The Huracans melted everything. Again, like you said, there's not really much they can do on the front. The Trojan dying is kind of a problem, because it means Shambler has to remake the Trojan in order to do something, but he can still do it since he's proxied. He can still make it happen.
You know, on paper it seemed like Shambler had a good play here, but unfortunately, did not really fully leverage it. I feel like if you just stim in the Mavericks at the front, yes, they're dying, but Zerg suddenly looks there, and if you can time it at that exact moment, you're dropping the Rakan, suddenly, boom, all the drones are dead. Or you just drop Mavericks and you can actually do something. But as it stands, he hasn't got really anything out of this, and now I think he's pretty soundly behind, because even though he's getting his ministry, Zerg is going to be able to drone up way more powerfully here. Oh, he's going to lose the star pad.
Indeed he is, yep. He'll try to lift it, but the Quas are able to deal with it. It only has the 1 armor anyway. Very snipeable, very vulnerable. It did finish a second Trojan, so at least he has the opportunity to drop like later on with, you know, Swarmlord not even preparing for it now, because he's killed the star pad, right? So unless he caught the Trojan leaving, which I'm not sure he did. Fireball in the middle. It's actually falling back here as the Quas march across.
No circ have happened in the main yet, which Steven does like to do a lot of the time. Maybe that's just first me, I don't know. So another drop could potentially do lots of damage, sure. Gonna start ramping up those Lavos. Honestly, dropped the ball on macro a bit. He's got backed up a lot of gas. So Steven's production really not fully in swing here. And you know, his army is still not that impressive right now either. I don't see this army handling this bio. It could be a big mistake for Steven if he tries to attack in too aggressively. Suddenly Shambler's on the counter-attack again.
Yeah, and you know, the Ministry is pretty far forward here. Obviously, it is going to go ahead and land, but you're happy just camping the ramp here as the Terran. If they attack in, you can just clothesline them. Palladium on the way as well, so another star pad being made. Clearly, the angle here, and the Trojan was hidden again, is that Shambler will be using the Trojan later on, but he might go for like a Cyclops drop or something. Here comes the attack. A couple units rally. That's a free win for Swarmlord, but the stimmed Mavericks are going to do so much DPS, and the Zets, they can only absorb so much before they get routed. Shambler being a little bit skittish, but he does end up routing his opponent. And the one Zeth here is all that's left. Yeah.
It is pretty unfortunate that he wasn't looking at the moment the stuff ran in, though, so it's a bit more efficient for Steven than it should have been. Oh, he's going to get that Mason. No, he's not.
Nope, not quite.
Okay.
Here you go.
Again, I really wish he'd make just one Cleric. Like, he's losing HP so much over time because he stims, he has no way to bring it back unless he wants to repair all those. Magical.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if he's planning a drop with it or if he just wants to go ahead and deploy it for the Zeth run by.
Well, something I noticed about Steven is he's not very invested in the surrounds. He doesn't do a great job, I feel like, of setting up his army ahead of time for big surrounds. And Magical can theoretically deal with almost anything if it just comes in one angle.
True. That is true. Otherwise, it's just kind of spreading damage almost uselessly, it feels like. Trojan is leaving with nothing in it, so it will be spotted by the Quas up here. And that is good bait. Yeah, absolutely.
Scout probably is what he's thinking. Well, let's see. Did Steven even see it?
No, he did. He moved his camera over, so he's already setting up the third base. Hydras are up at 12 o'clock. What's his tech looking like, right? We've got Hydrith, we've got Pool.
Yeah, it seems solid against this bio, is just make a whole bunch of Hydriths and then send the Zeph Quas spam in as the throwaway units. Oh, the Trojan. Oh, the Trojan.
It has nothing in it. It will be revealed, because, well, of course, when there's stuff in it and it dies over non-water. Oh, no!
Obelisk.
Oh! Like that. You see the corpses. So.
Yeah, good demonstration. It's convenient. Very nice of Steven to show us. Just
Thank you, Swarmlord. I appreciate it.
I wish Shambler's play. He's got double star pad, so he is going to be stacking the Ant Seals again. You know what? With no Lakers this time, this could definitely be a play. The Phalanx will add plenty of DPS in the back to splash those Hydras. He's got plenty of Mavericks in the front. I mean, okay, this game has had a rocky start as well. Nothing like last game, of course. But I gotta say, this looks a bit better for Shambler than the other one did, I feel.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, the one thing I'm always concerned about is when the Zerg is able to get unfettered growth. Obviously, in other StarCrafts, you just expect Zerg to be up bases. In Cosmonarchy, it's not necessarily a foregone conclusion of how you play when the Zerg takes more bases than you. Because usually the players get to a point where they get overwhelmed by the scale. So what is Shambler going to do to try to fight back against the economic deficit that he's now dug himself by doing this very aggressive play that didn't quite work out to slow his opponent enough?
Yeah, I feel like he definitely can push out and attack right now. Like, he's got the army he needs. But he doesn't want to miss his window. And you know what? That's kind of been the story last game as well. It's easy for us to see as commentators when the time to go is, but it's very hard when you're on the ground and it's limited what you have vision of. But this is his window, and it looks like he's going to take it.
Imperfect information.
Very dicey.
Tier 2 coming. This is the window for sure. When your opponent invests that many resources directly into that, you can definitely punch him. And this is without there being an evolved node, right? No Ski-Backed, no Vornath. He's only got the basic tier 1 stuff. He has all of it, to be fair, but he doesn't actually have any Lakers out right now. Double Trojan being made behind this. He aims to drop in the middle of his move out.
I feel like he's being too hesitant, though. He needs to go straight across, but he's sort of just zoning. Maybe Shambler isn't thinking to attack. And, well, this is part of why Paradise is also, I feel like, not a good pick, because look how far you have to go on this big, open, scary map. So, Shambler's hesitance is understandable, but I feel like it is going to cost him the game, potentially. Now, that Zerg army is formidable, but I don't think it's a match for the Terran army as is. But if Steven can just delay, get the Lakers out, possibly, and have a good engagement with those, he's definitely still in it here.
He's been really good at sending random units out there. That might be what Shambler keeps hesitating because of. You know, he gets scouted and now he wants to take a different path.
Ooh. Well, it might work out. If he gets on that high ground, he has a very good path over to the third. He can inch his way over. He needs to keep reinforcing, though, and it's hard because you're worried about counterattacks.
Yep, another Quaz spots it. But hey, this is a great spot for the high ground entrenched position. Ooh. He is going to claim it. Remember, those Lakers can do so much.
Yeah, but we've got Phalanxes here that can beat them back over time. It's going to be hard to get any kills if Stephen's on the ball, but you can force them out of the position, which is exactly what's happening. Oh, he almost tried to catch it.
Third base being heckled a little bit by a single Zeth. That'll be cleaned up pretty easily as Shambler continues to put together stockades and etc.
Well, Shambler has not reinforced this army, though, so it's starting to become in danger of being overwhelmed, because those Zoyus can potentially tank a lot. Oh, he needs to be careful. Okay, there's a lot of DPS with his Mavericks, though. I don't know. It's getting scary, but there's still definitely play here. But the big wraparound from Zephs could spell the death knell.
Or maybe they just go after the third base here and force a response from the other military instead of reinforcing. You were calling out earlier that Shambler needs to get more army on there.
Why not both?
There we go.
Do everything. And taking 3 angles. No stim yet. There it goes. Oh, man.
Oh, man, this is such a surround. The Lakers don't even need to burrow before all the Terran army is taken out, and that is masterful by the Swarmlord.
Oh, Phalanx is back at the third as well. Oh, man. Those Ant Seals, like, jetting away must be looking down like, oh, God, we are screwed.
Yeah, no kidding. The Zerg cannot be counted. The Swarmlord reigning supreme, perhaps. He's got a round of 20 workers behind this, by the way. So even if there's a hold, Shambler's still so far behind economically. A fourth base going to be saturated before he can even land his third.
That's a lot of Phalanxes, though. Could he defend? I mean, there's a bunch of Mavericks, a lot of Phalanxes. If Steven's so bold to actually attack in, which he may well, let's see.
The Calcure Lake was acquired in the midst of all of that. He's also putting up the tier 2 Vespine caps. I think at this point you have such a ground force, you need some kind of airway to make something happen. And of course, Ant Seals were his undoing on Demaloon. Maybe he can go for the Calculus to try to put them back a little bit. And, you know, to be fair, there's not the greatest of anti-airs here. Shambler investing a lot into Phalanx. Gorgakors, Calculus, something like that could really be a big swing.
Yeah, you know, I'm not always making the nav, so presumably Calculus, right? I'm not the biggest fan of Gorgakors myself, but I do think there are gaps in Steven's play where they could fill easily, right? And, for example, Kafrolosks, Oxal Cesiants would be a boon for Steven here as well. Now, Shambler's looking pretty dead, but I have seen some insane comebacks with Apostles, right? And Ant Seals as well, right? That is the deadly combination. So we'll see. Oh man, he sees all the of course.
Well,
Ray's
I don't
probably
think
sweating right now.
Yeah, Swarmlord hasn't actually shown it, and I don't think Shambler even noticed. Like his camera didn't go over to that base, so.
Well, I don't know. I think he's pretty well set up though. He does have watchdogs around, so I don't know. There's a lot of calculus though.
Honestly, I mean, 15 are in production. He's got 31 gnats. I feel like he could almost win with the gnats in the ground army anyway. But no, it's definitely safer to go for that. That Wraith has 4 kills, by the way.
Oh no, this could be huge. You're right. I don't think he did see it. Yeah, why is that Wraith just killing everything? I don't think he did see it because he's loading up Trojans. But if they get caught by the Nafracors, they're just going to get instantly eaten. Oh my god, somebody stopped that Wraith. Okay, finally. Reveals the entire Nafracor horde to kill it.
Yeah, that's fine. A little bit of an unforced error. The Calculusks are with the rest of the ground army. The Ancials will not live very long under their reign.
Needs Madrigals. There's a Madrigal if it gets out here. I don't know, if you had like 3 or 4.
Drop just got caught. The Nathacors are en route to intercept. The Calculusks descend. The Ancials are completely shellacked immediately, Neblime. He's going to descend on the ground army.
There's nothing in that anchor. Oh my god, the Nafracors are in hot pursuit. The Trojans are idle. He's just trying to defend his base. He sees it. Oh no, they can't get away. Well, they do unload. That looks like it's going to be cleaned up. A double loss on both fronts for Shambler. Looks like he's going to get eliminated out of this game.
I don't think he can hold, yeah. Even with the Madrigals here, it's not going to be enough. Yeah, he doesn't have enough to fight back against the air threat and the ground threat. He switched into Madrigal production. He's floating a ton of money, but Swarmlord, with his superior eco, even with crazy money in the bank, is still going to be able to make it happen. And the typing continues. Shambler eliminated in last place. A consummate professional, as always.
By Shambler's typing.
Yes, indeed.
Welcome,
well, there you
go.
go.
Tournament play.
Swarmlord will be our second place player. Shambler has been foiled. He is sent straight to the stockades, not able to make things happen.
Yeah, shame. Definitely chances there, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, overall, it's gotta be said that we had some excellent games in this tournament. It looks to me like Group D and, of course, the Group C undercard have wrapped up in the meanwhile. Yeah, Smarty Cakes was running Group C undercard. Group D, which was, a lower level round, was Tudor, Toyota, and Fenris. I don't know what the score lines are for Group D. I know that Blade Hollow beat Rainaril and Jimmy to top his group, so that was pretty cool. I think it was 4-1 with Rainaril 3-2, so solid stuff there.
That's pretty awesome. Armies. Yeah.
I appreciate Nosferatu talking like, oh yeah, Pronogo says that they're all different units. They totally are, by the way. But, he also just wants people to struggle pronouncing the new names. So.
Yeah. When are you going to add the, leth or leth?
What would it even be? It would turn into any unit with the leth suffix. And the Rokor
the leth or leth Aristocor. That's what we need.
Well, we'll have to see.
Please just rename Lava to that. That would be good.
It's just Leth. So I think we'll talk to Arbus first, because he is the winner, of course. It's been some time. And we have ArbuzBudesh in the casting booth, hanging out with the homies. How the hell are you, dude? You won your group. Tell me how you're feeling.
I feel okay. Kind of went about the same agents, to be honest.
Did you expect for Swarmlord to take you out in that first match? Because there was some harassment from you, but you still ended up beating him in the rematches.
I'll be honest, I had no expectations of Swarmlord because I never played against his Zerg. I've seen only one clip of Neblime playing him.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I had no information. So I kind of lost first game. Some people would say embarrassingly, losing my shuttle, but I don't feel bad about it, because after that game I figured out what kind of player he is, because I had no information before, and I figured out he's a mini Neblime essentially.
In
a
way, Australian.
I guess from that point your Australian genes kicking in. I figured out his main thing is he's really clean performance wise. He will like always notice your drops. He will always like cover everything. So after that, I understood like,
Well,
okay,
you say that, but in the last game just there, you had that Wraith like AFK in his main for like 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's the last game, Neblan. He played so many games, he's tired.
All right,
He woke up for 6 a.m. for this.
So he can be worn down. He's mortal, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, after he already like feeling defeated, maybe he's not paying attention. But when game starts, he's gonna notice like your shuttle flying by his claws. When someone like Shambler, he's very likely to miss it. So I figured, okay, I'm the way to play against him. Like I need to stop trying to like any tricky stuff, and just play solid game, and from there I have higher chance. And it worked in the end.
I feel like overall, looking at this matchup here, PvZ, it's definitely like, well, really just looking at this group, I think there's a lot to say about endurance, right? I don't know what, we'll talk to Shambler about it later, but your first match against him, after you see him win against a tier 3 Zerg with tier 1, a 30-minute banger on Demaloon, right? I don't know how closely you were watching that particular match, but, you know, for him to basically have a collapse in Genesis Y, where you basically had your way with him. You know, you had the Draconins to deal with the bio, you had the Akantor that got up to like 20 kills before it was routed. At that point, it was over. So how did you feel going into that? Were you surprised to see Shambler take him? Did you think maybe, oh shit, Shambler might be more formidable than I thought? Like, what was your mindset going into the Genesis Y pick?
To be honest, I was honestly impressed that Shambler actually took a game from Steven in the late game,
right?
Because he's usually a little bit lacking in the like micro department, and Steven is relatively clean one. He lacks experience in Cosmonarchy, but even like his skills, I think he's like from Starcraft 2.
Yeah,
his background, yeah. So like he definitely keeps up with the macro. So like. But I think that game boils down to Steven just making a bad unit composition and Shambler just like steamrolling with Mavericks. It did make me worry about Shambler though, despite he defeated Steven. Like no bad talk on Shambler, but the way I see my matchup with Shambler, if game goes long, I generally win against Shambler because my macro is a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
Shambler is really big fan of like one strategy. He's Exodia fan. He always finds like one strategy and he tries to perfect it. And usually it's a good strategy. It's usually strong strategy. But if you find answer to his Exodia, he's a bit aimless what to do afterwards. So his Exodia in this tournament was this Maverick Rush. And I did hit him up to help me practice, where he just goes Mavericks, so I can just throw away all builds which cannot hold Maverick Rush.
Mm-hmm.
And I figured, okay, I just make 3 gates, Draconins, I hold Mavericks, and I'll just go from there, probably win. And that's pretty much it.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. The prep was definitely well done in that respect. He did try a mech game on Near Impact, which I was honestly praising him. That was right after your game versus Swarmlord on Radium. And I do want to give you a lot of props because, you know, you're not known as the fastest
this individual
player.
Is a fraud.
You're not known as a player who's going to be more on the side of like really fast micromanagement on everything, lickety split, but you did macro very, very nicely in the Radium games, plural, because we obviously had to remake. Looked very, very convincing, especially the second one was much more concerted. And then you're up against Shambler, who actually was macroing pretty well and with the mine spread everywhere. But your first drop, which flew over 2, maybe 3 mines, he just didn't see it on the minimap. And so even though he had the right theory, he didn't quite respond to it in execution, which maybe points to your theory about how, like, yeah, of course, he's the guy who has his one strategy that he sticks to rather slavishly. So considering all of that and all of that analysis, what was your mindset going for Solarians after the Akantor follow-up when you saw mech? And did you expect the mech to be the way that it was? Because that's Shambler. He doesn't play mech in most people's minds. So what was your sort of thought process in that game?
Why Solarians? or what is the question?
Yeah, like just your thought process as it evolved when you scout mech. What are you thinking when you see the way that it's going?
That's just a strong strategy.
Mhm.
If you go in a Cantors and you go in air, you're making it difficult for Terran to answer it, because a Cantors are very good against ground army. So Terran wants answer to a Cantors, maybe something like phalanxes. But if he overcommits countering your Cantors, he cannot do anything against Solarians. So it's a pretty difficult balance game for Terran. So it's a general strategy. I generally go against Terran when I feel confident in my economy. So that one wasn't specifically against Shambler. I just like went standard, and yeah, it worked out. I kind of wasn't worried when Shambler went mech, because I know he didn't practice it compared to his Maverick shenanigans, to be honest.
Okay, so you were just expecting I'll just play my normal game and we'll go from there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes
pretty
sense.
much.
That makes sense. Well, Shambler does end up exiting in third place here. Swarmlord does get the better of him in those TVZs. Arbus, we've asked the other two winners of Group A, Nablime Group B, Krankendau. We've asked them what they think is sort of, what would be one area, if even if you're not thinking balanced, you're just thinking fun. What would be one thing that's either not fun now or could be more fun or whatever? Is there anything that comes to mind when I pose that question?
Positrons.
Positrons. Yeah, okay. You made one of them.
Bad.
You made
I
one of
swear
them in
they could be
Serenity.
used.
The niche is so tiny. They have a niche, but it's so tiny. Like, they okay against Nafricars. That's about it.
It's
Maybe.
time for the Ardent rework. You're hearing us, pro. It's time for the Ardent rework. Change everything.
I think the problem with Positrons is they have a cute concept, like they splash in the whole army with like a little damage. Problem is they just cannot reach most of the army, so they just tickle the front row and die because they have 6 range. If you want to tickle the whole army, you need to go into melee range, but they're not made for melee.
So basically, once the Ardent is cheaper and you can spam Positrons more, that will be not a problem, right, Wink?
We've added to tier 1.
I think I was thinking, like, whenever was Ardent changes, I was proposing like cheap Ardent, but I think 302 gas is actually a good price for it.
Oh,
I did try mass Ardent strategy. It's actually viable against Zerg. I'm not sure against Protoss. But
I've tried it. I didn't think it was very good.
It's okay, I would say. It has some strong sides. It's actually has some things which it's good against Zerg.
I mean against Protoss. I think you're relying on your opponent not kind of like tactically outplaying you, because moving a
in PvP you don't want maybe 5. I haven't tried too much. I haven't much experience.
That's what I'm saying. I think I've tried it a bit and I'm not a fan. In PvP.
In PvP, I have no opinion because I haven't tried in PvP much. But in PvZ, it's actually pretty good, because you make a lot of servitors which replace your chaff from Gateway, and you make a lot of Acanters, so it's pretty strong. And you never make Positrons, because what is the point of making Positrons if Servitor just does everything better than Positron? It kills air better, so yeah.
makes sense. One thing I was just thinking is maybe there could actually be a tech shuffle where we move the Golem to the Ardent and something else to the Lattice, but...
Ooh, Positron to Lattice. Do it.
I don't know.
No.
Both of you just immediately like, oh, don't do it.
No.
Well, what else is going to move? Clarion, fine. Clarion at tier 1, no problem.
If you move Positron to tier 1, what is the point of Idle then?
Yeah, exactly. So I think they're already designed for their structures.
And I think Golem on tier 1 is actually a good thing, because it gives Lattice some kind of like frontline unit.
Plus something that
Sometimes
you can
it's
make a lot of
Golem,
later on in the game, right? As like a scaling thing.
Well, I think Golem are only better later in the game anyway.
Lattice, I would say, it kind of... I see it a little bit weaker than Gateway Opener, but it has more strategic variety, and it has a little bit stuff like mass golems, they can be pretty strong in the late game, not early.
Yeah.
But it depends on army composition.
So, I mean, Positron is a good shout. We'll see what we can do about that. Lastly, Arbus, assuming there was another tournament like this in the near future, would you participate? Or are you satisfied with winning here and you're like, nah, that's it for me?
Maybe. I don't see why not. Like, probably yes. I'm just like afraid to say yes in advance because
well, you need to know the specifics on the schedule. Yeah, but
yeah, schedule maybe something like IRL happens. So, but generally, probably yes.
There's interest. Okay, good to know. All right, well, thank you very much for your interview, your thoughts. Congrats on winning. Obviously, I'll have to get at you about the prize money once I finish figuring out the exact share that everybody gets. But more details TBA for the next tournament that we do in this format. Maybe we'll make some changes or tweaks. Maybe we'll do some more crazy stuff. Of course, there's been, Juggernaut got released, and then there's a couple of other ideas that need to be fine-tuned, so I don't know. That's interesting.
Put the winners as the Juggernaut against the two losers, yeah.
What's a Juggernaut?
You get 150% income, but you're 1v2.
Ah, that's a cute mod.
Yeah. I mean, usually it's like two, say, class 4s against a class 3 or something, right? So it's usually there's an expected skill diff, which I guess is the idea.
It seems like a for fun mod, not competitive one.
Well,
Sounds a cute idea.
You could get competitive with it. You just have a competitive noob and a competitive team of competitive noobs and a competitive less noob. That'd be great.
I mean, you can get competitive with anything if you try hard enough.
That's right.
People play Tetris competitively, so
Yeah, why not Juggernaut? All right. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how much I can bevy out. All right, Arbus. If you have any final words, share them with us now, because we are going to be taking Steven in for some talking.
If all this counter mess will make you consider nerfs, don't remove projectile traveling all the path. Nerf range instead.
Yes. I was thinking if I was going to nerf the Acantor, it wouldn't just be nerf Acantor, nothing else. It would be with Ardent changes too or something. Some other small concession in the way. But the Acantor, I'm not gonna go back on that. The Acantor traveling all the way is definitely more powerful. It's taking a while for people to adapt to it, so that's probably why they feel like it's too strong. But -1 range is probably fine for it.
Because reverting the range buff, I think is fine, because projectile buff was like all it's needed to be competitive.
Well, it basically got a range buff if you think about it, because it always goes to max range now, right? So it got 2 range buffs basically.
It's not even that, because I remember trying Ardent before the changes, and Acantor always was lacking. If you would try to make lots of them, if you make 5 Acantors, they try to kill a single Maverick, as they bomb a single pixel and nothing else, and so yeah, it was pretty bad. But now, because of the projectile travel, it keeps going, so it's pretty valuable now.
Thank you, sir. Good to hear from you. We'll be talking some more later. And GG's, congrats on winning.
Thank you.
Let's hear from the Aussie. And I'm not talking about Nablime this time. What's up, Steven? 2 Aussies and an American talking. What's going on, dude? How you doing?
Hey, yeah, I'm okay. A little bummed with how the games went, but it was just weird games.
Weird games indeed, dude. Some of the games that you went up versus the Shambler were some of the strangest games
that was something
I have ever seen, especially on Blackwater, where you flank his main base in the middle of the map where he proxied everything. What a wild one.
Yeah. And yeah, the first game, I was ludicrously ahead, and then just nothing in his army dies.
Yeah, trying to find the splash at the last second. I saw you go for Gezkath. I didn't know if you were angling for the Alcagelisks, the big space whales, or what, but that might have been a
I have no idea what those are. I was just like Guardians.
Oh, someone needs to show you God of the Alcagelist.
Surely Guardians are good. They're long range siege, and then they shoot once every 2 minutes, and there's a million ant seals.
Yeah, they're pretty good. They get more damage if they're attacking from further away. Sort of like the Bactylisk, but it's direct damage instead of a bounce. So They're pretty good at artillerying down things. It's just there was like 20 ancients, so yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, after that game, looked at the chat and everyone was screaming that I needed the NAF upgrade things.
Mm-hmm.
And I was
Hey,
like,
you
"Yep,
tried it
can
again.
do."
You tried it again. It worked out pretty well, right?
But yeah, that was pretty rough to lose that game. And yeah, then I just got a Cantor booked twice. I do think that the really early Lattice feels like a very strong counter to the double Larvosk opener.
Yeah, I saw you had
Which-
changed your style a little bit, right? In the I think it was the third PVZ. You actually went for like Hydrith after the first Larvosk, and that was the one on Serenity. So that was like a
Yeah.
more military-minded one, right?
Yeah, the idea was that I would get... Well, my double Larvos thing just wasn't working. It felt like a lot of the pool units just weren't achieving anything. Because he wasn't going
kinda do
east, so I didn't need... Pardon?
They do kind of do that, but they are cheap. That's their thing.
Yeah. But I was macroing really badly, so I was floating 1 billion resources at every second. Which, if I have that many resources, I might as well build units that are decent. But yeah, the Acantors just ripped through everything, and I guess the idea is that I have to micro backwards versus them, but Bactylists are so slow at doing that. So yeah, not quite sure what the response is meant to be there, because I tried every flying unit I could find, and all of them felt pretty bad versus
Well,
it.
I thought in the Serenity game, you definitely could have wiped the army at some point with Gorgrakors. And that's the thing, if you attack with the ground army simultaneously as well, even if the ground army ultimately gets cleaned up by the Acantors, you should be resetting the army. Because he has no splash damage, or at least very little, and the Gorgrakors are highly armored, you'll see the point on the cast if you watch it back where I mentioned where I think it'd be a good idea. And you had a big bank, you can just come out with like 12 of them suddenly. They can clean up.
Okay, I was still thinking of the tier 2 flyers.
Oh, yeah, at that point, yeah, that's a bit more difficult. At that point in the game, I think, yeah, you're in big trouble. But earlier, I think Gorgrakors could have done a lot of work for you.
Yeah,
Definitely
thought I was
some
being
things
sneaky
to.
using the back-
Sorry, go ahead.
Thought I was being sneaky getting the back base pretty early, and
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely good, but honestly, I feel like it's more like Arbus' deficiency not to take it immediately, you know? Good on you for taking it, for sure.
Yeah, that was the main job of the Izira core drop.
Which
kept
did
poking
so
on
much
those.
damage, by the way. You got a lot of mileage.
Yeah,
out
it
of
did
those
so much. If I wasn't horribly getting murdered on the front, then it would have been fantastic. But yeah, it was doing a lot of jobs, but its main job was just to stop him being able to take that base easily. Because he can't use artisans if I've got 2 Azera cores down there, and he can't just drop a probe. He has to move some sort of force to actually take it. So that was the main idea of getting that pretty early. Otherwise, I don't really think I have much to say on the ZVPs. It was a mix of not knowing what to do and also having a massive bank and not spending properly and having pretty bad macro. As for if it was like tournament, I don't think the fact that it was a tournament really affected my play much. I think it's
because
just
we do see a lot of players have like a different level of play in tournament. Like Shambler, for example, I think plays slightly better. You know, but some people I think do suffer from nerves, and like I mentioned in chat at the time, this is actually true of like the top Korean pros in Brood War as well.
Yeah.
Some people just really can't bring it in the event, but they're really good like in practice.
Yeah.
Interesting conundrum, right? Because if you're saying you don't think it was that big of a deal that it was a tournament per se, Steven, but and I'm not saying anything to counter that per se, but obviously there is that like what was holding me back a little bit. And this is a strange group of players, right? Arbuz does play, there's so few Protosses to even harvest data from, but Arbuz does play a different style. And Shambler obviously plays a massively different style. You're not going to find his style from AU to Ramen or when Hit 'em Up rolls Terran, you know, so pretty difficult to prepare for it, even if you had the time.
Which I didn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, was so surprising how fast those first Marines get across. Like the first game versus Shambler, his first attack did really well and put me really far behind. Because I just didn't expect Marines to get to my base or Mavericks to get to my base in like, it felt like 20 seconds into the game. I know it's not quite that fast, but it felt that way. So yeah, it was just reevaluating how those timings work and figure out what to do with that. Because yeah, he definitely felt like he kind of dropped the ball after the early game in the first game, because he was really far ahead, and then I got ludicrously, ridiculously far ahead, and then just died, which is a bit sad.
Yeah, fair. It did make for entertaining Cosmo, I'll tell you that much. The fact that Tier 1 was fighting for Tier 3 in that game, and then obviously if that doesn't go that way and you're able to stabilize versus Arbus, you could have topped this group. Like even Shambler, despite going 1-4, like there were points where it looked like he was going to beat you in that Blackwater game. I even called it at one point, like there's no way, and then you managed to find victory somehow in a show of force that I still don't truly understand because of how bizarre that particular matchup was. But, these are the games that no prep will survive contact with the enemy when the enemy is that deranged, right? So when he proxies 3 stockades, 1 fulcrum with a palladium and a star pad in the middle of the map, what are you going to do?
Yeah, his buildings do like to wander, don't they?
Yes, they are fans of that.
They shamble around.
That's right.
He needs to build better fences to keep his buildings in his base.
There you go. Yeah. Otherwise, they're just going to wander. He needs a sheepdog or something. Well, with all that said, I still have to get word from Shambler here, but that was the end of your first jaunt in competitive Cosmonarchy. You've been streaming, you've been playing. Are you still enjoying the game overall? You're still feeling good about it? You think you'd come up for another one, assuming we put another one up pretty soon?
Yeah, it was pretty fun. As I said, pretty disappointing, the actual play. But I don't mind the result, but I do mind how I got there, I think. It's like if I was versus like Hit 'em Up and Nebline and lost to them, it's like, oh yeah, they're really, really solid, strong players. And I can definitely see that when I'm playing really well. But yeah, to drop a lot of games, not necessarily because of my opponent doing something well, but from me doing a pile of things wrong, which I guess is all RTS. Everyone's making mistakes everywhere.
Sure, yeah.
Not the best way. Not the best feeling.
I can understand that. Yeah, I can definitely understand that. But you still managed to clinch second place, and that was with some very nice play on Blackwater and on Paradise. Did you enjoy the salt mining from Shambler when he was typing at you? Did you like that?
Yeah. He was like, only Zerg can play like this, and I was like, play like what? Defending versus Mouse Tier 1 all in?
This was your initiation into Cosmonarchy tournaments, getting typed at by Shambler.
Yes, it's a rite of passage.
Like, I'm pretty sure every race can try and defend versus Mouse Tier 1 all in. That's.
I would hope I have done a good enough job with the game to the point where that is something that is true, yeah. Because otherwise there's bigger problems. There's bigger problems.
I'm honestly not quite sure what he was being angry about, so I can't really comment on its efficacy or not, because I have no clue.
That's all right. He's gotten in his TVPs. He had to suffer through some TVZs, and we'll be asking him all about that. Maybe we'll get some answers. But Steven, if you have any closing thoughts, final words, final message, feel free to leave it. And thanks for playing. Congrats on your second place, even though, like you said, you weren't super pleased with it. It was still great to see you play, so thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This was good fun. And I'm really happy that I found a use for the Nathracor's evolution. I talked about it before the game and then immediately didn't use it.
See? Yep, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right. Well, man, GG's, and we'll see you next time.
GG. Bye.
And let's bring in the Shambler Nebline. It's time to talk to the man himself, the Shamble Man. How are you feeling after those games? Obviously tough breaks, but some exciting matches. You did make it entertaining, I will say.
Yeah, I had the ideas, but I didn't have the follow through. I dropped the ball pretty hard against Stefan there. I think like 30 minutes of prep time, and I think it's just a different story in both of those games.
Yeah, the Blackwater game was definitely one for the books because of how bizarre it was. But I also want to talk to you a little bit about the mech game versus Arbus on Near Impact, where this is the first time you're showing mech in the tournament, obviously, and you come through with it. It looks actually, I would say, relatively smooth. Obviously, it's a strategy you're not as drilled on, but you had mines everywhere. It looked a little Ayud-esque in that respect, where he always likes to cover the map in mines. There was a critical moment when that first drop came in, flew through 2 mines, and I didn't see your camera clock it. So I don't know if you caught that one. Didn't look like it, but
No.
besides the fact that you didn't see it, like up until that point, you had done everything right, So how were you feeling about that sort of mech early to mid game area?
I learned versus hit 'em up in the practice that the mech that I prefer, which is siege tank mech, is Phalanx mech, just fucking gets murdered by Protoss really hard.
Yeah, it struggles with Gateway, I think.
It just doesn't work at the higher levels. Now, maybe I should have used it against Arbuz because he's gotten a lot better. So
Yeah.
props to him. I don't feel bad about.
Well, I think both of
Other
you
than the Genesis Y map, which is just I was fucking dead after that.
The 30-minute
After
banger
that
tier
30
1
minute
versus
one,
tier 3 that you've had. We'll ask
Yeah.
you about that too. But yeah, I figured that the Gen Y game was just like you were burnt out after that one. Needed a rest.
Yeah, I needed like 10 minutes and a nice drink. But yeah, that mech game. So my adaptation was to make the unit I hate the most in this game, other than Bactylisks, which was Goliaths. And I really don't like the Goliath because the old Goliath was kind of shit, and I agree with everyone that says it was kind of shit, but it was reliable shit that didn't have weird tism where it like pauses or chases like a unit when there's 20 units in front of it, on an A move.
It actually did have
weird
that, but it
thing-
wasn't the pause part. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The turret logic for StarCraft 1 is not very good.
Yeah, it was better in my eyes, at least, when it was like the long range, but it was like a tickle cannon and whatever. It was weird. It had a very strange niche, but there was some games against like Hupsaya in the past where I'd like miss them, and it would just be like, yeah, I'm walking forward with this massive tickle army, and I feel good, right? It doesn't exist now, and the current one where it's like mid range, which is like the worst range you can be in the game right now, is like if you're gonna be a mid range unit in my eyes, you have to be really, really good at what you do. And I don't think the Goliath's in that place, but when I learned that Phalanx mech just dies, I was like, okay, fine, we'll give it a shot. We'll see if we can like do something like burn down the front line with Goliaths, and then like follow up with Cyclops target fire. Cyclops are really good versus Protoss. You just have to have them on their own hotkey. You need to do a lot of prep work in terms of the engagement, like spreading out. But you saw in that match where there's like fights where like he just clumped up too much, and then I target fire my Cyclops onto his Icannors, and you just see the whole army melt in like 2 seconds. Whereas the same fight earlier was this one-sided slaughter against me, all because I wasn't managing the Cyclops fire on the Zealots well enough. And it's a very temperamental unit, but it is the thing you have to make against if you're going to go mech, because the Vulture falls apart versus a Canors, but it also just kind of falls apart against things that have more range than it in general. It's floaty movement, but it is the DPS actually, whereas and the Goliaths are the tanks.
Yeah, the Cyclops have a little bit more range too, although it's hard to really leverage that because their range is almost the same.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't mind a +1 to them, but I'm not here to argue balance,
Of course, yeah. So overall, you come out with a position where you've got your, I think it's safe to say that basically from your position, right, you You were looking to try to top this group. You were looking for, at the very least, clinching second from the TVZs. The first TVZ, back and forth, lots of back and forth, and of course the constant trying to keep up the macro machine and contain the Zerg's growth, and I think you did pretty well. So talk to me about that. Like, what was your thought process going into that? And when you saw you had tier 3, were you oh shit, or were you actually, I think I've won this because he's made Gazithal?
It wasn't that. I think Gezzies are good, actually. It's just he allowed them to get in the open. Like, everything in Zerg tier 3 is actually really good. I don't think there's anything bad. Maybe the Astrathalath is like garbage or something, but
Ithrakor's are terrible, man. Don't tell me they're good.
Ithrakor, the thing that burns down everything in 2 seconds if you get like a
Only
cloud
if
of
no
fire.
one's shooting them.
Yeah. That's why you send them to burn down every base that the opponent tries to set up, and they're super fast, and they fly, and they just go everywhere. Like, that thing is busted. You get a cloud of 20 of them. Okay, I don't know if they spawn in pairs, but if you get a cloud of those,
if they don't, you just build
I'm just talking about like one control group. You attack an outlying base, they're not getting away. They're good, but there's better options. They're overshadowed by the major options, which are stuff like what's it called? My favorite unit that comes in a pair, deals really good damage, and when it dies, reincarnates. Yeah. Those things are the best chaff in the game. They are stupidly good. OP, please nerf, but
I like when there was a new guy who was like, I really like the Mortothrakor, but I can't figure out how to use the Excitralisk, and everybody was immediately like, what? No,
heretic. What are you saying? Yeah.
Best unit in game almost. But Zerg tier 3 is balanced because you never get it.
Sure, yeah.
When I saw, I was like, okay, this can go very, very wrong, very, very quickly if I allow him to have money. But I can deny him money. I know that. I'm on the map. I've just sent, all of my rally down to the bottom left to knock out that base. It looks like there's nothing there on my mini map, so I'm happy. I'm like, okay, let's send something top right. Okay, so I just need to hold out. He's not dealing with the Anseals properly. These tanks are buying a lot of time, getting bombarded by Excitralisk for some reason. I mean, not Excitralisk, of the Guardians, but by the Guardians. Okay, this is manageable. We just need to get the...
Oh, you cut out there. You just need to get to what?
He was about to tell us the secrets so we can win.
He's been silenced.
Yeah.
The Gazithal projectile finally hit. It was traveling that whole group, and it hit with max damage.
He was a Sorvalef trying to run away from a Gladius projectile.
Actually, you know what? I want to test this at some point, but I feel like you can go Xenolith recall a unit that's attacked by a Gezi, and the projectile will still go, and then you just die.
Yeah.
That
you
might
have
be
to time that pretty precisely.
That might be a really good counter. Just saying.
What about Cascafalor? Would that follow the unit? Because I'm just thinking you recall back to like your worker line or something. Oh, he's back.
All right. My internet went out randomly. I'm now tunneling through my phone hotspot.
That's a classic move. Nebulime knows that very well.
Oh yeah, my favorite.
I was basically asking, like, if you basically what would happen if you went for the... Oh, unfortunately the projectile doesn't travel. Sorry, I just lied. It doesn't actually go all the way. All right, no, I was talking about Gezzies. You just said all right, this is okay. We just need to get to, and then you cut out. So I don't know what your secret strat was.
We just need to get a stack of cataphracts, and this game is set. So let's just kill all the outlying bases. Let's contain them.
And you did. You won without even leveraging your tier 2, which was pretty impressive. So. Oh, he got owned, devastated, annihilated, brutalized. The interviews shall not continue.
Oh. Dang. Oh, he's back.
Hello?
Oh my god.
You're in a vortex.
That happens again. I guess I'll fucking speak through my phone. But
so you just said you got a stack of cataphracts, and I was praising you for winning even before you used your tier 2. Actually, you won with tier 1 units still in the last fight. That finally broke him because he only had 1 cask, 4 Gezzies, and like some Lakas. There's not really anything that he had.
Yeah, he lost the holding force.
Yeah,
that was I was upset that I allowed that game to get that point, but I was happy that it was an epic game. So
Yeah, that's true.
I felt like there were some serious failures on my part that shouldn't have allowed that bullshit. And every time I see Zerg tier 3, in some ways I'm like, oh man, I fucked up so much that he can't afford to try and style on me.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
like imagine if that 1,800 and whatever minerals it is was just like a fucking just stack of bactelisks or something. Like it'd just be like it would be over. You park up on a cliff. But Stefan wanted to go with the dream, and he got shot down.
He did, and he wasn't pleased with losing it because he felt like he was in an advantaged position at one point, and for a good amount in the mid game, he had the economic advantage. But you managed him well. You got him back down to earth, and then you managed to take over with an army he couldn't beat. And now he has the tech. Now he has the ability to do it. Gonna have to watch out for him going forward. Despite ending this group in last place, I will say there were some pretty fun, entertaining games, and you impressed us with your macro on the mech game, even though that didn't go your way in terms of execution and follow through. Like there's a lot that all the players are getting better. All the players are stretching ahead and getting to a point where we gotta give him praises. Obviously, not necessarily a surprise. Nebline tops his group. I think Krankendau did very well, even though I wasn't really sure where to place Dog and IoT. And to see Arbus topping his group, obviously that's bit of a surprise. I think everybody would have bet that you would have been able to do it just because you've been here 100 years, and Swarmlord could have been able to do it because he's very well practiced on the mechanical front, but it ends up being Arbus instead, and off the back of improving at macro. So it does seem like everybody's getting better. A very exciting time to make it through and see what happens. So I'm assuming we can count on you, Shambler, to sign up for another tournament should we end up doing one soon, yeah?
Oh yeah. These matches with Steven showing me that it's just a bit more internalizing, a bit more grinding, bit more prep, and there won't be a Zerg that can stand a chance. I just need to take the lessons home and be like, okay, maybe let's not go phalanxes, maybe let's get just 3 more stockades and just forever stay ahead on bio, because forever stay ahead on bio so I can take a bunch of bases. Then, when I'm on 8 stockade versus, like 10 Lakizelisks, it doesn't matter what he tries to do at that point. Whereas I think the phalanx and the drops, not the drops. I think the drops was effective, but the Anseals, I think they just slowed down everything. And what I really need to do was just go cheap but effective military that can just sort of hold the advantage that I had going, and then just get the bases out. And I didn't do that, and that's what cost me that game. Because it's all about the chaff for the Terran. You can have all the phalanxes in the world, but if you don't have the blackjacks or the Mavericks to deal with everything, you're just going to lose every fight. And that's what happened. It was a cascading failure, and that only ever happens with Zerg, because Zerg are the one race that can just say, you know what, fuck it, we're pressing the Zethracore button. I'm gonna have more units than you have fucking bullets off one base. Fuck you, baby. And that's what happens, and that's why I was a little tilted after that. And then it's what is on that last match. I could have handled that drop better by pressuring the Nat and then drawing the army back, and then I think the drop just kills him. But
Nebline actually said the same thing, talking about if you push on the front to keep all of his army down, the drop might have just done it. But that's all right.
Honestly,
that's stuff to think about.
Honestly, now that I think about it, check Stealer and just do a Blackwater 2. He'll never be able to stand a chance.
Yeah, I was surprised with
There's no ring.
This guy's a macro player, and it's Zerg. Why are you setting yourself up on this huge map, But if you change your mind about Hurricanes, by the way, because you're telling me, no, just go pure Maverick. But I think you made good use of the Hurricanes this time. Not quite as good as it might have been, but, if you change your mind, do you like him now?
Hurricanes are drop drop missiles. They're the bombs.
I agree. It might surprise you to hear this, but I do think dropping Hurricanes might be good.
Yep.
They're good when you drop them like in the mineral line when there's nothing there, but in terms of actual like fighting with the Mavericks, I've used them to break AOT, charging up the ramp, but I knew that wasn't going to work versus Stefan. I have like 20 games with AOT of Zerg versus Terran, and like 60% of them are like 5-minute games because it's just me smashing him with bio for a while. I don't know if I'm going to submit those, but there were some delusional games. You thought Blackwater is crazy with the building. Building shit in the middle of the map. There's one game that I played with AOT where I fucking bong cloud my main base 10 minutes into the match with my production all in the middle of Radium fighting Bactylisks with nothing but Mavericks while my opponent is one base.
Perfect. That's the kind of Cosmonarchy we need to see. Sounds
taking the low ground expansion.
Perfect. Yeah, sounds great.
It's something, I just want to post them for that at this point. Like,
just at least give me that replay. Come on now.
Maybe, but it needs some friends. But there's some other matches that go along. But that's besides the point. I had fun today.
Yeah, GG's. Glad you had fun. If you have any closing thoughts, feel free to share them with us as we are about to close the program after your interview is over. Thanks for playing, and of course, we'll be catching you on the next one, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm just gonna get grinding again, and next one will be 4-0 my favor.
There you go. Can't give up the fight. So we'll see you for that. GG, Shambler. Until next time.
GG.
Nablime, we've casted. How are you feeling about the games that were played in this tournament? Obviously, we haven't seen a lot of the undercard stuff, but we will.
Dude, I've hardly watched anything. I watched the very first group, and I watched my own group, and like the games we casted today. So I don't know how I'm feeling, but what you were talking about with Shambler and everyone getting better all the time, it's true. And could they just like chill out a bit? Like, please give me a chance here. I'm worried, man. There's threats from every direction. Cropless is going to be insane.
You topped your group though, and maybe Aod won't even make it. So like, what's the big deal? You'll just win Protoss.
Well, look at it this way. If I'm hoping to win, it's like I have to top the group. That's just the beginning.
Yes.
Like, that's like the first failure state. If I don't top the group, I'd have to be worried. So, okay, we're on track, but there's still a lot of threats.
You know what was so funny is Neblime. Actually, you know what? This is Acropolis 3 spoilers. So I think we'll close the stream here, and I'll talk to Neblime off of the stream. But
confirmation: Acropolis 3 is rigged. He's chosen the winners already.
That's right. Now you're not going to be it because you leaked it. All right, let's go, homies. We're gonna go to the end of the stream. Thanks so much for watching us for the March Invitational 2025. Nablime for joining me and for topping your group. We got Krankendau, Arbus topping their groups. We got Glory for Fenris over in the Group D. We got Kasuga rocking out, supporting, the Taiwan representation. Love that. And then who else won? Blade Hollow from Russia, and can't remember. Jackie Langsky, of course, from Philippines, won his group as well. So good stuff. Smarty won his group. It's great. We got to see all sorts of groups get played and get won. GG's, and we'll be back next time.